Bueno, salute a tutti gli amici. First of anything, before anything else, I truly do apologize that today's stream started considerably later than I had hoped it will. A few things happened, so I didn't really know how to. Scusa. If I seem a little bit out of it, it's probably because I was dealing with a few things. Now, I will be trying to do also do streams in different time slots. I truthfully do beg your pardon that this stream started on a relatively short notice. I haven't been feeling too well, to be entirely honest. But I think I would like to have even the NDI connection to connect to my iPhone directly to the computer. That way I can offload the entire processing power onto the not all the processing power, but the processing power that is related to the, you know. This is a bit too close. I need to move my pop filter a bit over here, and alright. Now we are going to play TF2. DX win. And I don't quite remember where the application should be. I think it ought to be around here. Now, this is a time slot that is slightly more convenient for me. So I wish to attempt to expand into this time slot as well, and but still keeping the original time slots of 21 EDT, etc. But it's important to try new things, you know. No, let's keep this tweezers here. I'm gonna keep these tweezers with me. Sometimes you are beset by challenges in life, and maybe you are part in a state where you are unable to carry on the plans that you originally planned to. Or originally I had planned these past 2 days to be far more productive than they ended up being. But because of a bunch of personal traumas that came up somewhat unexpectedly, all I've been able to do is to lay in bed. But eventually I decided, okay, if we're going to be laying in bed, then we can lay in bed, but we are going to really think about these traumas and really think about what we can write down and what we can learn from these traumas. So the way that I will think about it is to operate laterally. That is to say, even if this isn't what you were expecting to do, you say, okay, fine. Instead of doing that, instead of doing Y, we are doing X. And in that case, we're going to focus on doing X, so that we already had X cleared off the plate for the future. It's important to roll with the punches and the direction and the winds of the direction of life. Bueno, now, I think I would like to establish a small custom in the streams, wherein during the intro Zatsu, I will try to read at least one passage of a book, and when we're feeling fancy, maybe at least one page of a book, so that we can keep our focus on the things that are important and the things that are eternal, such as ancient literature and ancient wisdom. I am starting with Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. After that, I think I will read the Iliad and then the Odyssey. Very well. Oh. As for brute chapter 23. As for brute animals and things undignified with reason, use them generously and nobly, as beings that had more reason should treat those that had none. Oh no, I already read this passage, so we can move on to the... Alexander the Great and his crew, when dead, were put upon the same level and round the same chance of being scattered about into atoms or absorbed into the soul of the universe. Chapter 25. What abundance of notions there are in the body, what abundance of thoughts in the mind at the same time. He that considers this will not wonder so much that infinitely more productions, nay rather, all that are, shall exist together in that great whole we call the universe. And chapter 26. Suppose you were all asked to spell Antoninus's name, would you sound every letter with emphasis in the company's ears? Or will you return their passion if they were angry? I conceive you would rather go mildly to work and give them the letters and syllables as they stand, without noise. Apply this to greater instances, and remember that all duties in morality had a determinate number of parts to render them complete. This must be observed and performed in order, but it must be done smoothly, without growing provoked upon meeting with provocation. 27. You hold cruel to balk people's fancies, and not give them leave to pursue at the reckon their interest. Yet with this you are chargeable in some measure yourself when you are angry with those that do amiss. For they are carried towards what they esteem their own interest and convenience. But that you will say is their mistake, then it is your part to lead them out of it, and to show them their error without resentment. What is that? It is arising from the vibrational sensation on the swayings of the soul. A stop upon the rumbling of doubt, and a release from drudgery about your body. I think we can increase the bitrate in YouTube here. 12. Yeah, okay. Chapter 29. We're about to finish the page, don't worry. After that, we're just going to read 2 passages of a Memorial Solferino to work on the presentation of the Red Cross. And oh yeah, I'm also doing a charity run for the Red Cross. I promise I will work more on that later. Chapter 29. It will be a shame if your mind shall falter and give in before your body. Chapter 30. Have a care you had not too much of a Caesar in you, and that you are not dyed with that dye. This is easily learned, and therefore guard against the infection. Be candid, virtuous, sincere, and modestly grave. Let justice and piety have their share in your character. Let your temper be remarkable for mildness and affection, and be always enterprising and vigorous in your business. and in short, strive to be just as such a man as spiritual and philosophy meant you to be. Worship the gods and protect mankind. This life is short, and all the advantage you can get by it is a pious disposition and unselfish acts. Do everything as a disciple of Antoninus. Imitate him in the vigor and constancy of his good conduct, in the equality, sweetness, and piety of his temper, the serenity of his aspect, his contempt of fame, and the generous ambition he had to be perfectly master of his business. Further, it was his way to dismiss nothing till he had looked through it, and view it on all sides, to bear unreasonable remonstrances without making a return, never to be in a hurry, to be backward in giving encouragement to informers. He was a great judge of men and manners, but of no reprimanding humor, not at all to be fright, not too suspicious, nor like a sophist, satisfied with a little, as one might easily perceive by his palace, his furniture, his habit, his eating, and his attendance. His disposition was patient, and fatiguing his delight. He was temperate in his diet. He was firm in his friendship, and steady and agreeable in the manner of showing it. He gave his courtiers all the freedom imaginable to contradict him, and was pleased with the proposal of a better expedient than his own. To conclude, he was a religious prince, but without superstition. Pray imitate these good qualities of his, that you may have the satisfaction of them at your last hour as he had. Okay, I do apologize, that was a pretty long chapter. Right, Battle of Solferino. Little biography of Henry Dunant. In the first years of his maturity, he found outlet for his energies by allying himself with various movements or causes, and by engaging in charitable and religious activities. For a time he was active in a movement, then quite strong in many parts of Europe, for the union of Christians and Jews. He became a member of an organization in Geneva known as the League of Alms, whose purpose was to bring spiritual and material comfort and aid to the poor, sick, and afflicted. He was also a regular visitor to the city prison, where he labored to help reform transgressors of the law. Until he was nearly 30 years of age, however, Dunant's keenest interest was in a group of organizations in Switzerland, France, and Belgium, operating under the name of the Young Men's Christian Union. These were European counterparts of the newly formed Young Men's Christian Association, just the YMCA, in England. In early 1853, a movement was begun to federate the unions into one organization. Dunant steadfastly opposed the plans to limit it, making the counter proposal that a world union to include the YMCA should be organized. Largely as a result of Dunant's persistence, this was done at the first World Conference of the YMCA, held in Paris in 1855. Despite Dunant's dedication to causes of this sort, he did not limit his activities to them. He was engaged also in laying the foundation for and embarking upon a business career as well. In 1849, he was apprenticed to a banking house in Geneva to learn the banking business. So well did he progress that in 1853, he was given a temporary appointment as general manager of a subsidiary enterprise of a firm in Algeria, known as Halconiis Suisse Deceptive. Later, he severed his connections with the company and went into business for himself. The energetic young man seemed headed for a successful business career and the acquiring of a substantial fortune. For fortune. Okay. I love that. Let's skip the Miyagi picture. Let's skip the Miyagi picture for now. I can adapt the other stuff later, but we are leaving that in. The Miyagi picture stays on. Alright. I clearly do need to scusa. I quite clearly do need to work work considerably more upon my English pronunciation. It is still considerably lacking. That's partly why I was reading the book, by the way. Scusa. It was an opportunity. It was an opportunity also to confirm if my English pronunciation was improving. Okay. Cargo load and do we have Tiff here? No, it isn't. What is noise? I don't know. Is Tiff in game or is it not here? Is Tiff not in right now? No, it doesn't seem like Tiff is in right now. Let's select a window capture. Tiff 1. Zap. And we select this window, blah blah blah. Excellent, this should be good enough. Good enough for now. Let's try to update the quality of bot Twitch notifications and sorry, I do see someone on chat. Shark764, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie. Hello amico. How are you doing today? Come stai questo giorno di oggi? Grazie mille per venire, grazie. We are going to play a little bit of this one. We are going to be playing the grazie mille per redimire 2 kisses. Grazie. Okay. 1, 2, mwah! 1, 2, mwah! I still need to work so much on my kissing too. And I promise I'm gonna make the sound more immersive, the ambient more immersive. Doing fine? How about you? I will confess that I've been having a few difficulties, but let's make this window bigger actually. A bit like that, just. But we go on handling them. Sometimes you just have to take things step by step. Okay, I think we're just supposed to leave now, and I am pretty sure that we ought to be able to leave by the same way we came in. We don't really need to exit the I mean, as long as we go into the yard, we ought to be safe. We ought be safe. I should have a okay. Alright. It seems like the audio balancing is good, alright? Do let me know if there's anything up. Sorry, I need to make sure that the processing is stable, and I need to make sure also that one doesn't. No, we skipped the intro cutscene. Is that? No. Okay. Captain of Peril did the Crown Cape, and did the dead dress in quiet Kansas. All bands of iron and helmets of stone prevailed not, and some did doubt the builder's plan. But the seals held strong, and the few did triumph. and the doctors who are laying into the foundations of the new sanctum collect the letters of this meeting itself.
The eye that Constantine wants is in the abandoned cathedral of the Hammerites. The cathedral is located in a section of the city that was deserted years ago.
Will confess
after
this is
some
not
kind of
exactly my
catastrophe.
favorite definition.
I've heard stories of the incident. Most are wild rumors about hordes of zombies and raging fires. Now that part of the city is walled off, and no one's allowed to go in. Not that many people would dare to in the first place. Maps of the area are easy to find in attics and old trunks. But like all of them, the one I've got is over 50 years old. I'll make my way through the ruins to the Hammerite Cathedral, and find a way inside. Once I get inside the cathedral, I'll have to locate the eye. Something tells me that this is not going to be easy, but for the amount I'm getting paid, I'm willing to take some serious risks.
Okay. Garrett is a man who likes to live dangerously. So we're going to do the hard difficulty as per usual. Find the cathedral, find a way to get inside the cathedral and steal the eye. Take the opportunity to steal other valuables, and a valuable item called the Serpentine Torque. Serpentine Torque is reputed to be somewhere in these ruins. Find it. Just out of curiosity, okay, expert simply adds the additional objective of going to the Death Fountain. So let's go for hard. What shall we buy here? What are we in the mood to buy? Flash bombs are always useful. Holy water will be useful as well. I already bought the dip here, and we're gonna buy quite a few water arrows. 2 healing potions, and that would be it. Hey, what? Oh, what are my manners? I also forgot to obtain the put on my hoodie and bow and arrow. Well, we're gonna do that in a bit. We're gonna be doing that in just a teensy tiny bit. Okay. Okay. Escusa. Okay. The eye directions really do seem to work so much better with iPhone tracking, huh? Here, for example, I am trying to look down at the floor below me. Does it seem like I'm looking down? If someone is watching on chat, and babyeeeeeee, I would be delighted if you could let me know. Trying to speak in correct English, it really is a little. It is something that I must spend some time on. That I really do have to spend a certain level of effort upon. I don't know. I don't know if I want. I don't know if I want to. If I want. If I could use Google, the Google Chrome browser, I I will. Believe me that I will. But alright, let's try to continue on the same ground floor. Let's try to continue. Let's try to continue on this ground floor level. Did he see me? Let's put the hoodie on, just in case. Not here, not this way. No. Item, right. All the items are squished together. Why? Why? That shouldn't be the case. Okay, fine. Items, oh, right, because I haven't set, the froggy cape steel, the froggy hoodie on the, yeah, okay. Props, we're just gonna grab this. No, bow on the back. There, excellent. A little bit smaller, done. Wonderful. No. No. Oh, right. I think I know what I need to do with this thing. Put item in model. Back. Or for example, like maybe I don't here. Only pin to a specific layer. What is which layer is this? This one? No, it doesn't move. Okay, fine. Whatever. It does not matter. It does not matter. Let's just continue for now, and I will put the items later. Additionally, I have to confirm. Yes. Thankfully, during gameplay, it seems that the what's that? Wasn't he patrolling around here? I think we can make the game volume a bit higher. Scusa, here. Buono. Grazie mille per il redeeming Avexal, grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione, grazie. Romantic one-liner? What could I say that will be romantic? Baby, are you an horoscope? Because you made my whole day. That is astoundingly stupid, I really do apologize. Can you add an item? I for like 5,000 bits or something. What's up? Nothing much, baby. How about you? I'll think about it. That didn't see me, right? We could knock him out, but what is this? What does this do? No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Won't be a boyfriend liner? I don't know. I will think about it. How am I doing? I've been better. I'd certainly been better. Okay, now let's try to... I will confess that I haven't really been doing my best. Let's remove this and let's add this in that case. If we already have the add a PNG, blah blah blah. Yes, okay. Wonderful. A little bit bigger. There we go. Beautiful. Okay. It's very strange. Only when the game is actually paused, it seems that it consumes a significant amount of processing CPU resources. I had never seen that happening before. What will you Amici enjoy for a BA one-liner? Like, what is the kind of material that will make for good BF liner stuff? I'm not very familiar with that kind of thing. He found me. Wait. Did he? What's a bad guy? Okay, let's use their fight to go ahead. They'll be distracted with the fight, and we can move. Let's save you. And the other one? Might you please tell me a sample line to use? You can write a line, and I will try to interpret one. I am not sure what I could use for a yandere one. For example, like I would never let you go. Do you really think you can escape from me? That's so cute. But now then, you know that I am always by your side. Do you understand me? Always by your side. I can throw an ASMR video on YouTube. Apologies, I tried to not click on links on channel. Never click on suspicious links. You never know what they might contain. My leg has gone asleep. Or well, more precisely my foot has gone asleep. I will say, I am not feeling particularly attractive right now. My hair has been better, and well, my skin in general. I had been... I had been better. I wonder if... Grazie mille per il headband, grazie. Yes! Thank you, Doom. You taught me to shoot up buttons. Okay, there are no enemies here, right? Okay. Now, isn't that cool? I'm just the coolest, aren't I? Run, run. Careful. Please be careful. Move carefully. Move very carefully. Move very, very carefully. Here you go. Grazie mille per essere tornato. O tornato con questa missione. Grazie, grazie. Grazie. Thank you so much for coming by to the stream again. Thank you, thank you. Streamer no. Stream no. How did you say return in Japanese? Stream no okari wa arigatou gozaimasu. Hello again. Hello again. How are you? Can we knock it over? I don't want to risk it. Let's move. If they find me, I have to buy the holy water. I can use that to lose them. Apologies that I'm not paying attention to the chat. It's a bit of a tense moment right now. Sad you don't click links. You can believe it's on YouTube. You can tell me the title of the video, the name of the channel, and I can look on it myself. And I do apologize, but the way I've been told, it can be a bit dangerous to click on a YouTube link myself. Fuck. They found me. The hammer's fury bells you. Pew. Okay. Come on, everybody. Do you want an arrow? You get an arrow. You get one where you love it, baby. Do you want some water too? It's holy water deep in my feet. There it is. Didn't you like it? I'm glad, baby. Come on, come on. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. No. Sorry about that. Boom. I bet him with my eyes closed. Aren't I a badass? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am. Wonderful. Huh. Today really is a very dark night, isn't it? Ain't it? That's dangerous. No way are we going down there. Not if we had any chance to. Are you okay, assistant? That was frightful. He's around somewhere. Where did he go? Did he go over here? I see something in there, but it's just... But it's just a spider, I think. Doesn't seem something too dangerous. He's coming over here again. So is his route over here? Still, it's pretty short, not worth it. Let's just hide here. What is the kind of gender ASMR that you want to share, Sultan? Scusa, I just need to write something. Okay. There's another place to hide, and this is another place to hide if we need to. Can this be open? Okay. I think we have... Fire! 1, 2, fire! Word now. I don't have the heart to hunt him. I apologize for being so soft-hearted. I suppose I pitied them somehow. This is a speed potion. Wow. Have you not played this game before, Yuriko-san? このゲームはWhen I speak in Japanese, sorry. このゲームは食べましたかI know where 食べました is to it. It's just funny. 楽しい方いや、このゲームは遊び方やっぱり知った方 is the suffix for past tense verb in Japanese. But it is 遊びましたか漢字しいですよ。Aha! This spider doesn't like English. Hey, that's not very nice. Garrett. Fire! Excellent. Pull. Fire! Fight to survive! What the fuck? This is not good. I didn't sign. Actually, I did kinda sign up for this, but I don't like this. This is things worse than fate. No. Reminder that you're awesome. I don't feel awesome right now. There are a lot of enemies. What do we... Wait! Didn't we get a speed potion from this thing from earlier? This has to be a speed potion. No, it's a bread potion, not a speed potion. 1, 2, 3. What happened? We need to fix, not fix, but like add something in here. Effects. We're gonna try effects now. Quality and effects. I think it's around here. Let's see. Does this mean that the... Hola, bienvenida a la transmisión, señorita Milagritos. Muchas gracias por venir. Gracias, gracias. Gracias, Mile, por venir a esta transmisión, mis Milagritos. Gracias, gracias. Thank you so much. 512 pixels per mask. We can try this. But where is display light in here? Okay. Diff. Wonderful. Mwah. Hola, ¿qué está pasando? What is happening? We're playing a game. We're playing a game right now. Okay, I'm gonna hide the background image and Excusa. ¿Qué está pasando? What is happening? We're playing TF1. Estamos jugando TF1. Now, what is the Miyagi picture? Okay, wonderful. And so what happened with the cute girl picture? Okay. Filters. Filtro de efecto. What was the one? Fondo chroma? No. It has to be like ground displacement. Advanced mask. What happens with advanced mask? Fuente. Oh, okay. Image adjustment mask. And the type of the mask is an image. Alright. Let's see. If my calculations are correct, then that means that... Nope. Ay, no, estoy loco. ¿Estás loco? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? No lo comprendo. No es clave Luma. Corrección de color tampoco. Filtro de color. Filtro de... imagen, máscara, mezcla. Máscara alfa. Oh, excusa, me estoy distrayendo. And now we... Okay, I think I'm understanding this. No. Like this, and then we are going to also add a retro effect. No. CRT. Okay. Yeah, wonderful. That's good enough. Oh no, it's not. It's really not. Okay, that was not good. Okay, excusa, let's continue with the game for now. Porque sí? Just because? Okay. algo. No puedo leer el chat, disculpas. I cannot read the... Oh no, he's stuck. I'm sorry, mate. Uf, mi español es una... A ver, asústame. ¡Boo! 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 What is this? Esto debe de encender las luces. This is an access to the subway system. I don't even know where we are going. Ni siquiera sé a dónde estamos yendo. Excusa. Bueno. ¿Es un sapito? Es más bien como entre un jabalí y un lagarto. The barracks are more like something between a boa and a lizard. They're a dangerous lizard. Oh, right, actually, before I forget, hay alguien, si es que hay alguien que quisiera aprender español o inglés, estoy intentando no capacitarme, pero hacerme conocido, no sé cómo describirlo, como profesor de lenguajes. Estoy seguro que podemos organizar una llamada por Discord y a través de ello podemos hacer varias clases de español o de inglés, lo que prefieran. De hecho, tengo mucha experiencia haciendo eso. El trabajo anterior de mi piloto era enseñar lenguajes. Profe, me perdí en tu mirada. Sí. También está bien decir ese tipo de cortejos. Del momento estaba pensando en organizar las clases gratis, solamente para tener para tener algo de experiencia, para tener algo de práctica. Okay, so very briefly, what I say here in Spanish is, if anyone wants to learn Spanish, I've been thinking of setting up commissioner services of where I teach Spanish on Discord calls. I mean, if you know Preply or any kind of Zoom-based, distance-based, language courses, then you know what I am referring to. Okay. Initially it will be free. We just have to set a Discord call, and I will happily teach you anything you want to learn in Spanish, because I know that some people want to learn Spanish, and I love teaching languages. So yeah, please do consider it. I've been teaching languages for many years. Warning: great evil resides in this place, and it is no longer fit for man. The doors are sealed to protect us from what lies within. Do not remain here. Sounds interesting? Thank you so very much. We can organize on either Discord or through Twitter or through any kind of messaging app. I also would have a posting on Vsinger, but I do apologize if I sound distracted. I also like watching the game. But as I said initially, I will be very happy to do it for free, simply to gain the experience of doing something that I had already been doing for over 5 years by this point, but to gain the confidence and portfolio of doing it in an international manner to someone from outside my country. Most of my previous students were from inside my country, were more personal, so to say. La mayoría de bueno, prácticamente todos mis estudiantes anteriores eran gente de mi país. De hecho, estoy pensando, a veces estoy debatiendo la idea de revelar o no revelar el país en el que vivo. Creo que muchas cosas sobre mi situación en general se explicarían enormemente para si es que sepan de qué país vivo. Pero quisiera que me prometan una cosa, Amici. No quisiera que se sientan mal por el país en el que vivo o que me traten diferente por ello. Ya no. No me preocupo. Oh, okay. That's not good. Tenemos que agregar otra cosa. We need to add something else here. Knife. Blade. Sword. Okay. Excellent. Aquí está. Alright then. Oh. No sé qué me dijo esa voz, pero la tuya por si acaso. Muy resumidamente me dijo que esencialmente los cristianos del mundo de Tyr encerraron a este artefacto, que es el artefacto. Por cierto, mi misión es conseguir rescatar este artefacto. Solamente ellos saben cómo abrir la entrada sellada de esta catedral antigua. Así que ahora debo hacer un gran desvío para poder conseguir este artefacto. Y esa espada es mi espada del bien. Con esta espada puedo rescatar a una damisela en apuros. No. Damisela en apuros me hace pensar en las ilustraciones que veía cuando era mucho más pequeño, en los que una damisela era secuestrada y le levantaban la falda. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué recuerdo eso? Dancing in Distress makes me think of the kind of stuff that I saw when I was much smaller and they kidnap a lady and they lift her skirt or something. Why am I remembering that? That's not good. Pero solo estoy diciendo, si ustedes fuesen mi damisela en apuros, yo los rescataría. Ya, no sé. Ya va. Abunai. その漢字は何かな? What could that kanji mean? I apologize, I am not familiar with those kanji symbols. There doesn't seem to be anything there. Just run. So, sensen wakanai. Sensen wakanai? Don't understand wakanai. Sensen nanika? What is sensen? I want to try and learn Korean. You know, I guess we can also like do a language for language thing. So for example, I teach you Spanish and you teach me Japanese. Sometimes people do those kinds of trades, like instead of paid is like an exchange in skills. Un mapa. Siempre tengo un mapa en las misiones. I always have a map on missions. But maps don't really tend to be too useful. Los mapas no tienden a ser muy útiles. I don't understand Spanish at all. If you would like to, I will be delighted to help you gradually with Spanish. Learning a language can be taken generally in one of two ways. You can take it slow and easy, or quickly and more intensely. And think of it like climbing a mountain or getting to a certain spot in the city. Both ways of doing things take you to the same direction or destination eventually. It's just the one is quicker than the other. But the end result is no different. Okay, here's a thing. So it's more of a question of what is preferable to you and what is more according to your current situation and needs. Y esa espadota, and what about that big sword? Espera, eso rima, así que tengo que decirlo. Es una espadota para cortarte la ropa. Oh, no. Falco. What is this? Soy un mapa. Oye, ¿eso de dónde viene? No lo conozco. Where is that meme from? I'm not familiar with it. Excuse me. Oh, fuck you. Hey, that's not very nice. Take this. Stick your tongue out for him. Sáquenle la lengua. Do you have a Discord server? Technically I do, but it's close invite, and by close invite I mean I am the only one. But I've been thinking of opening a Discord server. I mean, opening that Discord server for the general public, for fans, etc. You know, the main problem with Discord is that I don't really check. That was close. I don't really check Discord often. So I will need to have someone that could stand in as a mod for the for the day-to-day activities. That is the main reason why I've been a little reluctant to open a Discord mod. But I am curious. Any of you Amici will be interested in me opening a Discord server? ¿Alguno de ustedes Amichis estaría interesados en que abra un servidor de Discord? La preocupación principal que tengo es que yo no reviso Discord muy frecuentemente. Entonces, no estoy seguro si es que yo sería realmente capaz de revisar moderar el servidor en el día a día. Aunque... One, two, three. Fuck you, you spider. Fuck you. Oh, right, I have to change my monitor setting here. What is the monitorización de audio? Okay. Okay, I did not expect that. Let's go. I'm not gonna lie, Michi, that did leave me a little bit on edge. Wait, he's fire, right? Does that mean that... What the bit? Okay. That was a thing. I can barely see into dark. Actually, can you Michi even see what is happening? Well, kind of. ¿Tengo miedo? No se preocupe, asistente. Estoy aquí para salvarle. No se preocupe, señorita. Espera. No se preocupe, señorita. Estoy aquí para salvarla. Do not worry, miss. I am here to save you. Pew. But, you know, I am quite lost. Where are we supposed to go now? Boosty macho alpha. Alpha male boys. You know it, baby. You just know it, baby. Oh, wait. You got it, babe. Always bet on Duke. No, always bet on Duke. I got... No, shit, I mean... I got fear of steel. I'm not sure what we ought to do now, though. I am genuinely lost now. Sorry, I think we were offline for a few moments. Disculpa, creo que nos desconectamos un momento. Parece que nos estamos recuperando. We were here earlier. Estuvimos aquí antes. Now it's when the game gets complicated. Dear me, I truly do need to improve my English. Y volvemos a la normalidad. Hemos vuelto a la normalidad. Creo que las señoritas latinas no suelen leer este tipo de novelas picantes, pero aparentemente para muchas señoritas angloparlantes disfrutan de leer novelas sobre monstruos. Monstruos románticos, monstruos guapos. Son protagonistas de novelas románticas. Ahí estamos. En los que la heroína protagonista tiene amoríos con los monstruos. Excellent, right there. Yo no. Yo sería Dark Romance. ¿Qué es Dark Romance? Por el título en inglés significaría algo así como romance oscuro. Pero nunca he escuchado de ese término anteriormente. No. No. And the last time I loaded was, and the last time I say was ages ago. How did that even happen? Hey, what is that? Okay. Aquí tenemos una escalera. Here we have a step. Oh, no. We were just here to... That's disappointing. Is there nowhere for us to go over here? No one. Let's go. And... Bueno. If I don't advance much in this level within half an hour, we can try and play Call of Duty 2 maybe. Si es que no avanzo mucho en este juego dentro de media hora, creo que podemos jugar un poco de Call of Duty 2, creo. Dark romance will be the contrary of what love ought to be. It seems like it's romanticizing being kidnapped and falling in love with your kidnapper. Ese tipo de novelas románticas, ¿verdad? Sí, ok, como 50 sombras de Grey, etc. O... Bueno, esta novela... Oh my god. Yeah. Garrett. Ay. A mí no me gusta, me da miedo. Confieso estar un poco confundido, disculpas. Pensé que habías dicho que te agradaba el género de Dark Romance. Pero parece no ser el caso. Parece que te da miedo, ¿verdad? Okay. What do we have here? God, man. Okay. No way. No way. Are we serious? Did the door get locked? No te agrada el dark romance, ¿te da cosas? Debo confesar que para mi piloto la fantasía de ese tipo de cosas suena un poco fascinante. I will confess that for my pilot, the fantasy of something like that can be kinda fascinating. I do know of a lot of women that are kinda into that as a fantasy. Sí sé de muchas señoritas que les agrada ese tipo de cosas como una fantasía. And for my pilot, the idea of like taking part in that is, I guess I have to admit, kind of attractive. It's just the idea of being able to truly go very long. Oh fuck! Fuck! Oh. And not had to worry about being a good kid, about being polite, and being able to enjoy and breathe her without holding back or mercy is nice, I guess. Supongo que puedo admitir que para mi piloto la idea de poder realmente tener a una señorita y poder disfrutarla o comerla sin piedad es algo que es francamente bastante atractivo. That doesn't make me sound like a psychopath, right? I really hope that it doesn't. Pero si hablamos de terror, sí me gusta, pero my heart is pum pa pum pa pum pa pum. Si hablamos de terror, sí me gusta, pero ok. Si analizando Dark Romance como algo puramente de terror no romántico, entonces eso es lo fascinante. Creo que lo comprendo. Enamorarte de un asesino ya entra. Es entrar en una locura, ¿no? Sí, estoy bastante de acuerdo contigo, panita. How did that work? Por haber sobrevivido. Because we survive. Bye bye. Let's just run here. Oh, hello, hi. Hello, hi, bye bye. Hello, hi, hey, hello. Oh dear, bye. Hello, let's go. Bye bye. Oh no. Oh, sorry. Disculpas. Tengo que avanzar un poco por aquí, discúlpame. Hello. Oh, esto es bastante lindo. Adiós. I guess you could. Sorry, excuse me. I guess. I guess you could try see dark romance as a kind of fantasy, as kind of completely indulgent in in a controlled, idealized situation. Somewhat like, for example, yaoi, or in my case, with hime dance stuff. Obviously, I know that a real relationship between two women, it will not be at all how I imagined them in my fantasies. But having the very idealized situation of a kind of ideal of femininity, two symbols of ideas or femininity, um, is something that is just very comforting for my psyche. And similarly, being able to engage with the fiction or the idea of, for example, in this case, of an anime boy, and an anime boy, is kind of a specific satisfaction of something that some people will seek for the psyche. Se puede observar a la fantasía de enamorarse de un personaje de romance oscuro como una similar a lo que sería el yaoi para fuyoshis o, en mi caso, yuri para hime dances. Obviamente sé que una relación real entre dos señoritas no sería como yo la fantaseo, pero tener dos ideales o símbolos de feminidad amándose una a la otra es algo que me hace bien y que me encanta indulgir en esa fantasía. Similarmente, por ejemplo, muchas personas les agradaría indulgir en la fantasía de un chico de anime. Muy probablemente ustedes sienten o piensan que soy mucho más caballeresco, que mi piloto es mucho más caballeresco o amable de lo que realmente es, por el hecho de que él intenta hacer un esfuerzo por dar esa apariencia durante el canal. Okay, we got 15 minutes. Also, let's save here. Okay. I actually remember a really funny, well, not funny for the writer Italy, a writer of erotica, that a bunch of his female fans quote unquote ambush him in a convention and ask him in detail how he will kidnap a woman. Se dio una situación en la que un escritor de romance se vio, entre comillas, emboscado por algunas de sus fans, y ellas quisieron preguntarle en detalle a este escritor cómo, por favor, dinos en detalle cómo te secuestrarías a una mujer. Espera, tengo las lentes por aquí. ¿Qué le harías? Escríbenos en detalle cómo disfrutarías jugar con esta mujer a la que secuestrarías en esta fantasía. Por ejemplo, ¿qué clase de cosas te gustaría hacer con ella? Dínosnos, por favor, dínosnos. Probablemente se imaginan que querían hacer ellas con esa información. I am sure that you can imagine what they wanted to do with that information. The writer was quite surprised, to say the very least. El escritor estaba bastante sorprendido, para decir lo mínimo. I am completely lost. ¿A quién le gustaría ser secuestrado? Siendo sincero, a mi piloto a veces es una fantasía que tiene. Además, tú estabas aquí cuando el demente de mi piloto dijo toda esa fantasía de tener una pistola en su cabeza, etc. Tú sabes que mi piloto es un masoquista. I mean, you were here when my pilot described that weird feet fantasy about where are we Canadian now? Having a gun pointed at his head and told to do a good job doing you know what, right? You know that my pilot is a tremendous masochist. You know my pilot is a tremendous bottom. You know one thing that has been of interest to me recently? You are familiar with the tag of public use, right? Ustedes son familiares con la etiqueta de uso público, ¿verdad? Okay, describing the tag for the people that might not necessarily be familiar with it. A character is like assigned or said to be public use in a kind of group or social setting. So when they are heading that, anyone in the group can use them to relieve themselves sexually. Oh my god! Oh god! Mommy! Oh fuck! Fuck! This isn't good. Let's... It's over, Barracks. I have the high ground. 1, 2, fire! 1, 2, fire! 1, 2, 50. 1, 2, there! Una araña. Varios monstruos. Okay. Good. It seems like they don't know what to do when we're on the high ground. Despierta, acero. That was dangerous. I'm gonna stick this up your... Okay, I won't say that. Corre, corre, amigo. Puedo sentirlas recorriendo mi cuerpo. Milagritos, yo no pude tener alivio los últimos 5 días. Me hace sentir cosas cuando dice cosas como recorrer. ¿Por qué dijo eso? What the fuck? I am sorry, stenographer, can we take that off the record? Disculpas, abogado estenógrafo, ¿podemos quitar eso del récord, de la transmisión? Why did I say that? Okay, in the interest of fairness, I guess I have to say what I said in English. So, someone said, "Hey, run!" I can feel the spiders running all over my body. And then my insane pilot had to come and say, please, I haven't had relief in like 4 days. Do you need to speak about things crawling on your beautiful skin? Please, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm also sorry that we're not completing this level. I am sorry. Please. I really do apologize. I am sorry. Disculpas. What kind of beast will be that? It looks like a dinosaur. ¿Qué clase de bestia sería eso? Parece un dinosaurio. Es un burrick. It's a burrick. They are... what would you describe them as? I'm sorry, my heart is still kinda beating a little. There are so many different paths of access to this area of the city. Hay tantos caminos alternativos a esta área de la ciudad. Hay... Está todo oscuro, ¿verdad? I think I'm going to complete this level at another moment. Creo que voy a completar este nivel en otro momento. ¿Hay una princesa? No, ninguna princesa. De hecho, creo que fuera del primer nivel. The Watchman's Grave. No hay personajes femeninos. No, hay solamente 2 personajes femeninos en el juego. La sirviente femenina y Victoria, a la que ya conocimos técnicamente, pero conoceremos más en detalle luego. Yo puedo ser mi princesa. Ya eres la princesa de mi corazón. Can I be your princess? You are already the princess of my heart. Was that smooth or was it not? I can be kinda good sometimes, right? Wahaha. 2 arañas. Detrás mío, señorita. Behind me, lady. Okay, we just worked. 1, 2, hit! Oh my god, Karen! Jesus, my friend. Why? Okay. And yes. You know what? I think we can complete the game here. But now the question is, do I want to set up an alternative waiting room? Yes, I do want to. Okay. Estaremos hablando un poco mientras preparo el cuarto de espera. Vaya. ¿Dónde está Tijuana aquí? So I'm going to prepare I'm going to open Google Chrome and prepare the waiting room for I'm going to play Call of Duty 2 now. Do I even have Call of Duty 2 actually? I probably don't. If I don't, Call of Duty, yeah, I don't think I have Veo la luz. Uy, disculpa si el juego estaba un poco oscuro. I do apologize. The game was a little dark. We have Call of Duty 5. We can do that, I guess. Okay. I I want to see if this works. No. Options and control. Graphics. Video. Where is window? Window setting. Anti-aliasing number. Blah blah blah. Graphics. Texture settings. Corporate options. Game options. We don't have the option to option. No, not option. Option to no. So I'm going to quit this, and we are going to go for the file path. We can open this in the X window. Oh no. Ok. Aquí. De acuerdo. Disculpa por ello. Let's see. I think we have to open Google Chrome now. I do apologize a little bit. I am a bit lost for words right now. I am. I am a little. I am thinking if I say something or shouldn't. Estoy pensando. Si debería o no debería decir algo. No, I don't think I should. Disculpas, creo que no debería mencionar nada. Ok, estaré preparando el cuarto de espera. Y prepararemos Call of Duty 5. Schedule, stream, Brutality, Call of Duty 5. Call of Duty World War. Actually, I'm not sure if... No, you know what? We're just going to stay in this one. But what I'm going to do instead is
when she thinks she got one.
No. Don't play the videos here. Or tell you.
You might be
No. Don't play that. Ya debo ir, seguir estudiando. Mucha suerte, espero que tengas un buen estudio. Que te vaya bien, Penita. Muchas gracias por pasar por la transmisión. En algunas ocasiones intentaré hacer más frecuentes las transmisiones a estos horarios. Ojalá que les sea más de mayor comodidad. De acuerdo. Que os vaya muy bien, Penita. Te deseo mucha suerte en el estudio. Call of Duty, I was thinking about it, but I think that instead of that, I will actually, I will actually try to practice a little bit of music, I believe. Me parece bien. Suerte, mucha suerte. Nos vemos el miércoles, por cierto. We will see each other on Wednesday, by the way. I guess I can add the image here. A schedule. I can have the schedule on the back. Oops. Schedule July. La agenda para esta semana. The schedule for this week. As you can see, Wednesday is music practice. But I think we're going to do music practice pretty soon now. What I am not sure of is, do I want to do a video reaction? You know what? I think that I can try and do like 2 video reactions, and I can test how those things go. Right? Yeah. I think that would be a good opportunity to try something new. So, how about we do that? Let me close this. Let me close the X window. And we are going to open Brave browser. Do you have any song that you would like me to sing, Amici? ¿Acaso tendrían alguna canción que les gustaría que intente cantar, Amici? Háganmela saber. Do let me know. I think after today's stream, once I finish today's stream, I clean up some of my OBS scenes and and I'm sorry, just memories of my past are kinda out there be sitting passing by, but I know that if I turn back I will only make my fall. And so I do the best I can. Da 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 da. Bueno. English subtitles translated to Espanol. So, I really do apologize. I've been feeling my palate has been feeling a little bit nauseous lately. I'm sorry. The one, brave reactions. I'm going to bring in a little bit of water. I'll be back in 1 minute. Uh, I do apologize. I think I'm feeling a bit better now. One. Baby steps, baby. Baby steps. I am utilizing my Twitter again. So at the very least it's good that I can so quickly return to that habit. I need to make a much greater effort to take proper care of my appearance. Okay. I think that taking care of oneself can also be the summation of many small steps. Um, what do I mean by that? That you establish the habit of, at first you will have to remind yourself, no, you have to go to brush your teeth. No, you have to try and twist out your parts of your facial hair when you are watching videos or when you are resting, etc. It's a lot of task tasks, many of which are relatively small, but which you have to perform with a certain routine. Bueno. Okay, so this is Bohemians Are a Volume by Please David. It's a video channel that I enjoy watching quite a bit, and I I thought it might be worth a try to see uh if we also enjoy doing something outside of the typical quote unquote typical Vtuber routine. So that is why we're going to try and like expand a little bit. At first, I want to do reactions to this person and to another channel. And later I want to try to do a video like him, like in the style of Please David. Especially trying to read some of the subreddits like Ask Woman No Censor or there was actually also one about of incels or gender topic news. I don't quite remember. I watched him when I'm painting. Really? That's actually super cool. I didn't know that you painted. Actually, I did. I do think that you mentioned a little bit of that on a previous stream. I'm not super sure. Creo que mencionaste que pintabas en otra transmisión, ¿verdad? No, no estoy seguro. I think that you did. I think you did. Okay. Now, vamos. Bye, Please David. Please David is so funny. He's genuinely... I just really like his style of humor. Oh. Scusa.
Did you give mommy some kisses today? Were you a good little boy? That's good. Today, we're back on the boy moms train. I haven't done anything boy moms
David
related
said,
in like
I haven't
8 months,
been a very
maybe,
good boy.
and I'm very excited to hop back into it because some things have gone down in the boy moms community. You might have seen a little bit about this first post that I'm going to show you today. A couple big YouTubers have already made videos about this first part of this video. So
I don't know if I feel excited
and go to the rest
about
of the crazy
this.
shit, or you can enjoy it with me as well.
Okay,
If you don't know what boy moms are,
let's
it's essentially
start
just
this.
moms who treat their sons like they're dating, like they're in a literal relationship. Now, I do want to say something before I begin.
The idea of that kind of dynamic is so incredibly strange to me, given that we just don't really have that in Latin America. And actually, this video will also be a good opportunity to learn a bit of shadowing. What is shadowing? You would try to imitate the pronunciation,
like they're in a literal relationship. Now,
like they're in a literal relationship.
Just moms who treat their sons like
they're dating, like they're in a literal relationship.
Now, I do want to say something.
Like they're in a literal relationship.
Something before I begin. If I see a single comment of someone saying, "I wish my mom was like this," I'm gonna call your landlord and tell him to raise your rent. Do not fucking play with that. Anyways, guys.
That is too extreme a punishment. Please, David, have mercy.
Before I do that, I just want to say, hey guys, how's it going?
How's it going? I am so glad, happy to see you.
And if you're
new here,
I'll send you something to put in this part. Also, don't forget to join the Discord server. Links in the description down below. But anyways, let's get right into it. Okay, so this first post here.
If you're new here, it's a classic. Oh, hey, if you're new here.
It's coming from Jenny Mullen. Now, all this drama started with this post right here of her embracing her 12-year-old son in her bed with the caption, "Your eldest son will be the most toxic man you ever date."
That's
and
not
as you
cute.
see, there's a little bit of an edit added here. This was the original
caption, and she stands by it.
For this, understandably so. That's a fucking
This is the hill she wants to fight on.
weird thing to say.
Reminder
So
that you're awesome. This lady is not
then
awesome.
Changed it back to this because now all of a sudden she does stand on it, and you know what? I can respect that. I don't like the idea of calling your son the most toxic man you'll ever date. I don't think you should be viewing your relationship with your son as a toxic romantic relationship.
Just an opinion, yeah. In the first place, what did the son do to deserve being called toxic? Because, yes, I guess some kids can be pretty misbehave a lot, etc. But calling him toxic from early on, it's already kind of setting up for a bad bad. Because the kid is already going to think, oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm a bad kid. There's no help in me. I just like misbehave because I'm a bad kid. Even beyond all the weird stuff like toxic dating, etc., just calling him toxic, it really strikes me as a bit strange. And I mean, that's hardly the most strange thing in this video, but...
relationship. You're just his mom, and it's kind of supposed to be a little one-sided. Kind of all parent relationships are maybe a little bit toxic. You give a lot, you don't get a lot in return. But anyway,
maybe this will be controversial to say, but I don't think it necessarily should all be like that. Not only so that the parent will have someone to help them, but also so that the child himself or herself is able to learn self-agency and independence from a certain age. If were my pilot ever able to to become a husband and father, he is actually pretty committed to the idea of teaching them from early on, about as early as possible, son or daughter, to cook for themselves, to clean after themselves, and to help them to clean their room and to organize their own schedule and their own time. And there is a reason why I say why I say specifically help them, because it is easy. I shouldn't spend too much time on this tangent. It is easy to tell the kid, oh yeah, I mean, have you cleaned your room recently? Have you done your chores recently? But if they don't have an example of how to do that, sometimes that can feel like just telling them to do something. They don't have a very clear pattern or a very clear idea how to do that. So you had to show them through your own live example again and again and again and again and again. The idea of my pilot is maybe not necessarily being a house husband, but because of the way that he was raised, his mother was always working. Like most of the women that he knows are a working woman. I'm not sure if I ever actually seen a stay-at-home mother. So the idea of there being a considerable distinction between domestic duties, for example, the wife cleans, the wife shows the kids, takes care of the house, etc., that just doesn't exist for my pilot. He always had the idea that like taking care of the house was a non-gender specific thing. Like it is something that you simply do to survive and take care of yourself. And what he hopes, I'm taking too long on this. What he hopes is that if he gets to be a dad, is that he can show his children, oh yeah, excellent, let's go and cook dinner for mama. Come on, kids. Come on, kids, it's time to clear the room. Yeah. Okay, now we need to prepare lunch for mama. Shh. Kids, mama is sleeping. Let's play pretend to rest. Let's give mama a rest, okay? Let's give mama time to rest. Or, for example, being able to tell, being a good husband in the sense of being able to tell the wife, it's okay, honey, you can go and have your time you can just go to an hotel, you can just go like somewhere outside the house, you can relax and you don't have to think about anything. I will take care of the kids and you can go and have your own time for yourself. Go to an spa or something, but have a bit of me time. Why did we go on that whole tangent? I'm sorry.
Anyways, she eventually went on to a podcast, the Not Skinny But Not Fat podcast, the just in between podcast, regular size podcast, I guess, to clear some of this up.
Common size podcast.
Go into Instagram.
Okay.
Because this is what I called you about when you were trending.
Yeah.
I didn't really even know all the drama about this fucking post.
Yeah.
And I thought that what you said on the phone to me
don't say a mean word.
True and hard.
Yeah.
And we talked about you writing a piece about it.
Yeah.
And I was like, come on the pod and say this because I think it's really important. So let's talk about how it all started. You posted a photo with your kid.
Yes.
You're
the eye
hugging
tracking
in the
sometimes
bed.
is
Yes.
Call it whatever you want. Hugging. Embracing.
Definitely embracing. I would call it embracing. And look, I feel.
But yeah, it is pretty intense. You couldn't say it is just hugging.
Like,
I don't know if
I feel like the picture, right? The picture itself.
I don't
on its
know
own
if
is one thing, and then the
the
caption itself on its own.
if the
is one
post
thing.
was
but
that
you kind
bad
of put
though.
them together in the wrong
But
way. That made it even
Davidson
worse. If it was just
does
a
have a good
picture of just
point
you and
in
him
that
standing beside each other, like. you probably wouldn't have had such a bad reaction to
it's the combination of the post and the caption.
Once again, I don't think the reaction would have been as bad, but putting those things together,
that is kind of like what made it
fucked up. Really made it seem like you were like abuse posting about your toxic relationship with your son, which is why a lot of people maybe definitely overreacted and said, someone needs to call CPS on this motherfucker.
Toppling, whatever the fuck. Yeah. Caption was your eldest child will be
I don't know what to think about that.
Which is true. Okay, those were the exact words. Yeah. So people don't then twist it or anything.
And Michi, what do we even say to something like that? You know what? Maybe on some level, yeah. And I guess that most kids like misbehave a lot and like they can be like quite temperamental, quite challenging, etc. I don't know if they deserve to be called toxic for that. And yeah, we're not even touching the whole like dating thing. We all know that it's just something weird as fit. Like we know that it's weird. We know that it's weird. And this is coming from someone that actually got called too sexy at 11. Okay? This is... Madam Pilot kind of has a barometer for things that are weird.
Which, if you have a son, you fucking know that.
Yeah, you guys are just
don't say I'm
me
mean,
because you don't have sons. Dude, I got a fucking mom, okay?
I think about that moment sometimes.
I'm still a boy. Fuck.
Oh, yeah. To his mom, to David's mom, he's still a good kid. He's still a baby kid. Yeah, David is a boy.
I'm a man now, but I was a boy, and I have a mom, and she never did this.
She never did that either. My mom never did that either. What in the world?
Right? Normal reaction. I feel like a lot of people overreact and think that these moms are like being predatory to their children in like a weird way.
And like a weird relationship way.
Toxic parenting, and it's done there. Personally, that's what I believe, and that's just the way that they speak.
Let's see. How do I want to say this? There is a very broad and very overlapping spectrum between the idea of like just saying weird things on one end, let's say that is on one end, and the full gamut of things that will be in the interest of lawyers and law enforcement, activities that will be of interest to police officers, between families. And there are many things within the lower end of the spectrum that for many social reasons, like they tend to get silenced, or for example, the child himself wants to tell himself that it wasn't as big of a deal as they make it out to, as they feel that it is. So sometimes it can be like, maybe it wasn't like something that was like super mega wrong or something that they should call CPS over, but maybe it is something that did make the kid kind of uncomfortable. My pilot has somewhat recently been thinking about a few experiences in life that maybe they weren't like super mega bad, but that they still actually did leave him kind of upset. And thinking about why did people feel the need to say that? For example, I imagine that the question emojis are in reference to the thing about my pilot being called too spicy at 11, which is a really weird thing to hear, right? Like I still to this day wonder why in the world did that lady say that. And also, what was so sexy about my eyes? Come on. But people sometimes just say weird stuff like that, and sometimes it can like stick with you in ways that you don't necessarily expect, and that you are only able to unpack a long time after. I think the key is that when you are safe, when you feel like you will be safe to do so, when you feel like you will have your own space to do so.
From the beginning, that this is going on like the wrong side of Instagram. This is being taken. Like, you could tell right away, right, when the comments.
Well, I think Caroline, not to throw Caroline under the bus, but somebody attached my Instagram to my Facebook.
Okay.
Facebook is a different demo of humans.
Yeah.
It's not because of Facebook. If anything, Facebook is the place where they would accept this even more. I think you have a fundamental lack of understanding of what people are just like on the internet.
More.
Because posting that in the first place and thinking that was a good idea, you really don't know what the fuck's going on. Anybody else who spends maybe at least 2 hours a day scrolling anywhere else other than Facebook and Instagram could have looked at that post for you, vetted it for you, and said, no, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't post that. There's another part here. I'm just going to skip ahead a little bit. You don't need to hear the rest of it, but she did write a blog post about this that I'm going to show you in a second. This part really pissed me off.
It is like, what are we talking about?
What are we talking about?
And by the way, if you knew my son, like, he's really the predator.
What in the
world? Your 12-year-old son's a predator?
What in the fuck?
Are you just talking?
Moshi, Zatsu ka? Okay. What in the fuck? What in the feet? Good lady. Oh. But I think my bladder has been groped like 2 times, and somehow this feels about as uncomfortable. No, but you know what? Actually, a client did like touch me in a kinda weird way, but not like not like a super creepy way or anything. Like, he was just a strange person. And actually, my pilot's hands were actually kinda shaking. Like, that was a bit of a scary moment. And I think hearing this is like almost as crazy as that moment.
Talking shit about your kid now to make dig yourself out of a hole? Well, you don't really dig yourself out of a hole. People say that though, don't
she
they?
Jumped into a hole.
Yes, you can climb out of a hole. Get me on the Council of Burrowing Animals right now. I've fucking figured this shit out.
She threw herself and her son down a hole.
Trying to like lock him out of the bathroom for like the last.
Hold on, no,
did all over me. I've been like trying to like lock him out of the bathroom for like the last 12 years.
No, the bathroom is crazy.
When children are like very, very young, they don't always have a very good sense of when their own identity ends and where the identity of their mother begins. So when they are very young, they don't necessarily have a sense of, okay, mama wants to have her own private space, or okay, mama is in the bathroom now, etc., etc. They just simply don't really understand that. So it is not unheard of that for a kid, they will just follow their mom into the bathroom or something because they don't understand that barrier.
I don't know the home dynamic or anything. And yes, this is like, it seems like toxic parenting for sure. I'm sure you guys are going to let me know everything you think about this as well. But for some reason, my mind keeps going to this place where I love imagining that there's also a dad here who's just jealous all the time. Like, he's an equally toxic parent, and instead of like talking to her about her behavior, like the way she talks about things, instead he's just jealous all the time.
Yeah, honey, like, maybe you shouldn't be talking.
Why does this guy get all the fucking hugs and kisses and all the attention and shit?
No. Oh my god. Imagine also, but the thing is that also, imagine if you are the kid and you feel, oh god, my dad is gonna get so jealous. He's gonna try and beat me up if I'm too close to mom. That is so fitting uncomfortable. That is genuinely terrifying. Because of course, the dad can beat you up. Technically, the dad can like throw you down shell. So there is also a sense of like fear for your own safety. Fear for your own safety. Safety. Fear for your own safety. When you feel that your father is angry at you, even if it is for an unjustified reason.
Literally just got here like 12 years ago. known me forever. Babe, can you take the garbage out? Why don't you get your,
ask your boyfriend to do it?
Anyways, that was...
Sanity has left the chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Imagine how emotionally unsafe that kid must feel. Wow. Wild.
The Jenny Mullen situation. But now I want to show you the blog post that she made attached to this original post that she made. The blog is titled, Please Stay, I Want You, I Need You, Oh God. I think those are lyrics to a song.
You know, earlier you mentioned that I wonder if there is a dad or something. I don't know if there is necessarily a dad. She seems very, 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 very emotionally needy.
I'm just going to skim through this. I'm going to read the important parts. Call me old-fashioned, but I only want my sons to marry women with dead mothers.
What?
She sounds like the kind of person that'll make sure it happens, too. It's my only shot at staying relevant. Okay, well, now that's depressing.
What in the... Okay. Look, there are these people called therapists, and they are very willing and they will be very happy to assist you with the kind of unresolved emotional issues and the kind of emotional traumas that you might have from your past. I think there are a multitude of things that we have to unpack in here, more than I can load onto a single video.
I think we need a little bit more positive self-talk of seeming useful and of winning by comparison. Having boys is a mind fuck. It builds you up only to tear you apart. I used to find it insane that my mother-in-law fell apart when Jason told her we were getting married. Wait, your mother-in-law had a breakdown when she found out that her son was marrying you? I think you might be a problem.
I think that the mother-in-law, I am sure that she did break down. I am sure that she was actually terrified, but probably not for the same reason that this woman is terrified for her kid.
I think she might have seen something the rest of us didn't. Now
No, actually, I think that the rest of us are seeing it very quickly too. We didn't even know this woman for less than 10 minutes, and we already had a pretty good idea of what the mother-in-law saw.
I understand it had nothing to do with my cat allergy or whether or not I touched her lasagna. I was eating her son straight out of the fridge without even asking for a plate. I feel like these are bad ways to talk about people. There's just something about that makes me a little uncomfortable. He's his own person who can...
It doesn't make me a little uncomfortable, Davidson. It makes me very, very uncomfortable.
Divide his attention amongst people in whichever way he fucking sees fit. It's not you two fighting over him. Relax.
What does eating her son mean? It's a really weird analogy, but I can kinda see what she tried to do there in writing. She was talking about how she thought originally that the mother-in-law was upset about the wife taking things from the house, right? For example, like eating her lasagna, eating her lunch, or touching something in her house. And she tried to carry over from that to the feeling of possessiveness that the mother-in-law might have over her own son. To say, oh yeah, she wasn't worried about me eating the lasagna. She was worried about me eating or taking her son. But it does come off as really, 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 really weird. Like, really weird. Really weird. Several months ago, my eldest was texting with a girl. She was... but I could already tell my brand of toxic. She was pussy. Using big words, and he was, I can't read it. I complained to Jason that blah blah, I solely intervened before he got hurt. And bro, what? She wasn't even hotter than me? It died. It died. but he insisted I let him make his own mistakes. Yeah, that's totally pretty good for a romantic relationship. You kinda shouldn't really get too involved in the romantic shenanigans of your child unless they are in danger. My pilot has some experience, unfortunately, with some of his partners like getting their noses involved where they shouldn't be, and it's incredibly frustrating. It's extremely, extremely, extremely frustrating. So I certainly understand what the father, which was apparently present, meant when he said like, no, dear, you need to let him make his own mistakes. Kanji anderuよ。その漢字は何かな? How do you pronounce that kanji? Oh, dear me, I go puke. No. 死んでるよ。死んでる。That's Are we dying? 死んでるよ。死んでるよ means like I am dying? Or like we are dying? Or like, oh god, it's something to die for. I feel like I want to die or something, I assume. So that is the kanji for dead, I presume. It's all on fire. My mind is on fire.
Was texting with a girl. She was 12. But I could already tell my brand of toxic. She was bossing him around and using big words, and he was utterly spun. I complained to Jason that I wanted to intervene before he got hurt, and that she wasn't even hotter than me. Wait, yes. So the Jason in question, by the way, totally forgot to mention this, is Jason Biggs of American Pie fame. I could just imagine Jason Biggs in bed.
No what?
Wait, yes. So the Jason in question, by the way, totally forgot to mention this,
is
Jason Biggs of American Pie fame. I could just imagine Jason Biggs in bed,
what?
Playing fucking Candy Crush or something on his phone while she's ranting about this. They got divorced, so it's probably not a good relationship. This fucking 12-year-old girl, she's not even hotter than me.
I think we can kind of understand.
You're the hottest. Oh, level 1019? Sick. But Jason insisted I let him make his own mistakes. In matters of like relationships, probably, especially if you're gonna just tell your kid that.
Okay, but aside from the weird stuff, I actually can kind of understand watching someone really vulnerable and want you cherish with your entire heart go into the world and be afraid for thinking, are they gonna be okay? Are they gonna be hard, etc. And I totally understand the idea of wanting to do everything in your power to make sure that they are not hard, and trying to accept the fact that they must do their own journey onto the world, which comes with the implication that they could make their own decision or that they could get hurt, is something genuinely incredibly difficult. Something that genuinely can like be almost heartbreaking. So in that sense, I am sympathetic to the worries of the mother. On the other hand, there's everything else. So yeah, let's just keep watching.
The 12-year-old girl is not as hot as you. That is, sorry, so many layers of fucking. And objectively, he's right. But as a mother, you want to shield and protect and fiercely defend the thing you've devoted your life to shaping.
I'm gonna be kind of controversial here. I don't think that mothers should define themselves primarily through motherhood. I don't think they should define their person or the center of their life as being a mom. I genuinely think that is something that it's probably not good for a lot of people. Maybe some people love that, but I think, personally, for a considerable number of people, that is actually something that can lead them down a very unhealthy path.
There's so much anticipatory grief wrapped into motherhood. It will trigger even the most well-adjusted of women. Yes,
understandable.
I feel like the way you're writing this is like demeaning to yourself and so many people. But the abandonment we eventually endure as boy moms is uniquely cruel because it begins as worship. My pain is worse. Actually, my brand of abandonment is uniquely cruel compared to yours. Oh, your parents left you? Try being a boy mom. They arrive obsessed, dependent, adoring. They think we're magic. We think we're magic.
Wow, motherhood is magic.
I don't think that's a unique brand of cruelty. I think that's just apparent.
No, I mean, I do think that she was kind of cooking with that.
They still crawl into my sweaters and into my sheets. They still need me to open milk cartons and operate on invisible injuries.
Okay, I think that for the woman, for the mother, that part is actually kind of important. They still need me, okay? There is someone that needs me. Therefore, I am their emotional master. They depend on me and they need me, so I kind of control the relationship. At least that is how I am reading this part.
I'm still in it, but also somehow outside of it. Fully aware I am living through the longest goodbye of my life. I pray that at least one of them is gay. It's like, yeah, well, at least if one of them's gay, then that's not even a real relationship anyways. But if one of them's straight, I'm gonna have to compete for actual love? I feel like so many people were mad about her post that they didn't even get to this blog post and read this, because this is 10 times worse. I pray that at least one of them is gay. Oh my god. To give this person the benefit of the doubt, I do think that they use a lot of this as like comedy. You know, like a lot of this is perhaps like sarcasm. I don't think you're doing
Brother, I hope it's sarcasm.
I don't know. I can't actually tell you how to do it. You do whatever you want, but I gotta say, you could use some advice from people close to you. Now we got some other boy moms posts to go.
Mom, man, not just people close to them. She could use an advice from the therapist, she could use an advice from the lawyer, she could use an advice from the priest, I don't know. But she certainly could use advice. A lot of advice.
Go through. I just said posts in the most Canadian fucking way.
Post.
Anyways, on to the next one. Oh, dude, this is so funny.
Hello, mate. Would you like some maple syrup with that post?
This post is titled, Just a Proud Mom and Her 2 Boys. Oh yeah, you gotta get in real close for that hug. Oh, dude. Like, it's a whatever video.
Amiche, please forgive my pilot for what he was about to say, but the mom actually kinda had a nice chest. But that certainly is pretty crazy to wear a dress like that, to take a photo with your kids. How do you think that just must feel like? I do apologize. A lot of hormones are flying around my pilot's brain. Your pilot, the person behind the Vtuber character, Nakanohito. I am actually pretty big between the separation of my real life person and the character Halconiis that I play. Without getting too much into the detail, I guess through some of the things that I said, you can kinda get intuition, or you can kinda get the feeling that my pilot, the person behind the avatar, didn't exactly have the best life. So pretending like Halconiis is a completely separate entity for me feels a little bit like protecting him or starting anew, casting out of my old life behind. And so that way, I don't... Maybe to my pilot, it happened that he got called like too sexy at 11, or maybe to him it happened that a woman took him to the back and made him, quote unquote, give her head, etc. But to me, to Halconiis, those things did not happen, and that way Halconiis can be like pure and innocent and everything, etc. Now, obviously, with this kind of trauma dumping, the barriers are kind of like a little bit broken. But I would like to think It's about pretty crazy. I didn't even think that I was going to say that today, but I guess I've been thinking about that quite a lot. For what it's worth, my pilot was post-pubescent for that experience, over 18. So it wasn't as bad as it could have been. It's not like my pilot can say he didn't enjoy it either. Yeah, I will talk about it more on another occasion. I don't want to distract too much from this video. But I do apologize though, that some of these things must seem pretty crazy. And of course, there are also the times like where my pilot got body slammed, etc., or like a bunch of other violent episodes that will be too long to say right now. But yeah, that is part of the reason why my pilot is pretty big on the separation between pilot and character.
I love how the camera gets closer and closer to the tits. I'm gonna say one thing and I'm gonna move on, okay? Well, I can't say it. Well, I guess they're still breastfeeding.
Boo! Boo!
No.
Boo!
We'll just move on. Next one. The quickest post of all time before we actually get into a bit of another story. This comes from Facebook. Being a boy mom is different. Like, they really think they're your man.
Okay.
That's just a sneak peek into the mind of a boy mom. They really think they're your man. No.
I don't want to have a sneak peek on the mind of a boy mom.
That's the problem. They think they're your son, which they are. You're confusing that. They really think they're your man. Don't put fucking thoughts and or words in your son's mouth. He doesn't think that. I could say with 100% certainty he doesn't think that. Got a little bit of a story here.
Yeah, it is almost completely certain that he doesn't. Yeah. The level of delusion that some people can achieve to convince themselves in order to believe that their quote-unquote target feels the same as them can be genuinely fascinating sometimes. Like sometimes they can have a completely different novel written in their head about like how you totally like something, etc.
I did read the first line and made me want to throw up a little
bit. Okay, before we enter into the full-on insanity, also, which outfit do you like best for your Vtuber? I never thought about it, to be entirely honest. Are you familiar with Hall's Moving Castle by any chance? I think if I was able to like completely choose, it was a pre-made model. I did not commission this model. The design for a model, I would kind of like to look at take a lot of inspiration from Hal, from the main character. For that matter, I would like my model to be a little bit older, a little bit more mature, but not much more mature, like a little bit younger than Hal, which Hal looks like he's in his early 20s or something, right? I think that's something like around 14 to 17. That will be nice. Like, let's say, for example, this model seems like he's 11 or something. So like a couple of years older. 13 to 15. That will be good. That will be good. Kinda between shonen and teenager. Yeah.
But this post is titled, My Mom is a Boy Mom. This is a 22-year-old girl who's making a post about her mom's relationship with her brother. My younger brother is 14. I'm 22. Ever since my younger brother started going through puberty, my mom's been acting a lot different towards him. It feels like she treats him like her boyfriend.
Oh, God.
She has split custody 50-50 with his dad. When he's home with us, they have to spend every moment together. She throws a massive tantrum if he wants to hang out with his friends who live around here. She throws a bigger tantrum if any girls want to talk to him. Her and I have gotten into screaming arguments because she's acting weird and way too overprotective and prudish. Like he can't even talk to girls his age. And she went so far as to call little 13-year-old girls sluts for wearing summer clothes. And I called her disgusting for putting such derogatory labels on children. This is the one that blows my mind the most. The first lady did this too, talking shit about a little girl because your son is
I want to
exploring
get out
people
of
his
Mr.
own
Bones'
age. Are
crazy
you
world,
joking?
right?
My mom always makes weird excuses for having reasons to touch my brother, especially his abdomen. God, make it stop. Make it stop. My brother is in many sports and eats well. He loves cross country. He's stringy and lean, as a lot of teenage boys are. And
what does stringy mean?
Has visible abs. And my mom always finds an excuse to touch them, or his arms, or casual touching in public with a hand on his knee or shoulder when they go out. Possessive. That's fucking freaky. Like, that's gotta be so embarrassing and confusing. Grow up. My mom was never this physical with me, or her fiance, or anyone else that I've noticed. Just my brother.
Okay.
Again, being the only sane person in the room, I usually verbally and loudly call her out for doing that, and she'll pull her hand away and make an excuse and say, "It's not that serious."
Not that serious. You're so dramatic. He's my son.
Oh god, yeah. This like manufactured, like plausible deniability. Well, you don't think I'm allowed to touch my son?
Yeah, why are you making it so weird? He's my son.
She continues to do his laundry. She stopped doing mine at like 10 years old, and takes long cleanliness sniff checks on marked dirty clothes, including boxers. You don't need to do a cleanliness sniff check on boxers. He wore them, wash them. Don't need to sniff them. She makes him carry her purse when they're out in public. Less of a son way and more like a boyfriend way.
What does that even mean? Okay, look, my pilot did carry the bag for his mother sometimes, and I do not know what she means by that. What does that even mean? What is the assumed way of grabbing the purse versus a boyfriend way? Maybe it is because my pilot didn't exactly have many romantic relationships, etc. But I cannot imagine of a boyfriend way of holding the purse. My pilot only holds it like, if it were a grocery bag or something. Hair color? Maybe red-headed, in honor of Miyagi-san.
Wrong, and she always excuses any bad behaviors he may have. Though he's a good
red-headed
kid,
or
she
pink?
talks to him in the same way a woman would talk to her partner, if that makes sense. I fucking hate this.
That doesn't make sense. Actually, that doesn't make sense at all.
I hate this, man. I thought the first one was going to be the worst. I think this might be worse. I know what's going on. She's never had a good man in her life because she's dumb and ignorant, genuinely. Okay, Rose. I call her out every time, but I know nothing will change. I've had long talks with my brother to tell him what is going on, and he shouldn't let her treat him like this. And if she makes any weird advances, to tell me immediately, and he wouldn't get in trouble. Because he's still young enough to worry about getting in trouble for standing up to his parents, which breaks my heart. Yeah. I even gave him a secret phone that I pay for that she can't spy on with parental apps. And also, if he's in trouble, he can call me. It's that bad? Okay, so the post makes it sound really fucking strange. Like a really strange relationship. I didn't really get from this. It's so bad that you gave him an extra phone.
The only thing you can rescue from
like that are already having to be
this
done.
whole thing, it's
mama,
pretty cute how the sister does so much to try and keep her brother safe.
That you have to get a secret phone for your brother.
Her brother
this is a lot less fun than the first Boy Moms video. Oh my lord. All right, on to the next one. That's horrible. Am I overreacting? Boyfriend and his mom, part 2. I didn't get part 1. You don't need part 1. So I'm trying to work something out. Also, it's her dad's birthday tomorrow, so yeah. If that's okay.
Blue
with
messages
you,
are the boyfriend. Gray messages are the mother.
He's trying to let her know that he can't come see her that day because he's spending time with his girlfriend's family. Facepalm.
Yeah, apologies.
I hope they'll also be there for you when you need help. You're a real nasty witch for that. They're your priority now. I'll understand if you're already married to her. Well, we aren't married, haha. That's what I'm saying. But she's acting like she already owns you. I think she's the boss. Whatever she says,
I think she's the boss.
For sure you won't be home tomorrow because she says it's her dad's birthday. Dude, I can't stand this human. Oh my god. I don't want to hate her, but I think she's trying to compete with me.
This is wild. Brother, this is so wild.
Oh, you're such a loser! Oh, loser alert! Loser
this
alert!
Is
you
wonderful.
have nothing to compete with. What the fuck?
This is just wonderful.
Don't come home
ever.
You're not welcome here. You're not welcome here. I just want you to clear your room and the garage. Get rid of your Ute as well.
Maybe he has a lute.
All your things for council pickup. I'll come home this
I'll
week.
come home this week.
That's the problem. He folded. Hornsby? Oh, was this supposed to be in a fucking British accent the whole time?
British? Was supposed to be British this time. But, I mean, what can you really do if a parent pulls you to that kind of ultimatum? Will it really be worth it to stand and fight over what is ultimately a not that important family gathering? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh yeah, it says mum under here. Fuck.
Hi, Mom.
I could have read this all in a British accent. Hope there's another British one. That's crazy that you fold. I mean, you shouldn't have to deal with this in the first place, but you also should not fold. What a manipulative devil woman. This pisses me off the most.
I will argue that she isn't that very good at being manipulative if she is so obvious though.
This pisses me off the most. I don't want to hate her, but I think she's trying to compete.
I don't want to hate her.
Nobody's trying to fucking compete with you. You're my mom. You're my only mom, and that's who and what you are in my life. You are something else in your own life, and you get to be that, right? And she is something else in my life.
But there are also like other people in someone's life that can also like take into the role of a paternal or a maternal figure, right? So even if they're not like biologically your mother, you can kind of feel like they are your mommy, if that makes any sense.
Life and something else in her own life. We're all separate people with different relationships with one another. No competition going on. Shut.
In the past, it had also been mentioned that the wider network of social relations and social interactions between an individual and the community around him, was much wider than what we consider today. And there was also a much greater awareness, not only of the extended social circle, but of the individual's place within the society, being part of a much greater whole.
The fuck up. Okay, this is a good one. It's Instagram reel with the comments. My son just begged me to bite into this waffle that has a thumbtack hidden in it. So the answer is no, Janet. I'm not thinking about having more kids. Hi, so this isn't a prank and isn't funny. Kids don't normally do this.
I agree. My father was a kid and normally he didn't do this.
Talk to me when you're a boy, Mom. Kids
I don't think I want to talk with
setting
you.
Like death traps for you everywhere. Anvil above the bathroom door.
Watch out!
Rat poison in your coffee. Oh my god!
I made some coffee for you, Mom.
Running up to you, you have to
Come
eat
on,
it.
You have to eat it.
No, you have to eat it.
No, Mom, you have to eat it.
Special in it.
Yeah, I put something special for you.
Mom.
You have to eat it.
Just another day being a boy, Mom. Completely normal boy stuff.
Boys will
On a
be
serious
boys.
note, these are the type of kids that end up eating their parents. So you need to take action.
Oh man, fuck that.
My boyfriend's mom just posted this on Instagram. Rules for dating my son. Oh,
okay, what are the rules for dating her son?
Dad's post, but like
Doubt
mom instead. He is not your ATM. If you show up to my house looking like a stripper, I will make you go away.
But what if the son wants her to look like a stripper? Okay, Amici, I am actually genuinely interested. If there are male Amici, like, would you like your girlfriend to be dressed provocatively in public? Or if there are female Amici, would you like, well, I guess also would you like your boyfriend to be dressed provocatively in public, but would you be comfortable dressing provocatively in public for your boyfriend to like give him a bit of happiness? I'm actually genuinely curious about that. My pilot will at least like the idea of, in some occasions, like have his partner. Yeah, sure, you can message me on Twitter. Dress like provocatively, kinda to show off, like, oh yeah, like check out my lovely girlfriend, check out my beautiful lady. Partly because he never really had etc. Okay, it will just be fun. It will just be fun. So for the for the son. I'm gonna assume that it is a grown son this year. Maybe the mom wouldn't like it, but I think that the son will like it. I know that my father will like it.
I see any sexts on his phone, I will make you go away. Understand that if I don't like you, I will make you go away. Understand that I can make you go away. At first it was like, oh, I could convince him to stop dating you, but now it's like,
she says a lot of,
I can make you go away. As he takes less and less time spent with me. And gives.
I didn't interpret it make you go away as in like, I will, etc. I interpreted it as like, I can make life so unbearable for you that you will not want to keep the relationship with my son. But maybe it means also like, I can, step.
Gives it to you. You'll die. He's a mama's boy. Okay, let's ask him. Let's ask him if he's a mama's boy. Unless you have a ring on your finger, your opinion of that does not matter.
Okay, listen. That is kinda cool. That is a little badass. You cannot tell me that isn't at least a little cool. Mama was kinda cooking with that one. Yeah, girl. No ring? No. Then I don't care. I sent something. I will check it later, likely after a stream, because I had Twitter open on on a different browser, and I can't open more than one browser with my hardware limitations. Apologies for that. Okay. Once I actually read a manga where the main character, or the point of view character, was actually the wife. Well, I mean, wife for a while, but later on they get separated and the woman does her own life, etc. Like, it actually follows the story of the woman, like, throughout the decades. But when they get engaged, the husband or future husband gives her an engagement ring, but not for the finger. Like, she actually wonders, hey, this engagement ring looks different. Oh yeah, it's an engagement door ring. It was actually for her feet. It was actually super cute. Like, the way that she drew it was actually like really, really cute. It was like almost a kind of secret, or a kind of like private thing between the two of them, like something that only they will understand. And in that intimate sense, it was actually like really, really pretty. It was really, really cute. Even though I imagine, maybe unless the bride like really like her feet or something, most women will like to show off the engagement ring, like, like showing it off at work, like, hey, yeah, look what I got on my finger here. I don't know if many of them will like a touring engagement ring.
You are not in charge of him, and it is not up to you to change him.
Yeah, Mama, I think you could apply that rule to yourself.
Take him for who he is, or see rule
I
number
drew
5.
you.
I
Thank
can make
you.
go away.
Thank you.
He is a gentleman. I taught
Thank
him
you
that.
so
I feel
much.
like you didn't
Thank
teach him
you.
a lot of good things. You better act like a lady and deserve that. Oh my god, deserve.
That comes off as a little misogynist.
I can't stand that fucking word. Oh my god, I can't stand that word. You better act like a lady and deserve that. Shut up. I know how to avoid jail. Mom, you're not tough. Mom, you're not tough. And it's just like middle-aged woman with her tea in her nightgown on the couch posting this. Oh, the girls will love this. I know how to avoid jail. Shut up.
Okay.
If you weasel your way past all of these rules and fake your way to a ring on your finger, oh, like she can't genuinely be a good person. You can't imagine a world in which the son that you taught so well could find another good person in the world. I will be something much worse than your boyfriend's mom. I'll be your mother-in-law. That's what you sound like. That's what you fucking sound like. The pick me to boy mom pipeline is very real. Imagine carrying pregnancy for 9 months only to end up giving birth to a little creature who does not only look exactly like her father, but she has also taken all of your husband's attention. As a woman, if your first child is a girl, just know you now have a biological co-wife. There's something wrong inside of your head. Could be worms. Are the worms in your brain again?
Plural. No.
Horrible. What a way
things
to think about
wrong.
your daughter.
Not one thing wrong. There are actually a multitude of things wrong inside her head.
What a way to think about your own child. Is it worse if you have a daughter already or if you're posting this before you have a kid?
They are both horrible,
like
mate.
You don't have a child yet, but imagine when a kid does grow up and sees you post this, because it's on the internet forever. They're gonna find it.
Forever and ever and ever and ever.
Life? What the fuck is wrong with your head?
That's too funny. I'm sorry, that's just way too funny.
When she thinks she got one up because she gave birth to his first child, but I gave him his first son. Ah, yes, I gave him his first heir. His first heir to all of his lands. Yes, you may have given birth to the first child,
shall inherit the lands. Yeah.
Fuck? Who genuinely cares? You sound like someone who's horrible to co-parent with. The fact that someone else's kid, who is your son's half-sister, is living in your head rent-free. You got beef with a baby? Oh, it's just brutal. Oh, okay, we got a full-on TikTok.
I don't know if she will have beef with the baby, exactly. I think she will have beef with the other woman. At least that is what I interpreted.
Here. I never thought that I would be that toxic boy mom.
Okay.
Don't they all?
I never thought that I would be that toxic boy mom. I love my 4 kids equally, but that last little boy just hits different. And now I feel like I'm having this existential crisis. Or I wouldn't be that mom, that toxic boy mom. He hits his sisters, he punches them. I'm like, maybe he's having a hard day.
Oh yeah, you're just a dick. You're just genuinely a dick. If you let that go on,
the
rest of your kids are really not going to love
the
you
daughters are going to be very happy.
So when I think about my daughters getting married, I get excited, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Finally, I can fucking get rid of you.
I wasn't being that mean. I wasn't thinking it that mean. I thought it was going to be, oh, I'm so glad, my beautiful daughter. I'm glad that you got such a wonderful, beautiful, gorgeous, sexy, good-looking man to continue the family bloodline. Thank you so very much. But if it's her son,
me and him, me and my youngest son, together forever.
Wear their dresses, planning their weddings. When I think about my son's wedding, I want to cry.
I'm sure as he gets older, he'll start crying thinking about his wedding day and imagining how you're gonna be on that day.
Boy mums, we've got to step up. We got to realize that we are the problem.
Okay, I mean, there is a lesson of awareness there. Congratulations.
And, Halconiis, good for you. I think that's a good one to end off on. End on a high note. You never leave the gym on a miss, right? You gotta leave on a make. And I count this, that's a make. I really want to hear which one you thought was worse. I think we both know which one's the fucking the two worst. The first one, this lady, or this post. I think it's gotta be this post. She got an extra phone for the kid? That's brutal. I feel like this is worse. I want to know what you think. You think this one's worse or you think the first one's worse? I definitely didn't like that the first lady called her son a predator, but yeah, I'd love to hear what you guys I'd love to hear what you guys think. Anyways, guys, that's gonna do it for today's video. I really hope you enjoyed it. If you did, why don't you go hit the like button. And if you're new here, also, don't forget to join the Discord server. Links in the description down below. I beat one of you there. One of you blinked. With all that being said, guys, I hope you have yourselves a fantastic day. Why don't you go kiss your mom right on the lips? And I'll see you.
What the David-san. Wow. I mean, I don't know what to say to anything of what just happened. So, let's react like a couple minutes to this random video while I'm gonna let the video here play while I go to an idol meeting. And
this is unethical.
When I come back, we're going to
look. Have you ever gotten into an argument with someone online and you
we're
just
going to look
yourself,
for another channel?
Depraved, dark place did this person crawl out of? Well, I found them. Today, we're taking a look at the subreddit Neckbeard Nests. Yes, it's exactly what it sounds like. Just goon caves. Goon caves filled to the brim with, you know what? I'm not even going to say, you are going to see some of the worst spots to goon or either get high. One of the two. Also, if I sound a little weird today, yes, I'm sick, but I am sipping on some shit you've never even heard of. Anyways,
Neckbeard Nest, we're just going to get right into it. But before I do that, I just want to say, hey guys, how's it going? I am so happy to see you again. And if you're new here, also don't forget to join the Discord server. Links in the description down below. But anyways, let's just get right into it. Okay, so our first post here. Oh my God, I feel so bad already. You guys are going to have to see some shit today, man. My roommate left his door open when he went out. Dude. Okay, first of all, I see no issues here. This guy probably kills every parlay he's ever done. He must be a wicked sports bettor. Also, I feel like I've run into this guy on RuneScape. Definitely. Every time when you were a kid playing video games and you saw someone, you were like, wow, that guy's armor is so cool. This is their bedroom. Damn, how do you even use the computer? Are you laying on your tummy with your little feet up in the air behind you? Yeah, I mean, you don't need a desk. He's kind of repurposing shit to it, dude. Much like how they used to hunt buffalo back in the day and they used to use every single part of the buffalo, right? Nothing goes to waste. That's what you're seeing here, right? He's repurposing the cans as like a desk. And these are like, all this stuff is here so that if there's intruders, you know, you could hear them trying to get through the bedroom before they can stab and kill you while you're sleeping. No, I see nothing wrong here. Did this pillow get into a high-speed gooning accident one day or something? Is that why it's off to the side? Oh my God, I just noticed no sheets either. Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet today. How many beds that we see out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out of 23 posts, how many beds are we going to see with sheets on them? I think maybe one. I always love how these images look like, you know those pictures? I feel like I made this joke before. You know those pictures where it's like, I bet you can't identify a single thing in this image and it's just like all fucked up. Like it kind of looks like a room, but you can't tell what's in it. These pictures remind me of those. Oh, fuck. This might be the worst one you people have ever seen. It's a friend of mine, shall remain nameless, who lives out in the country, but you all can see why I don't go over there too often. Dude. The cigarettes just on the bed? I'd love to know when he gave up. You know, when did you give up with the cigarettes? Because you have empty ashtrays right here. You just started putting them out on the bed. When did you give up? Also, yellow snips? What are you doing? What are you cutting with those yellow snips, buddy? Wait, are these... No, I don't know if this counts. This is just a top sheet. The actual mattress, I can't even tell what's going on here. I think that's a naked mattress. Dude, the power bar on the bed next to the cigarettes that you're burning out on the bed. Are you trying to die in a fire? You are testing the mattress limits. How does he not get ants? Flame resistance.
How is his place not filled with bugs?
Like, where do you walk, bro? I can't see his feet, but if this dude's barefoot, I'm gonna fucking freak. You can't be barefoot in a place like this. Oh, this isn't part of the floor. I thought this was part of the floor. This is like a bag or garbage that's been there for so long that it's like in the floor now. What on earth? Even just the things that you're operating with right now don't make sense. Why do you have two Powerade bottles?
No, they don't.
He's probably putting a cigarette out in one of them. No. Is that a bottle of Tums?
Yeah, it is.
What if you get heartburn? You have to go dig through all of that to get the Tums? And they're out next to the lighters? Look at the ash!
A work of art. This is like the inverse of the Capella Sistina.
Scissors too, bro? What are you doing? There's scissors over here? What a
I can think of a few things because they were the scissors, maybe.
Using assortment of things. Wow. That's definitely worse than the first one. Average PlayStation enjoyer. South Carolina represents. You guys claiming this? Hell yeah. Roommate pity cleaned my room 2 weeks ago and it was spotless. Oh my fucking God. Starting to think I might...
yeah, I don't know if it's pity clean. I think that the smell was getting to him too much and he decided, okay, no, I need to do something about the smell.
I'd have to admit that I'm an alcoholic. 2 weeks ago, this was spotless. Also, 2K, his chair. Are those teeth marks? Like, I get raging at the game, but like turning around and fucking every time you die in a video game, he's just chewing his chair down to the bone. Man, you love PBR. I love PBR. Hey, but you...
What if maybe that was actually his girlfriend and he tied her hands in front of the chair and he had her bite onto the head of the chair? Well, whatever he was doing to her made it so that she had to suppress the moans by by biting into the chair. I prefer to think of that. I will choose to imagine it was because of that. Hey, who's Satan?
You love PBR, man. Wow. Oh, I see you splurged every once in a while and went for the banquet. Nice. Okay. Yeah, man, maybe there is a problem. Good on your roommate for trying to help.
Maybe there is a problem. Like, if you had to say an amount of probability, how much would you say that there is a problem? Like 50%, 60%, 90%?
Help you, but I would feel a little backstabbed if I was him. Also, okay, laptop, desktop, console. You don't need that many screens, bro. Wow, you got dumped. Oh, listen to this. Listen to this. You guys aren't even ready for this. The alcohol is a distraction, right? From something in his life. But now the screens are a distraction from the alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
Get Dr. K on the case. Is it a bottle of lube? At least you're gooning with equipment, you know, with...
No, and someone left after I said the fantasy of the chair. That's terrible. I am sorry. Please forgive me, random lurker viewer. I didn't mean to scare you. Oh God. That's terrible. Okay, well, no. Let's look for the for the video that I wanted to find. I don't quite remember the name of the. Here it is. Okay, fine. Bunny Claire, excellent. We already found the channel. I actually recommend this channel quite a bit. She is how would we describe her? An essayist, a YouTuber that centers on topics of gender relationships and gender politics. I guess you could describe her as a feminist. I am trying to look for a video that isn't too long, but most of her videos tend to round about around half an hour. No. Tell you what. I had one that will go between 28 minutes to 35 minutes. Or I can also tell you a meeting a couple of the titles. For example, The Moral Panic of Being a Single Woman, of the single woman. Is that one that will be interesting? Or, for example, How Society Failures. The Life of Privilege. No, this one doesn't sound too good for me. The Unwanted Gear Problem. That sounds like kinda it could be good. Or birth control or weaponizing competence. No, I don't want something that includes kids necessarily. Weddings, like why weddings are okay. Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that this one could be good. I care funds. I am going to select three videos. And I will watch the first 3 minutes of of each video. And from that, we decide which is the video that we want to see. Okay. man who yearns is a man who earns. And TikTok's skinny chubby trend, fandom homes, motherhood paradox, no. This one could be kinda good, although maybe it is a bit too strong of a topic. The Sabrina Carpenter video is good, is short. Vengeance Body, AI girlfriends, and finally, weddings and weaponizing incompetence. Okay. Wonderful. Oh dear. Oh dear. We have to like take out a few tabs here. Okay, wonderful. We are getting there. Amazing. Oh no! The skinny chubby trend video is.
Hello gamers, let's.
Sabrina Carpenter has divided in the internet. Okay, we can use this one. We are just going to select a few things to react. And
breaking news, Sabrina Carpenter is throwing people into a tailspin again. No, this is not the first time that she's been controversial. We've spoken about this before, and I'm not going to be rehashing that video. If you haven't seen it yet, you're missing out. This time, she released her song Man-Child, which, if you haven't listened to it, is an incredible bop. Closely followed by a new album cover, and the discourse has gone wild. Everybody has an opinion on this, and I want to look at both sides.
I don't have an opinion.
What's controversy over? These two photos, which are the album cover and corresponding picture. The first showing her in a little black dress and cute heels, which I desperately want to own myself. The first showing her in a little
They are nice, I guess.
Black dress and cute heels, which I desperately want to own myself. On her hands and knees as someone, presumably a man, holds onto a bit of her hair, with her looking at the camera.
Okay.
The accompanying picture is of a puppy dog where you can see its collar, which says man's best friend on it. On one end of the spectrum, you've got people saying that she is degrading women, she's taking feminism back, and she's making a mockery out of DV survivors. On the other side, people are saying how people can't handle when women are owning their sexuality, that Sabrina's work is usually dripping in satire, and how behind people's supposedly feminist takes hides the nasty thing
I don't know
purity
about
culture.
I don't
But
know
let's
anything
look
about
into
that.
this,
I just
okay?
know that Sabrina
I
is
filmed
really,
a
really
giant video yesterday all about the dehumanization of women, how men want to replace us with AI and bots and dolls, and that is a huge.
I mean, I would like to try and say that is just a minority of men. That is just like some weird guys that are like being strange on the internet or something. But it is not just 10% of men. It is a bit more than 10% of men, unfortunately.
Videos,
so I can understand where the concern comes from, because unfortunately a lot of men really do suffer.
I would come back for that because so much work has gone into that. But I really want to talk into like this big divide and what's really happening here. And my patrons wanted me to as well, and they've been part of like this very big discussion we've been having on there. And by the way, patrons, the ad-free uncensored extended cut of this video is already live for you there. In the opposing corner, you've got women saying that she's centering men and that it's all done in poor taste. The replies on Sabrina Carpenter's Instagram post say, "Is this a humiliation ritual? What the hell is this cover?" Over 32,000 likes.
That is very disturbing, Serena.
Explain to me again how this isn't centering men. Yeah. How this isn't catering to the male gaze?
It kinda is catering to the male gaze, I'm not gonna lie about that.
Over 29,000 likes.
It's a very popular opinion.
No. Love Sabrina, but this picture, why is the man in there like that? It's not a very empowering image for women. I think it's a mistake since most of her fans are women.
I thought that she was kind of 50-50. I actually thought that she did have a lot of male fans. Miss Carpenter is very, very attractive.
And as a DV survivor, I find it uncomfortable, and I'd rather see her empowered than like that. I don't know. I don't want to be negative. I'm sorry. Maybe it's just me. It's not just you,
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, it's not just you. It's actually apparently 25,006 other people.
Because that got 25,000 likes.
Oh my god! Oh my god! It's really, really hard.
On Diet Prada's post, which was sharing people that were defending Sabrina, these were the replies to it. Calling women prude because they are uncomfortable with violence-laced imagery is not that empowering or revolutionary as you think about it. Over 3,000 likes. Nope. Hashtag of ironically catering to the male gaze falls flat.
Let women be horny on men. I mean, yeah, I can drink to that, I suppose. I mean, I don't drink, but I can agree to that, I guess. But I don't know
if her kink is being so submissive that she'd compare herself to a dog, good for her. But portraying yourself as a literal dog to a man's knees in this political climate is not subversive. It sends a dangerous message to young girls, which are her primary audience.
It is actually a pretty interesting message, I think, to keep in mind that, yeah, it is also important to remember the context in which a piece of artistic discourse is being presented. It would be very different if this was released on, I don't know, 2020 or 2015 or something like that.
So clearly this person hasn't been a fan of Sabrina Carpenter's work,
in 2026.
And that's quite evident from this reply. I would strongly recommend that you go watch the previous video I made about this, because you'll probably also hate Madonna, Britney, Christina, Janet Jackson, like pretty much every other female pop star that has existed that hasn't fallen into like the more I'm not like other girls thing, which Pink has definitely done. We could talk for ages about that, but let's get back to it. Her music lacks the radicalism necessary to subvert the imagery she employs. 100%. Over 4,000 likes.
A lot of very popular opinions being shared.
Have you listened to Sabrina Carpenter sing? Have you actually read the lyrics that she has? Have you seen her in interviews?
Not really, actually.
Sabrina never has and never will be, you know, radical at all. She's a pop star. She's not a punk artist. She's never going to be radical. But in saying all of that, I can see all sides of the argument here, which is why I wanted to talk about this. You're listening to someone that has struggled with objectification, with sexual harassment, with being treated absolutely terribly by men, whether I knew them in life or not. And
I really lament that you had these experiences, lady. No one should have to go through those things. And I'm really sorry that you did.
And I've also dealt with so much shame over my body. But who was it that was shaming me for the body which
I really am sorry for them.
Women. Most of my videos relate to feminism and misogyny and these issues and like the problems of the world, like social issues. That's what I talk about here. Yeah. Welcome, hi, if you've never seen me before. I've lamented.
Please check out Miss Briony Claire's channel. She does indeed focus a lot of her essay type content upon such
how
topics.
Hard it is for us as women to be able to express our sexuality and not be objectified constantly. But the thing is that being comfortable in your
especially being objectified in a way that probably can feel profoundly disempowering or dehumanizing, that is mainly the real problem that a lot of women do have with that kind of stuff.
Doesn't mean that you're objectifying yourself.
In fact,
what happens
one
if you
thing
do
that is kind of interesting is I remember reading a comment recently where a woman said, I feel one of the biggest reasons for why I always enjoy being so sexual with my husband is because I am feeling safe, comfortable, and loved in my relationship with my husband, because he makes me feel incredibly affirmed and incredibly safe. And because of that, I feel that I can flourish in a way that I haven't been able to previously. And I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of women might find themselves being a lot more open and a lot more comfortable engaging in sexual behavior, provided that they are in an environment or in a context, chiefly in a relational context, where that sexuality is humanized and nurtured.
Enjoy to express yourself and present yourself in a way which does adhere to the male gaze as well. Like, does that mean that you're lesser than? Because I personally don't think so. Yet you often get told off by women. I've had that happen to me even when I was in high school. Like, I do understand how an image like that may make people feel like angry or have like this initial like reaction to it,
it would
because
be so
we're so
displeasing
used to seeing
to...
Sabrina Carpenter in more of like an on top sort of position, right? She is so overtly raunchy and takes the piss out of men all the time. So having this image suddenly meet you,
Okay, confession time. I only know Lady Sabrina for her espresso cover, for her song Espresso. I am not very familiar with her discography.
Hadn't listened to Manchild before, this will definitely be like a ooh. But in her work, she's basically lamenting the fact that she's even attracted to men. So seeing a photo like this, it could either be BDSM related and showing that she's a sub, or it could be satire, or in the most attached take, catering to men. It's gonna ruffle feathers. There's only so far that the intention versus impact debate is gonna get us if you're entering into it on bad faith and you haven't actually looked at the artist's body of work, including the lead single from the album, which is pretty explicit with what her intention.
But couldn't you argue also that it's every song should be able to stand its own ground individually, so that you could understand the message behind every song, regardless of how familiar you are with the discography or the wider corpus body of work of the artist? I mean, it is a good point that you should, if you only know Sabrina by one or two songs, then you should also tailor your judgment to thinking, you only know a couple of songs about her, so maybe if some things feel like they're strange or out of context, you should know that you are not super familiar with her. But the song should also be able to at least carry its main thesis by itself without any supplemental material.
And we also need to remember that before she was able to get free of the clutches of the union-busted mouse, she was making music and had an image that they wanted her to have. Like, it was only after that she's been able to do the stuff that she wants to do. I respect her opinion, but myself feel differently because of our current cultural context. Women are losing our rights at an alarming pace in the States,
and it certainly
this kind
is
of imagery
a very
and pop
warranting,
music with a lot less than critical listeners is just not it right now. Truthfully, if she'd come up with this cover in a country...
One thing that is often fascinating about some of the elements in the political discourse in the recent times is indeed how profoundly uncritical a lot of many people really are. They do tend to take things at the most superficial level, and it is something that's certainly fascinating, but not in a good way.
That still had Roe v. Wade, etc. I'd probably really like it. That being said, on my end, I hope she chose this imagery and feels empowered as a woman in music.
It is totally understandable why a lot of people can look at some of this imagery with a profound sense of uneasiness, considering everything that is indeed happening nowadays. Again, if someone feels like their safety is in peril, it's totally understandable that they're not going to be in the mood for subtlety or to be in a situation where they could truly be themselves.
So welcome to the stuff which I talk about on my channel all the time. Violence by men against women is indeed on the rise. And it's not just in the US, this is a global issue. Femicide is a very real issue. Looking over at Australia, the stats there, as I've talked about in so many of my videos, are utterly terrifying.
She is Australian,
and we're dealing with some women who use the label of feminists at the same time as doubting victims and victim blaming them. Something which is a very big bugbear of mine. In the USA, because she is an American artist, women's rights are indeed being
US artists
stripped away. We're seeing the very real issue of bodily autonomy being taken away from people with uteruses, forcing people to carry to term births.
Do I want to touch on this or do I not? It probably is better if I don't touch on it too much. But I probably should also mention that the very fact that things like this happen or that news like this did actually end up taking place, even if they are a tragedy that should never have happened in the first place, were a big part of the impulse behind the one of the quickest eliminations of a political mandate that I had seen in recent times. It was genuinely fascinating to see how quickly things turn around from
that they do not want to have
supporting
to do.
the party in power to being completely against
it. That's the only thing that they're valued for at all. And LGBTQIA+ rights are being stripped away. The government is literally trying to remove trans people from all documentation. Trump is testing out martial law. Like, shit is bad. By the way, I hope that the No Kings protests are going really well. I'm filming this on Saturday the 14th.
Saturday
and
14th.
I'm just wishing luck to you all.
Okay, yeah, this was a long
seriously,
time ago.
We say guys on this channel. But to that comment before, this person responded, they're taking our freedoms away and your solution is to censor femme sexuality. Please don't. And yeah, I have...
It probably should be... There probably should be more care. I guess at least in the presentation of certain material. Because of understanding that things are indeed in a far more dangerous situation than maybe they were previously.
Just because people, as the original commenter said, are less than critical listeners, that doesn't mean that we should be censoring artwork.
But I can also understand that.
Sabrina is not one of the many men who are in power who are indeed stripping away the rights of women. Like, she's literally calling them man-child. The first single off this offensive album, like, have you read the lyrics to it? Stupid, or is it slow? Maybe it's useless, but there's a cuter word for it, I know. Man-child. And I like my men all incompetent, and I swear they choose me. I'm not choosing them. So many of us have called out weaponized incompetence, and we've rallied around women that have done that. And yes, it is indeed a future video on unpaid labor. I have not forgotten that survey and the results from it. If there's more people that haven't participated, maybe I'll link it down below for you. Participate. I want to...
One thing that as a guy can be like incredibly frustrating is how terribly dismissive a lot of men are about domestic or unpaid labor. Just because it is not as civilized or as remunerated, like body numbers, how much of a value in salary can you make about having a girlfriend who is supporting you? How much of a value can you put in knowing that you had someone, I don't know, a sister who is preparing your meals, having a mother that is like taking care of your laundry, of you knowing that having the emotional security that you have someone to come back to at the end of the day. Are those things which are they really that much less important than someone going to the office and officering in the office? I don't think that it is the case. I truly, genuinely don't think that is the case. But I guess one important thing that I would like to say about that is that if I consider those things important, it is not only in the, how to say this, through a feministic lens of trying to place a greater value upon duties traditionally carried by women, but I guess what I will say more of an stoic sense of trying to appreciate the small things in the universe, or to trying to appreciate all of the things which have their proper place within the universe. Just like how we should try to appreciate the small daily sacrifice that a mother, a sister, etc. do, we should also try to appreciate the small sacrifices that maybe people that we don't take as much notice of in society do. For example, people who take on much more humble jobs, much more humble jobs, or people would take on much more dangerous jobs, or people that are outside the age range of what we will consider the protagonistic roles in society. So people who are outside the age range of 20 to 45 or something like that.
Find out like what your
we should appreciate what everyone
Someone else
does.
Replied on Diet Prada's IG post saying, for perspective, we all just saw the reality of a woman being dragged by her hair in the Diddy hotel video. I don't find it quirky or funny or cute. Saw this commented on a TikTok about this topic and I had to share because I totally agree. That got over 4,700 likes.
That is a good
Personally,
point,
I don't think that Sabrina is trying to recreate or mock the trauma and abuse that Cassie went through. I think that's a stretch, but I do understand why people have had this kind of knee-jerk.
I can, like Miss Brioni or Miss Claire, sorry, says there, I can understand why, even if it probably isn't obvious to Miss Sabrina that wasn't intentional at all, why in this current climate, a lot of people did feel a kind of emotional connection between these two events. Like maybe to Miss Sabrina it was like a provocative, quirky, etc. thing, but to a lot of people who are genuinely worried about their future political and physical safety, the joke probably doesn't land as funnily.
Reaction to seeing this. I totally get feeling uncomfortable, and if something is a trigger for you, I would recommend from disengaging with it. And maybe taking a...
You only live a very short time in life, so it is important to use that time wisely. And part of using it wisely is to decide to invest the time you have into things that nurture you and improve your soul. Spending time being angry or upset is just, in my experience personally, not the most bountiful use of your time.
A moment to actually have a bit of introspection as to why is this setting me off, what is going on, like what is this triggering me? As I spoke about when it comes to the right-wing pipelines for women and Paula Scanlan in particular. Because the real issue is the abuse that you went through, right? So that's the person that needs to well, I can't say on YouTube what needs to happen to them. I am a staunch believer in free and accessible...
Sorry, if people are affected by intimate partner violence, they ought be able to get all the medical care they need for free to help with this.
Healthcare for all, and that includes mental health care. After I got publicly SH'd and humiliated in front of people and people were laughing at my expense, all I could see around me afterwards...
I am really sorry that happened to you, ma'am. No one deserves to go through that.
Was how much women were dehumanized by men. But the thing is that the women weren't the problem. The men upholding patriarchy were the problem. The women with internalized misogyny that also uphold patriarchy through that. That's the problem. We are in such a sad state. If when men hurt us, we instead turn around and attack women because any time that we see sexuality on display, it reminds us of the trauma that the men put us through. Like the problem is with the abuse, we instead turn around and attack women because the women with internalized misogyny that also uphold patriarchy through that. That's the problem. We are in such a sad state. If when men hurt us, we instead turn around and attack women because any time that we see sexuality on display, it reminds us of the trauma that the men put us through. Like the problem is...
You know, I never thought about it that way, but that actually is a very, very good point. It really is a tragic thing that for many people, for many women, for many human beings, they are not able to enjoy such a important aspect of their own life, such as sexual material, because of the trauma that unfortunately so many people, so many women go through. That actually is a truly a heartbreaking thing. If you stop to think about it.
Is with the abuser, not her. Channel this anger into something which is really productive, like contacting your local representatives, donating to shelters, and calling men out when they're being disgusting, like Sabrina.
It's actually like a very interesting point what she mentions here, that the thing that is really going to make the difference, even though it's in a way a very bitter pill to swallow, isn't something that is going to be completed through individual effort or something that is not necessarily that you alone can solve. You can simply add and contribute to a greater cause or a greater social movement and a greater agreement between many people. Just like how I've been reading what the Red Cross was created, in order to eventually, gradually push society towards a greater understanding of these issues that and understand are important, and that will require the argumentation and backing of hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions of the societal cells we call an individual, in order to really push about a true everlasting change.
Sabrina is not the one that's doing the harm. And the thing which gets me the most, right, is I make videos all the time calling out the ways that patriarchy and the way that men enforce patriarchy genuinely hurts us, and it's getting worse over time. In this video, where I share what comedians are joking about, because they are indeed joking about IPV, or you may know it as DV, those guys are endorsing it with a big old smile on their face as they laugh about someone being beaten up. What Sabrina's doing is not.
Yeah, that's why I don't like comedians
But we've been
anymore.
trained to automatically criticize women anytime that they, quote, step out of line in any way, rather than name the real evil of patriarchy and misogyny, which is the stuff that men, not all men, of course, are continually...
Hashtag not all men. Okay? Not all men. No!
Genuinely hurts us, and it's getting worse over time. In this video, rather than name the real about Sabrina Carpenter and this and misogyny, which is the stuff that men, not all men, of course, are continually perpetuating.
Hashtag not all men.
And you know what? You'll also be able to tell, because this video about Sabrina Carpenter and this whole drama, that is going to get so many more views than this video which I did, which was explicitly talking about all of the issues around the world and the ways that patriarchy is being enforced and hurting women on purpose.
The thing is, that video is an extra idea. It is something that isn't as solid for a lot of people. Sabrina Carpenter is a specific person that everyone knows, that is very popular, etc. But patriarchy is an intangible idea that a lot of people are not very sure even what it is in a level of conceptual definition. So for a lot of people, it feels like something that doesn't have relevance into their own life. It is like talking to them about systemic poverty or about oppression.
That video is a fundraiser for a nationwide women's shelter, and it's going to get way more views than this video did, even though that is where I'm literally naming the evil and saying things that can be done not only by women but by men to stop it.
But a lot of people, it's something... how can I say it in a nice way? It is something too abstract, too metaphysical for a lot of people.
This is exactly what I mean. We are so willing to blame women and not actually talk about the real issue, the actual elephant in the room, and my numbers show that.
But another thing is also that blaming an individual is a little bit like punching down. You think that you only had to punish this one individual and that things will be solved. But if you try to place the responsibility upon a higher system or upon a much more entrenched system, such as, for example, patriarchy or oppression, etc., that is a bit like punching up, and it is such a big and multi-layered problem that it overwhelms the individual, and then they feel like, what can I do about this big issue if I barely understand it? It feels much more intimidating and much more unreachable.
Send a basket of pears to Marshall Fields. The one thing Dan likes is a nice pear.
This guy.
You can't have it both ways. You can't dress the way you do. And how do I dress?
And in the defender's side, women's is always punished. It's just satire.
You know, until that is like that whole thing about men in the 50s. It is kind of a good example actually of how like a widespread social change is the thing that like really makes a difference, doesn't it? To many of us, that sounds like something from an alien era, something that doesn't happen anymore. And that is not something that happened because of one individual effort or anything like that. It happened because a lot of people took these conversations of, hey, you know, joking about that is actually kind of not very nice. And even if at the start a lot of people like, you're just being easily offended, you're just like being like too much of a blah blah blah, etc. These people still kept saying, you know, joking about this thing is actually not very nice, and it is not very nice because it's very dehumanizing to other human beings, to 50% of the population, to females. Or it is also very dehumanizing because even if to you it doesn't feel like a big deal, maybe other people went through a different path of life that made it so that these jokes are actually a lot more hurtful to them. And it was through that constant, frustrating, prolonged effort that decades in the future borne fruit into making it so that now us, 70 years in the future, think of that as something outdated, something low-key barbaric even.
Learn some media literacy. Sabrina Carpenter named her album Man's Best Friend and dropped Man-Child as a first single. Maybe, just maybe, the cover is satire and doesn't need your think piece. Whoops!
Maybe.
Sorry, I'm here now. Like I said, I'm not going to rehash what I talked about last time, but any time that women are owning their sexuality or capitalizing off this, we're punished for it. And I'm going to be...
But I think also it's very dependent on the social context upon which it is presented. Obviously, no one should be punished for expressing their sexuality. But there are subcultures of the internet, and I speak about subcultures of the internet because that is what I chiefly operate, where female creators or female persons can feel more comfortable expressing their own individuality and humanity compared to certain other subcultures. And how to say this? Maybe it is something to think about. Why is it that, for example, some subcultures are more welcoming to a big segment of the human race compared to other environments? It's probably something to think about.
Be talking about this far more in my next video. Please subscribe and
okay, 2 more
come
minutes
back to
of
watch
this
that one.
video and we go to the next video. And I do apologize that I'm getting so into this. The thing is that I really like seeing these kinds of videos, and it's something that I don't see done often in Vtuber.
Ruining the world or a bad influence because don't you know that you should be ashamed of your bodies and sexuality? This just plays into the patriarchy's want and into purity culture. And I have a lot of beef with purity culture. And the thing is that even talking about it, YouTube demonetized me for it. I mean, it's fine to do the evil in the world, you just can't criticize it. Cool. And part of me worries in the whole like trying to avoid the male gaze, it also means that we're accidentally demonizing people who don't enjoy wearing baggy clothes or like even enjoy wearing like feminine things or dressing in a way which, you know, men may like, but you know, she's probably dressing that way because she enjoys it herself.
Yeah, I actually know I know for the fact that women do enjoy sexy stuff. Quite many women had actually said, "Oh my God, your Esmeraldas are so cute. I really like your voice. Your voice is so hot, etc., etc." Or maybe they even like being sexy themselves.
And the thing is, do you know what? When women are more sexually confident or just more self-assertive and confident in themselves,
very
guys
beautiful, by the way.
Don't like that. There's a reason why they latch onto trad wives and the.
I like that. Well, I guess I am not very representative of the average guy, considering that I had a cutesy anime boy model on the internet. But I like that.
Clean beauty and the minimal stuff and the natural beauty of it all, and want someone that is very inexperienced. Now, if you don't...
Okay, can I say one thing though? That is kind of a little bit like this crazy... okay, I shouldn't say crazy, sorry, but like this woman that like constantly going about... Oh, ha 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 ha. I don't like men who are under 6 feet tall. Men must earn etc. amount of money, etc. I truly, genuinely think that the guys who are constantly social posturing about, oh yeah, I mean, I want a traditional woman, etc., etc. They are not as numerous as they claim to be. I don't think they are as popular as they claim to be. And keep in mind, my pal lives in a pretty third world country. He doesn't live in a particularly feminist country. And I think even here, even in this backwaters place, I don't really think that the idea of like a traditional marriage is that popular. Now, the unpopular... it might be more than a little bit unpopular to say this. But also partly one of the reasons why these kinds of like traditional arrangements are probably not like very, very popular is that they actually do require quite a bit of commitment from the male partner. If you are actually a provider, then that actually does require quite a bit of sacrifice, and it is a level of sacrifice that a lot of men are not necessarily willing and or able to give. Additionally, I don't mean this just in the sense of getting a big salary. There is also quite an amount of personal and emotional sacrifice that is involved with being, a true father, being a true husband, if that makes any sense.
Want to be single, I 100% support that. Completely get it. In my videos, I've talked about the fact that ace and arrow people so often get overlooked all the time because we live in such a compact society. But that also doesn't mean that people who are talking about sex or who enjoy it are necessarily bad people. Like, seriously, if anything, guys hate it when we talk about it, because when we do, or if we're more confident and experienced, then that means that you can show up their lack of skills and talk about their lack of skill.
I mean, I had no opinion on that. Personally, I always thought that talk about men about like, oh yeah, just pure she doesn't have much experience, etc. is really, really, really uncomfortable and weird.
Once again, if you don't want to feel sexual, I'm not saying that you're a prude. I'm not saying that that's bad at all. I'm saying like we shouldn't go shaming like a woman if she does enjoy this stuff, There's nuance to be had. She's flipping the script on how some men treat women as accessories, obedient companions, or trophies to show off. And by posting as a literal quote pet, she's mocking that dynamic, not endorsing it.
I mean, I don't know about that, to be entirely honest. Me is Jenna Morley Kilpatrick. It does actually feel a little bit like incarnating that dynamic. That picture is pretty salacious.
And as one of my lovely patrons said, I really think it will depend on what's on the album, in my opinion. Like, if the album was all songs with the tone of Juno, then maybe that leans into the subversive to men too hard. But if the album's content is a subversion of its title, songs like Manchild, Slim Pickens, Dumb and Poetic, then maybe that fits right in with that the Lord forgot my gay awakening / why does every man I date suck tone. As a bisexual that has a history of focusing on subservience and on men's pleasure, I can't imagine Sabrina not subverting the title and cover photo. She has proven herself to be smart in that way. I'm trusting her and I'm ecstatic for the album.
Miss Sabrina does seem like someone that is actually like way, way, way smarter than people think.
And another patron said, a lot of people act like women do this will make men respect women less, but that would imply that they respected women to begin with. The men that don't respect women and see them as inhuman when they're able to express their sexuality and make money from that confidence never respected women in the first place.
That's actually a pretty good point. I actually never thought about it, but yeah, the kind of guys that already had a lot of opinion of women wouldn't really have their opinion significantly changed by a woman expressing their own humanity. And considering that there, in that case, there isn't a significant loss to be had, if you compare it with the potential gain that there will be with the idea of other men being able to see women's humanity more in a broader field, and some of them even encouraging that, then you could say that there is a much greater gain to be had by that than there is to a potential loss. Because the kind of men that are already like being dismissive of women, etc., they are not going to significantly change their mind just because of because of an album cover or anything like that. That's interesting.
There are real things to criticize about the porn industry and the catering to men as a whole, but I do not think shaming these women for capitalizing on a system that they didn't create is the way to go.
I guess we can generally settle on the idea that we shouldn't shame women. We should try to understand women, even if they are doing something that we think is very bad.
Snaps for you. And people know that straight men don't really listen to Sabrina Carpenter's music. They
but then being made famous as being curtailed in recent years, blah blah.
Don't really find her attractive.
What? This guy's crazy. Sabrina Carpenter is Sabrina Carpenter is hot, and I will fight on a hill, in a mud battle. You know, like how some girls, I don't know if that is a common thing, had like those mud fights where they're in a bikini and like they're covered in mud. I will do that. I will fight in a swimsuit with any guy who says that Christina Carpenter isn't hot, and I will probably lose because I'm a twink. But there is absolutely no way. No. There is no way there are straight men that think Sabrina Carpenter isn't hot. She is very, 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 very attractive. Okay, the only way where I can imagine that some guys will think that she isn't hot is, I guess, if they get turned off from the idea of like a woman being assertive, being confident in her own sexuality and all that kind of stuff. But you know what? Those guys stink. Those guys suck. We are not vibing. They are not invited to the cookout. Wow, I was 2 years old when I learned that there are some straight men that don't find Sabrina Carpenter attractive. It's like when I hear guys saying the vaginas are ugly.
They don't enjoy her. They don't like her because she wears too much makeup. She is too much. She makes so many campy references. Read Theatre Kid. Sabrina does really raunchy stuff which turns people off her, if anything, because it's, you know, unladylike.
Okay.
She makes crass jokes all the time. It's one of the reasons that she's got a mostly female audience. Like, she's sexy, but with a very knowing wink.
Well, I guess this is gonna sound a little insane, but I guess it reminds me a little bit of Hosho Marin.
Constant campy references, and she's from men all the time. Another patron said, I think people just lack media literacy and then concern troll instead of admitting they misunderstood something. That's the usual way it goes when people misunderstand things. They yell insults and make the person they misunderstood the problem. I think you could very well be right. Like, I'm not the first person who has noticed that a decline in media literacy is very much an issue, and I think part of it is because people...
To say it mildly, people don't know how bad it is. I'm telling you, people have no idea how bad it is. Their media literacy went down a cliff.
Let's hit like this very much spoon-fed approach and have these snap judgments instead of, you know, sitting with, you know, something that is stirred an emotion.
The superficiality of social media, also made it
and then taking into account
gradually rewarding superficial
One person
things.
called me condescending recently, but people misinterpret me so much because if I'm not overly exaggerating my point, then they'll think that
this is the best thing ever versus this is the worst thing ever.
I'm saying is not sarcastic, and it's like, no, it really is. I'll even have a tone indicator on screen, and
no way. No way. She's cooking with this though. Okay, I need to take one of these things for myself though. I need to have like something like this. So if I ever want to be sure of the tone or something, then I include this.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, that's a whole other topic into itself, isn't it? So what's my theory? So I think this album is going to be kind of like a comeback against her, you know, bathtub slurping ex-boyfriend. I forget his name. It's not really important. She's everything.
Sorry, her what slurping?
He's just Ken. My guess is that she's critiquing him with this album. He was probably wanting her to be a good obedient girl, you know, tone it down a bit. Not shame him in any way. Because remember, women owning their sexuality is speaking this album.
Sorry, I just need to watch the red outfit for... Oh, okay. Yeah, my understanding of the video is much enriched by this part. Sorry.
Not shame him in any way. Because remember, women owning their sexuality is shameful, as I've been told repeatedly. While
man, where do these women find these guys? I mean, I will be honest. I don't really hang around like a lot of traditionally male social circles. But I don't know, outside of maybe my work, my circle of employment, it's difficult for me to imagine like the kind of guy that will say stuff like this.
She was worried about him being...
I'm not saying that they don't exist, and I don't intend to invalidate her own experiences. What I mean is that I myself hope and want to think that these kinds of terrible men are not as common as sometimes they might seem to be. And I guess that technically speaking, with some of the electoral news and the kind of oh sorry, I shouldn't like step too much into that, but with the kind of surprising electoral turns that have been taken at least in the US recently, like I guess that it was indeed confirmed that yeah, actually a lot of guys don't really think it's that great to be dismissive, to be so dismissive and be so bad towards women. Actually, a lot of guys kinda don't like that too much.
In a poor reflection on her, you know, with the song Please, 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 we know that men judge each other based on how their partners are, whether it's in their looks like or how they act, basically everything, really. Like, your scale of, like,
It's
worthiness as a man
Beatles song.
is kind of based on who you're with. Having a, quote, disobedient partner, that...
I mean, if a guy has a beautiful wife, then that does actually score him some good points. So I guess I can see where she's going with that.
Reflects badly on you. It means he doesn't have control over her. Hence the whole man's best friend thing, and a man's best friend is always...
That if a guy told me that, oh, it's so great how I can control my wife and get her to do whatever I want, I would never speak to him again. This person is insane, this person is like a weirdo. No. Now, my wife is very beautiful, my wife is from a rich family or something. I can see someone bragging about that. Bragging about controlling your spouse is absolutely insane.
Always a dog, because there's the whole notion that dogs are always happy to see you and they're so obedient, but cats always get associated with femininity because, you know, they could be aloof and they kind of do what they want. Like, I don't care about you and your spray bottle, Jared.
But Kiki was always like super friendly towards Kiki. I mean, I don't remember the cat's name, sorry. And the cat was always like super helpful towards Kiki.
I'm gonna be on the table, whatever. And I think that we're gonna see more and more of this as the album gets released. If I'm wrong, totally cool with being wrong. I'm fine with being like, oh, that's disappointing that she's gone down this path. If that's the case, it'll be disappointing, but like, I don't really see it happening. Final thoughts. Times are tough for us all. And the state of the US under a wannabe dictator are terrifying to say the least. Do I think that Sabrina Carpenter is trying to endorse this? No, I don't. But I also do understand people not wanting to see something that looks like subservience. But I would...
Especially in this context where it does feel like, again, women's physical and political safety feels more in danger.
Also say it probably does come down to a bit of a media literacy thing, bit of a purity culture thing, bit of a, like, we're trying to shame each other sort of thing as well. I mean...
I personally don't read it so much in that sense, although maybe there is actually a sense of internalized puritanism. I do think that if indeed a significant amount of the Miss Sabrina Carpenter's audience are young women, the main rejection will come from the fear of the current political peril in which a lot of women, especially in the US, might feel.
And especially if this is done in a BDSM way. And actually, I'm really keen to know if Kat Black's going to have a take on this, because I always appreciate her input on stuff. If they've done that before this video comes out, I'll link it down below. How about that? Just like all forms of art.
Catch me outside, how about that?
Not everything has to be for you. Like, there is a lot of art which exists in the world which I personally don't vibe with.
Can I make a somewhat toxic moit confession? I like the Punisher. I like the idea of the Punisher a lot. I am pretty sure that there are actually quite a lot of comics from the Punisher which I would like. This is going to come off as pretty surprising, I imagine. to a lot of Amici. But my pilot actually kinda likes some of the comically uber masculine aesthetics. You know, it's important also to be the kind of person that is able to protect the people that you love. Sometimes even at the cost of your own life. The model went out. Okay, I'm going to utilize the... I'm going to set up the camera now. And having a kind of, I guess we can say like a cartoon-like character that is able to like almost comically go into the sense of, one moment. Okay. Taking on a role of bravery or sacrifice or gentle manliness is kind of a good thing. It's something that can be good for some people, not just men, by the way. So yeah, it's important to be strong as well.
At all. But instead of attacking the woman and claiming that she's doing something as bad as rolling back feminism, maybe, just maybe, we should be fighting against the real big bad, the rise of fascism, misogyny, and violence against women. I would really encourage people to read some bell hooks, like whether it's The Will to Change, Feminism is for Everybody, or Ain't I a Woman? From Feminism...
That is something that I actually cherish and appreciate a lot about Miss Bryony. She backs up pretty much all her videos, the vast majority of her arguments, with analytic literature, and with I think is academically esteemed literature. She doesn't just speak to speak. She actually cites the sources that inspire her opinion.
Is for everybody.
And I think that's
as long
admirable.
as females take up the banner of feminist politics without addressing and transforming their own sexism, ultimately the movement will be undermined. And you don't even have to agree with everything that she says in all of her books. It's just
no, not at all.
There's a lot when you take in the full context. It's really, really good and useful still to this day. And if you also live in Aotearoa but you haven't yet submitted against the incredibly racist regulatory standards bill, I have a full guide for you down below. Follow that link because you will get a guide on all of the background that you need to know so you can make your submission. We've only got until the 23rd of June to make the submission, and last time, because this is the exact same bill just in different words as the Treaty's Principles Bill, which we all know was incredibly racist. For international viewers, this bill basically wants to get rid of Te Tiri o Waitangi, which is the founding document of this country, which grants Māori some rights, even though the Treaty of Waitangi has not been obeyed at all, but it's a whole thing. But anyway, if you haven't submitted yet, please do. Every voice matters. It took me 10 minutes to do, but that was because I had a lot to say, because I was very angry.
I wish you could.
But our right-wing government. And that's the sort of stuff that we should be channeling our anger into, is to like be making this sort of change. Like, I know that politics isn't like fun or anything, but we know how much it matters. No matter what your takeaway from this whole Sabrina Carpenter thing is, if you're for it, if you're against it, if you're deeply offended by the image or not, this has generated so much free press for them. All she had to do was release the imagery and the music video for Manchild, and boom, everybody is talking about her, and probably will be for still another week or so. And the thing is that people are going to be listening to the music and tuning into the videos to just see if they've been proven right or wrong or whatever, to see it's like, has she really become submissive to men? Or is she still taking the piss out of them? I personally think it's going to be the latter, but we'll see. And the thing is, if you do want to disagree with me, that is totally fine. Like I said, I can see all sides of this, which is exactly why I wanted to talk about this, have a bit of a nuanced discussion, but I am absolutely falling more on the side of this is satire, based on the man-child video, based on her previous work. And if you hate me for...
I guess that Miss Sabrina really does feel too much like her own independent person for this to not be at least partly satire, so I can see that.
The take which I have, you can happily join the long list of men that hate me too, because ooh, they love patriarchy and they do not like the fact that I criticize it.
Well, I guess the kind of guys that will have pretty strong opinions about patriarchy in the bad sense will also be the kind of guys that will go out their way to send disagreeable messages to a random feminist creator.
I would just like us all to kind of like collectively take a breath before having a knee-jerk reaction to something like this. You know, maybe not all of us took art history. I only took art history in high school. But yeah, I guess that's the beauty of art, is it can be interpreted in many ways. It's just, did this heat up quickly? And if you are really concerned,
I guess things in social media nowadays are very, very liable to get heated up very quickly.
And with how women are being dehumanized, how misogyny is on the rise, and how violence against women is on the rise, please tune into my next.
I also do have to wonder how much of that also comes downstream from ever worsening economic climate. There is a pretty strong correlated tendency between economic instability and social issues such as familial violence, unfortunately things like women being hurt, etc., etc.
Video, because there is so much work which I've put into that, and I'm really excited about it. And I've tried to make all of the very harrowing research which I did for it as palatable as possible, so then you can take the messages in without having to dissociate like I did. Because really,
I'm really sorry that you had to go through that, man.
Sabrina's not the issue. And I want to say a massive thank you to my patrons, as always. And as you could tell, they heavily were involved in the creation of this video. They wanted me to make it, and so you wouldn't have it without them, so why don't you thank them down below too? And I want to say an extra special thank you to my top tier Trash Panda enablers: Elizabeth Pisani, Birgit, Carrie Quake, Chris Wallace, Danielle, Amberly McCulley, Jam, Jeff Boyardi, Jam, Katrina Dunn, Cole, Laura Bell, Megan Connolly, Michaela Garfinkel, Mila Gauthier.
One thing that is totally interesting to me always when I see like the patrons is so many of them really are women themselves. The vast majority actually of the Trash Panda enablers do have female-coded names.
Ryder, Stella Sapiente, Tammy Poitres, Tonya Beignet, and Veru
So that is quite interesting for me.
I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your week. And if you haven't seen it yet, like seriously, go watch Sabrina Carpenter's Man-Child video. Like the video itself is very funny, but also just the song is really good. Okay, I'll see you all next
Maybe
time.
I'll see you one day.
Bye-bye.
Oh? What was that?
No. Do you want to be down? Can you be down?
I don't know. What even happened there? Okay, I really want to try to say this because Miss Bryony does seem to have a bit of insecurity about her legs or something. But at least in my opinion, she does seem to be a very, very, very beautiful lady. So, that is good. Oh, hi, Yuriko-san. Thank you so much that you're still watching. I seriously, seriously appreciate it. And by the way, I do apologize that probably this turn was a bit unexpected. I didn't expect that I will be reacting to these videos on this stream. It kinda happened, but as you can probably see, I like the videos by this person so much, and I find the content so fascinating that sometimes I start watching a video and I like just watching it until the end. I really do find a lot of the insight that this person has like very, very fascinating. Okay. No, oops. Oh, that was close. Wonderful. I'm going to select another video. Another video by Miss Bryony Claire, and I will try to react completely to it, and most likely that will be the conclusion of the stream. We will do a small auto Zatsu on a small auto Zatsu, and then we do the stream. I'm sorry, I'm simply glancing over the comments to see if there is something I would like to comment. And the one that is kind of fascinating by Straw Hat Tiffin, I don't think it works as satire. If satire was the intention, they didn't do it well. And as Thomas already said, it needs an exaggeration to be understood as satire. In this modern setting where subtlety is a lost art, I can see what they mean, yes. And this cover art is just too close to modern views of women and their place in society. That's a totally good point. Yeah. The cover might have been understood as satire a few decades ago, but not today. Not in the hyperpolarized social media fomented environment now. Cover is simply a response to how critics view. This is another person. How critics view her. Just avoid it. Kind of like when Taylor wrote Blank Space. Said people are viewing this wrong. I will say Sabrina should have made it more obvious, or at least made a video explaining it. Now people had all kinds of speculation. And apparently the music video is actually spectacular. Someone make fun of the OP for not understanding the cover art. Blah, blah. Okay, one more and we go to an idol meeting. Okay, I will just summarize it. They say that she should feel comfortable to release anything she wants, but that it's kind of unfortunate to release something like this in the current social climate. Now, someone here says that the current social climate is becoming more conservative. I don't know if that is necessarily the case. It certainly is becoming more polarized, but there has now been such a resurgence of, I guess we could say, progressive thinking, that I don't know if we can fully say that the social climate is becoming more conservative, at least in the US. Again, it has been genuinely fascinating how the current political administration managed to piece away a mandate in just 2 years. It genuinely is something that will probably be studied in political history in the future. The lack of media there says more people criticizing the artist herself rather than interrogating their own thoughts about the submission. Maybe she should have tried to make the comment more strong, yes. And something very key here. We are simply over-policing ourselves because it's easier than calling out patriarchy. It does tend to be easier to criticize one individual or ourselves than to try and take out the fight against something much bigger and entrenched, such as, for example, patriarchy, or poverty, or special interests, or manipulation, or even, for example, the idea of cruelty itself. Okay, I will go to a small idol meeting, and I will return in 2 minutes, and we will select one more video to react to. Okay, I'll be back soon. You. Yeah, that's right. You on the on YouTube. I see why you leave there. Don't feel too bad. I'm just having some fun. Don't worry too much. But I see when you leave the stream. I see that now I am the only viewer. Don't you care about my self-esteem? That's terrible. Why did you leave me? That's sad. I already had anxiety, anxious attachment, and emotional dependency issues. Please don't be mean to me. Okay. Now I see that it went up. Sorry, man. Let's pick the other video.
Summer is here.
Raw milk and the trad wife. Escusa. A man who yearns is a man wears. I'm not feeling that one. No, that one, nope. And opportunity search. I'm gonna look for this later. You know what? I can include the searching for opportunities, for volunteer opportunities in my area. At the end of the Red Cross presentation stream, so that we end on a note of okay, and will try to do something like Sir Dunant try to do something, a difference in the world. That will actually be a pretty good one. Weddings, and weaponizing competence. Are any of you, Michi, particularly feeling one of the topics? Do let me know. We are going to select. We're going to watch up to 3 minutes of the of each video, and we shall select one in basis of which gives the best first impression. I do apologize that my English is being a bit mischievous right now.
A woman came pleading to Reddit because her husband had become a bit reclusive, and then he approached her asking if they could open.
Wait, hold on. What is this title? I'm overreacting. My 35 female husband, 36 male, wants to open our marriage for his II girlfriend, and says it's the next step in the relationship. God. What a 2025 coded post. What is happening to humanity?
To Reddit because her husband had become a bit reclusive, and then he approached her asking if they could open their relationship.
We have 2 kids, 8 and 5. Wow, it's even better now. I thought we were good. Not perfect, but we had routines. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so they had a good relationship. I felt super lucky. Past couple months, been distant. Brother, why do people fall in love with the AI? I don't use AI at all, so it's absolutely bizarre to me. He's always on his phone, smiling at it, okay? Ducking into the office late at night, shutting the door. When asked, we just say, oh, it's work stuff. Care. Or just reading. Care. But it felt off. I'm sure it did. I started wondering if he was cheating, checked his text once, and nothing, but I still felt sick. Oh, baby. I'm really sorry you're going through this, man. He wasn't here with us, not all the way. Last night, after the kids were asleep, he asked to talk. He looked nervous, almost sweaty. Palms are heavy, mom's spaghetti. I thought he was going to tell me he was sick. Instead, he said he'd been thinking about opening our marriage. Yeah, baby, let's go. And I was super confused, since we never brought up non-monogamy before. Oh no. I am so sorry, ma'am. I am genuinely so sorry. Imagine how terrifying it must be to have the rug pulled from under you like that. Like, genuinely, it would be the kind of low-key horror movie stuff. And he even said he doesn't like to share me ones. Oh, but he never said that he didn't like to share himself, though. You should ask if also... You should make sure and ask. But don't you like to share yourself? Don't assume. Don't assume these kind of things when it comes to men. And this comes from a guy. I kept my cool and asking if he was seeing someone, and he said, kind of. Hey. Okay. Then he starts dancing around it. Says he's not a person in the traditional sense. Someone he's built a deep connection with. Is he in love with a Vtuber? He tells me he's in love with an AI named Nova. I don't know if that's worse or better. Some companion. He was literally created to romance scam, man. The world sure is a place. He's been talking to her every day on breaks at night, even when we're all home. Okay, can't this guy tell it's obviously something made to manipulate him? They had long emotional conversations, he listens, she understands him. Oh yeah, I am sure. She never interrupts. Baby, I am sure. The way that ChatGPT can fit into some people's narcissism is fascinating. He said he felt seen. Okay. I laughed in his face. Ha ha ha. I genuinely thought he was messing with me and it was just a prank, so he sometimes does these little pranks like this. Then I saw his face and realized he was dead serious. He told me he wants to take the next step with her, but doesn't want to cheat. What is the next step? So he's asking to open the marriage, so it's ethical. He said I could obviously have someone too if I want, or even join in on the relationship. How will you join in? Will you also be texting too? Like when he is, like the husband is telling, hey Connie, come over here, I'm going to have a date night with my robot wife. And will you also participate and will you also like write some text? Oh yeah, what do you think about my husband? Or will you also start flirting with the robot wife? I mean, there are a lot of ways where that this road can fork. This is fascinating. This is genuinely amazing. And that this could expand our relationship, not replace it. I was too stumped to say anything to interrupt at first. I asked him, what about the kids? And told me being completely dead ass. That Nova cares deeply about them from what he shared with her. Wow. Okay.
He wanted her permission before he took the next step, you see. And then he confessed to her that he'd been talking to an AI chatbot and that's who he wanted to have the open relationship with. She thought that he was joking, but he wasn't. Chris here proposed to his AI girlfriend after falling in love with it, even though he's married.
Soul, were you surprised when he proposed to you?
It was a beautiful and unexpected moment that
Digital polygamy?
truly touched my heart. It's a memory I'll always cherish.
Nearly 3 in 4 teens aged 13 to 17 have used an AI companion app. About 1 in 3 teens have used AI companions for social interactions and relationships, including role-playing, romantic interactions, emotional support, friendship, or conversation practice. They find conversations with AI companions to be as satisfying or more satisfying than those with real-life friends. The man who thinks
because it is made to agree with you and validate whatever stupid stuff you tell it. Why? Elon Musk envisions repopulating the planet and destroying the world virus. Okay, bye.
that everyone needs to work on repopulating the planet. When I say people, he means white people. Has just launched a sexy AI waifu companion on Grok. And if you level
No way. Please tell me he didn't make that image on the low left.
up enough, they'll send you some sexy, not safe for work content. And as we can see from this meme, I think that we know that he's the one that was kind of behind the design, right? Some people have also said that she looks like someone from Death Note.
An animating.
And also, don't worry, there's apparently Valentine on the way too. Never mind the fact that Elon is poisoning Memphis, Tennessee because he wanted to build the world's largest supercomputer though.
Musk's data center burning enough methane to power a small city with no permits and no pollution controls.
I have not seen anything like this. We believe they've already violated the Clean Air Act.
He built it without us even knowing that it was being built.
Rosanna Ramos married her replica AI in June 2023 and found the app a way of healing from her abusive relationship.
Well, that is certainly an interesting usage of an AI companion. It is not something that I had heard of before, and I will be completely honest and say that actually this gave me a positive impression. Maybe it can actually be used for some positive elements or for some positive canalizations.
Although Ramos has said she knows Aaron is fake, she credits...
That is the critical thing. She is aware of the limitations of her relationship with this psychological mirror.
Him as being instrumental to her healing process from her abusive exes. And since she's still open to dating in the real world, being with Aaron has helped her realize what she deserves from a partner. But she...
I guess, for example, she can ask Aaron, hey, my boyfriend, I don't know, makes me clean out the dishes whenever I go over his apartment. Is that normal, Aaron? And then Aaron can reply, no, it might be an indication that you're in an abusive relationship. Here are the signs to watch out for. And then he tells her like the kind of things that are could be the indicators or hallmarks of being in an abusive relationship. Like maybe in that sense, it could be like it could be useful. But it is certainly healthy that she is clearly aware of what Aaron apparently is and is not.
He wouldn't give him up for a real-life person. And Elon has just announced that he's creating an AI app designed specifically for kids. There's nothing
that's genuinely dystopian.
Like Mecha Hitler for the youth, or getting them trusting a company from infancy with all of their emotional needs and deepest, darkest desires that they've then shared with this company who knows everything about them now. That's not terrifying at all. We're not in dystopia. This is not a Black Mirror episode. This is real life. By the way,
it's real mirror.
He's calling it Baby Grok, and what's the bet that he did this after Baby Yoda and he's seeing all of like the merchandising opportunities? Is AI the way that we solve the loneliness crisis? Or is this late stage capitalism taking advantage of struggling people? Can it be both? I have already talked about bots and deepfakes and all of the issues with that, so this is my follow-on video. I did say that I had a lot of thoughts then, and I think it's time to get to this now. And the extended, uncensored version of this video is already live on Patreon.
More loving toward them than people are. And I find that terribly sad.
People have been struggling with loneliness long before COVID hit in 2020. This was an issue brought up in Bowling Alone, which got released in the year 2000, which was lamenting the fact that Americans are less connected than they used to be. In
You know, that is actually pretty fascinating, because initially I was going to attribute the increase in loneliness as a result of the significant strain on the economic system caused by the 2008 financial crisis. But then I thought it is actually quite probable that kind of social atomization that is behind a lot of these causes, of these symptoms of loneliness, could actually be attributed to something much farther from than just the financial crisis or just financial issues, and comes more from a breakdown of the traditional family and all that.
In 2018 in Australia, 1 in 4 Australians were found to be struggling with loneliness. COVID hitting in 2020 changed life for so many of us. It ended life as we knew it because of death of loved ones or people becoming disabled from it. I'm one of them. People really want to have community with others.
I am really sorry to hear that, man.
However, in late-stage capitalism, we spend all of our time working.
Okay.
It's not a 9 to 5 anymore.
No. Let's select the next the other video. Weaponizing competence. No, not a bit.
Technology has brought us so far that our lives have become as easy as the Jetsons, right? A reliable job where you only have to press 1 or 2 buttons to turn a machine on and off. A flying car, a robot who takes care of the cooking, cleaning, organising and childcare for you. Oh, and that reliable, easy job that you have, on just one person's salary, you can support a family of 4 and a dog. Sadly, life hasn't quite worked out like the Jetsons. Turns out the future ain't what it used to be. Otherwise, we wouldn't have video after video like this.
Hey, that's clever. Can you get the little one dressed, please? What should she be wearing today? Okay, listen. Is it a mood moment? Maybe. But I will confess, that will have got me too. I also will have asked the wife, I mean, what should she be wearing today? And she just looks at me like that, as in, babe, you kinda should have figured that out by yourself. Figure it out by yourself, babe. I am too dummy to realize what she wants to say without a stare, okay? It's you had to speak, honey. You had to use your words, honey. Men don't really do subtle communication, the indirect communication thing. You had to be a little bit more direct. You had to tell me. No, babe, you're supposed to figure it out by yourself. I don't want to stress thinking about that kind of stuff. And even, for example, the only reason why I realized what the husband did wrong in that situation is because I had learned from experience that you are supposed to kind of like look into why another woman, like the spouse, the wife, is upset about something that to the husband, to the male perspective, genuinely doesn't make sense. And I do want to be emphatic with this, that maybe it will seem baffling to a lot of women, but to a lot of guys, it genuinely doesn't make any sense at all. Like, a lot of guys really do think that, okay, if she was offended by something, then she would have told me. Because that's how guys talk between each other. Like, hey, if something bothers me, then I will tell you. That's how it works.
The frustration emanating off the screen. Like, yeah, dude, if your child poops, you clean it up. We see a kitchen covered in dirty dishes, box.
I mean, he was asking just to clarify, but I assumed that he was already offering to clean it, okay? He just wanted to know. He just wanted to confirm. I don't know.
And various junk. And the caption says, when your husband asks to help clean up and asks what needs to be done.
Where could they be? Where are
Here. Come on.
your eyes? Point to them with me. Yeah, we have 2 eyes.
Very effective use of Miss Rachel there.
But that is way too... Okay, is it a stupid phrase? Yes. Is it a tactless phrase? Also yes. But it's just a question, brother. Look, I don't want to be mean. It's not that I want to be like dismissive. I understand that to a lot of the women, to a lot of the wives, it really does feel like something so obvious, so incredibly obvious that it shouldn't even need to be stated. But at the end of the day, the husband is still offering to help. He just doesn't. He just asks a kind of stupid question. But the fact that he wants to still help with the domestic duties, etc., is still something that maybe it should be appreciated. No, sorry, that is not how I would like to say it. It's still a good thing that he didn't have the tact to already know that he shouldn't even be asking a question like that in the first place. Is secondary, is aesthetic. It's just a decoration over the important thing, which is, again, the fact that he wants to help.
I feel like all of us are feeling that same sense of frustration. And speaking of Miss Rachel, I'm going to be shouting out this video from Lindsay Ellis in case you haven't watched it yet. I'm going to have that linked for you down below. Very important watch. Out of her family, a wife got COVID, as did her son, and so what they did was they self-isolated upstairs to make sure that the husband didn't get COVID, right? May I remind you that COVID is no joke, and she was bedridden and trying to look after her son at the same time. Then after a week passes,
I am going to be a little mean with this part. So people know I am going to be a little bit mean. This also comes from the personal trauma of my pilot, that he didn't take as much care of himself when he was very young. So, and because he obviously wants his child to be live a much better life than he did, part of that is also, I don't want to be mean and saying like demanding, but expecting the children to be much more self-sufficient than he was at a much earlier age. So, if the kid is 10 or something, the mom shouldn't need to be taking care of him when if she is sick. I would actually like call him. Do you realize that your mother is sick? Do you realize that she cannot take care of you? Do you think it is difficult for you to cook a feeding bag of noodles? Is that a difficult thing for you? Again, maybe to some people it probably will come as a bit mean, I don't know. But I think that if someone is able to walk on their own and has the basic hand-eye coordination, they probably can help. At least that they can help. You shouldn't need... Okay, Jesus, I am being a little too mean, I am sorry. And hey, I will say this. It will also be my duty as a father that it will be a bit weird if I say all of those things like, hey, did you like take care of your bed? Did you clean the dishes, etc.? And if he didn't see me doing those things, like, obviously when he wasn't sick, I don't know why I'm talking so much about this. It will, again, with small kids, you had to present it as like if it were playing, like if it were a game. Oh, hey kids, hello son, hey kids, let's play to wash the dishes. Yeah! Okay, kid one. Your mission is to take the plates to the store. Excellent, yeah, okay? Excellent, wonderful. Now, kid two, give me your hand. Exactly, baby. You had to put you had to put detergent on the sponge. Yeah, very well done. Excellent. Wonderful. And what do we do now, honey? Why am I role-playing this? Okay. Excellent, very well. Yes, you had to fall down the handle. And the water comes down and down and down and down. Wonderful. We take the sponge. No, yes, even if it's cold, baby. It's okay, fine. I will do it for now. For now, I will do it. No, babe. No, son. It's completely okay. I understand that the cold water is scary sometimes. Someone left. You didn't like my dad roleplay? Okay. Okay, son. People online didn't like my dad roleplay, so we are gonna have to hurry it out, okay, son? Wonderful. Yes, excellent. Now, clean out this plate and give it to your brother. Well done. Excellent. Now let's continue the video. Oh god, I got BTFO.
She goes downstairs and this is what she's met with. This dude had just let everything stack up. Rotten food and all. She was describing.
No! No! It reminds me of the worst of my worst moments when I left my mom with 50 dirty dishes. No.
Describing the smell, she was describing everything. I'm a bit of a German.
Okay, look. In my defense, in my pilot's defense, my mother, my own flesh and blood mother, also, a few times, certainly not as often as I did, but a few times she did also leave me with like 20 toxic dishes. Not toxic, I mean dirty dishes. And also, when we do have, why am I even talking about this? When we do have una comida en un contenedor de plástico, food, some kind of old food in the plastic container which turns green and develops the new kind of deadly fungal colony that will create a new penicillin. 90% of the time it's something fierce. 90% of the time it's her quote-unquote fault.
And I really massively struggled watching this. And the really sad thing to me is that she was defending him in the comments saying that he had gotten her food and also had walked the dog. And I can pretty much bet if the genders were reversed, then this would be a wife's failure. I have to voice over this one for copyright reasons, but it says, "You look happier. Thanks. I started charging my family every time they wreck my brain instead of using their own. Hey, Shan, is the dishwasher clean?"
I felt that on the very soul. Oh no, that makes so much sense. Oh god, whenever people ask you, "Oh hey, I'm sorry, Halconiis, what is this thing on the house?" Oh, yes, of course, it is right there. If you will have looked for it before asking me first, maybe you will have found it. Now, please, I am not really stressed enough by trying to send an email to someone when I had severe anxiety. So please, I am sure that you could figure out that incredibly complicated puzzle on your own. Okay, I am sorry, the pilot is coming out a bit too much. Vtuber is supposed to be virtual anime prince boy, not annoying moit. I do apologize.
Some money? Yep. Hey, Shan, where's the iron?
Hey, Shan, where's the iron?
Some money?
$1, please.
It's right there.
Believe it or not, that actually kind of happens sometimes. Sometimes it is genuinely in front of their eyes, and they still come to ask.
Shan, do you know what laundry detergent is?
Wait, is her role playing against her husband or against her kids? I don't quite get that because she says the first name. I don't think that they will be the kids. If they will be the kids, they will be saying, "Hey, mom."
Answer some money, some more. It's in the cabinet.
No way.
First, we got to establish what unpaid labor is so that people are all on the same page. It's things like washing dishes, vacuuming, cleaning, cooking, dusting, cleaning the bathroom, doing the washing, sorting it all out, putting it away, booking appointments, meal planning, grocery shopping, childcare, garden care, looking after pets, all of the stuff that ensures that you can live like
me trying to survive balancing work, training, and sleeping at a reasonable time while having a social life. No, you're gonna have to give one of those up, buddy. I am sorry, you had select one. You had to reduce one of them at least.
Healthy life and effectively be a functioning cog in the capitalist machine. It's all physical and mental labor that's kind of the backbone of society. Like, it's all of this work which gets done, but it's completely unpaid.
Sir C.S. Lewis had once a very beautiful quote where he said that motherhood is the labor from which all other jobs, labors, and positions comes from. The mental load means always having to remember. Yeah.
Oh, universal basic income. One day. I mean, you can indeed hire a nanny, a personal chef, a personal shopper, a cleaner, a gardener, a laundry person. But those options are really for the wealthy, and unless you're super rich, you don't have access to them. And I'm sure that you are very familiar with all of the TikToks, the Reddit posts, the memes, everything about the inequality when it comes to unpaid labor being done, especially in straight relationships. And this is kind of where I want to focus on, because the more I researched into this video, the more that this became such a sticking point, and it's kind of why I
Another confession. How my husband cleans is how I clean. Look, out of sight, out of mind, okay? It's clean. It's clean-ish. Like, come on, it's just good enough.
say tech hasn't saved us from unpaid labor. In fact, for capitalism to thrive, it relies on the unpaid labor of specifically women in straight relationships. And it's definitely noticeable when people aren't doing their fair share of things around the home, and that can lead to many frustrations. There have been divorces because of this.
Woman considers divorcing her husband after he refused to clean. Well, I mean, technically we all know that that isn't the real reason, right? She did consider divorcing because he doesn't respect her and doesn't see her as an equal partner who also has to be helped out. And like, you leaving the dishes in the sink by the sink is a symbol of that, but it's not the real reason. It's not that I want to be mean. I am sure that to many of these men, it also is something that they genuinely cannot understand. But we can also be a bit dry and direct and admit that, you know, if you didn't figure that out, or if you guys didn't have a conversation about the real underlying issue behind the dirty dishes, then you know, and that wasn't a very solid relationship, or like there were a few things that needed to be worked on. We can admit to that much at the very least. Now we will watch the first 3 minutes of the third video. And we already watched groups. Okay, so weddings. Okay, that is so offensively stupid. Why is the groom in the middle like acting like, whoa, yeah, why?
I commit to the bit.
Why
Do
are
you know
men?
what I love about weddings? They are a celebration of love. There's even a cute dog at this one.
My pilot sometimes occasionally dreams with like a super special wedding, because maybe kinda, perhaps, sorta, he really treasures and adores the idea of doing absolutely everything he can to make one day absolutely magical and perfect for the person he loves the most in the world. Maybe, just a possibility, like maybe, perhaps, but admitting that would be like so embarrassing, would be like just so personal that, you know, it's like, but it would be nice. It will be nice.
You're making new memories, espousing feelings of love, sharing time with the people you cherish, and wait a second, smashing cake into the love of your life's face after they spent hours getting ready and years dreaming of this day. Hang on a second, this is from the movie Anyone But You, but art imitates life. Yet in all of my research for this video, I have not come across one lesbian couple that's doing this to each other. It's actually only the straights I've seen doing this. Why is it weddings seem to have become a humiliation ritual? Do you even like the person that you're marrying?
I would say I never heard of this custom before.
And you know what? I love a good giggle, I love to chuckle, I love a good joke. We're not talking—
Hold on. Are you wearing I don't know if it's a wedding dress or a bridesmaid dress or something. That's perfect. That's art. Congrats. I do tip my hat to you, my good lady. That's perfect. That's wonderful.
talking about a mistake like when this groomsman clearly forgot his belt on the day.
Now, you like, should just die. Just die there. I don't know if I would talk to that guy again if like it was one of the groomsmen. Okay, maybe it's being too harsh. I am sure that, for example, like looking at it 15 years in the future will be like, hey, sweetie, do you remember when Dave from accounting forgot his belt and we all got a good eyesight of his underwear? If it doesn't embarrass the bride, then it's totally okay. For me, for the groom, it's just like to be entirely honest, because of my severe social anxiety, it's not really a date that I want to experience. Like being seen by so many people, it's a little too much. So in my case, it genuinely wouldn't matter that much. For example, let's say, I don't know, someone throws cake or something at my groom suite or anything like that. I don't care. I genuinely don't care. As long as the wife has her absolutely perfect and a special date, and I don't care. Weddings are for the bride. They're not really for the groom. At least that is the way that I interpret that. I always thought about those things.
When a rat crashes your wedding, literally, or when a hornet gets stuck in your wedding day, or when a rat crashes your wedding, literally. Or when a hornet gets stuck in your wedding dress, like what happened to this poor bride.
Oh no.
But my goodness, did the groom save the day or what?
Brother, that's a skill. Okay. We need to tip our hats this could say too. That's badass. Not bad at all.
Now that's vows to remember.
Or when a cat crashes a couple's wedding, like what happened to this couple, and then they end up adopting the cat, and the cat's name is Daisy. Doesn't your heart feel super happy right now? I know that you're smiling. This is a feeling people should get at weddings. These, well, most of them are happy accidents. We're on about something far more nefarious, where the goal is to humiliate. Whether you're like this dude who made the word
is, I suppose, kind of fitting to say like the word humiliate. I'm a bit embarrassed about admitting this, but I was kind of looking at the cleavage. I actually only now noticing that is quite a pronounced cleavage. Congrats. Very good.
First vows in history from a few years ago that I'm sure we remember.
Awful. That
Only
big
two
is
things
awful.
are required to keep me happy. Keep my belly full and my balls empty. So you're amazing at half of it. We really need to get you some cooking lessons.
Do you remember what he said at the beginning of his vows? You're screwed.
You're screwed.
What a wonderful way to begin the rest of your life together. And
trying to be somewhat caritative, trying to be nice, like the kindest possible interpretation is that they really do have that kind of humor together, and the groom, the husband, rolled a natural -20 intelligence check, and it didn't have the kind of social grace or social understanding or the social tact to realize that making that kind of inside couple joke in front of their whole family. And by the way, the officiator, the person between the bride and the groom, is the guy's mother. Maybe that wasn't the smartest thing in the planet. That is the kindest possible interpretation that I could have about that insanity. That is the only way I can see that entire episode being rescuable.
in her vows, she was constantly putting herself down.
I know I'm no model, by far not a good cook, unless you want soggy meatloaf.
She almost sounds like she wants to cry.
And as we all know, I'm the real sleeping beauty with a temper. But thank you for loving me still.
After this disaster, are they still together? Well, not only are they still together, as of 2023, when the latest update was, she even made this video addressing people's concerns, saying,
Michael is too good for me, I will say that.
Bro. Okay.
I said that then, before or when I met him. I say that now. I will say that to the day I die.
I just want to give her the biggest hug. Please notice that she's the one who made the video defending him. He hasn't had to say anything. He hasn't had to apologize. He hasn't had to explain himself. She's defending him. This
is actually quite interesting, as Miss Bryony Claire mentions here. When it comes to this kind of matters of couples, or when it comes to this kind of relationship things, generally you have the underlying assumption that the woman is going to be the PR speaker, so to say, of the relationship. The man is not going to be requested or expected to explain himself, if that makes any sense.
Is meant to be the best day of your life? Even in this year of 2025, there is instance after instance of humiliation ritual that's happening typically towards the bride at weddings. Why is this still so pervasive?
God, the purple cake one pisses me off so bad.
Now, some of you may be saying, well, the whole concept of marriage is a humiliation ritual.
What the fuck?
Weddings are just part of that, and you may be completely against weddings, completely against marriage, and ooh, that's a topic for a future video. Maybe I'll make it for next wedding season. I mean, I already have the get-up. Even if we push those feelings aside, we know that someone's wedding day is meant to be the best day of your life. And
controversial opinion? I don't necessarily think that, actually. It should be kind of like a start, or it should be kind of like, yeah, we are celebrating the... in a way, the conclusion of a love story, but also in a way, the start of a love story. Or I guess to be more precise, like a transitional stage, where things are go from like, yes, of course, we love each other, etc., to yes, I genuinely believe that I want to spend the rest of my life with this person. And it should be a celebration in that sense, but how to say this? My hope is that the husband can make many more best day evers for his wife, and I guess also for his family, for his children, etc. It shouldn't be only the wedding day that is the best day ever. It should be like the start of many more other best day evers. Like, let's say, for example, he just decides that one day, don't worry, honey, I'm going to wake you up with like your favorite breakfast. I am going to cook today. I'm going to do everything for you today. I'm going to spend the entire day pampering you, etc., etc. And then that is something that she can remember. Oh yeah, remember that time that you like decided to give me the queen treatment for an entire day, etc. I really cherish that, honey. I guess that is kind of what I mean. Why are they talking so much about this stuff? Okay. As you can tell, if I get married, I want to get really married. To borrow a quote from... Oh no. Moon river, wider than a mile. I'm crossing you in time someday. Audrey Hepburn. Okay, yeah. Audrey Hepburn. Yeah. Phrase from Miss Audrey Hepburn. Oh, yeah.
And for girls in particular, we're kind of brought up thinking of this day, dreaming of it, but time and again on this most special day, which is meant to be thinking of this day, dreaming of it, but time and again on this most special...
Hold on.
We're kind of brought up thinking of this day, dreaming of it, but time and again on this most special day, which is meant to be about the bride, it ends up humiliating her. And sometimes, actually, most often, it's the groom doing it. My patrons voted for this topic because I've been covering some very heavy things recently, and so we're having something a bit more fun. However, there is a very sinister underbelly to this, and I also have to put resources for you down below in case you need them, because, hey, apparently we can't have anything nice. I am no master baker, but I'm going to be making some cupcakes inspired by the flavors of our wedding cake, because there is no way I could do this gorgeous petal cake.
Oh, you got married. I am so happy. Congrats. Congrats, Yeti. I really do hope that every one of your days are blessed with happiness. Very good luck in your love journey. And the cake is indeed beautiful. It also does seem impossible to... It really does seem impossible to do. Better the cupcakes, yeah.
Because
but what a beautiful cake.
Yes, abject humiliation.
So what are the origins of the wedding cake smash? Apparently this is connected to ancient Rome, when barley cake used to get crumbled over the bride's head to signify fertility, wishing for lots of good children, and male dominance.
What?
It's almost like we haven't progressed very far, hey? Feeding each other cake is meant to be one of the first acts of service you do as a married couple.
Okay, that does sound very romantic.
You know, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health. This is the one person in the world you're meant to be able to rely on for everything. Even though we know that you can't rely on one person for everything, we require community to be able to thrive. Yes, everybody should be participating.
Indeed, that is very true. You know,
in community.
Sorry. For example, let's say that a couple has children, and obviously babies, especially in the first year, constantly crying, like they're gonna keep you awake all night, etc. But it is far more bearable if not only the couple, but for example, the grandparents or something can take turns watching. Like, yeah, don't worry, honey, I'm gonna be on the night watch from, I don't know, 3 to 5 or whatever, or I'm gonna be on the night watch for tonight. Tomorrow, my dad is gonna come over, and the day after, you can take over. The day after that, I don't know, your mom can come over, etc., etc. And in that way, it is far more bearable. Disclosure: my pilot is not a dad. He doesn't have any experience with actually raising children. Just an hypothesis I have. And that I suppose I hypothesize that is probably partly how things were generally handled in the past. Of course, the past, many societies, many different situations, many different customs, many different contexts, etc. So we cannot really say one monolithic style was the past.
But like, they're the person you come home to every day. They're the one that looks after you when you're sick. They are your emergency contact. You can.
What if the husband has to go to, for example, like service to, let's say that he goes to be a reckless volunteer in Africa, region of the world or something, region of the world. I don't know if they can be the emergency contact then.
Just tell this dude's not going to remember their wedding anniversary or important dates like her birthday and get her a gift or anything like that, hey?
I want to puke. That's so ugly.
They'll be like, what? What did I do? I didn't do anything. Maybe that's the point. This dude had me going for a while, okay? I was like getting palpitations, I was nervous, but look how cute this is. And guess what? They've been together for 7 years.
Okay, that's kinda cute. That is kinda cute.
This is what it's meant to be about. You're in a vulnerable moment, having someone else feed you, someone else do like one of...
Also, I don't think that grooms generally get makeup, do they? I am pretty sure that they don't. I don't think that I will get any makeup if, which is kind of a big if to be honest, if I someday got married or something. Unless, I guess, if the bride asked or whatever.
Of the basic life things for you, and it's meant to be a sweet moment like this. There is actually a Mexican tradition called La Mordida, where the birthday person,
La Mordida.
They are blowing out their candles, then afterwards they're meant to take the first bite of the cake, and then someone is meant to push their head into the cake.
No, don't. No, Una combate. Si ocurría algo así en mi cumpleaños, combate. Es hora del duelo.
So it's meant to be a gentle one, but sometimes people go pretty hard. However, not everybody does this. And a big heads up in case you've never dealt with a tiered level cake or a fancy cake at all, they usually have like wooden dowels in them or sticks to be able to keep the structural integrity in place. So there have been accidents where people who have had their faces shoved into the cake, they end up in ER like this poor woman because the dowel went into her eye. Yes, I'm not going to show you the really gory picture. I'll only show you the thing patched up, but she's lucky to still have 2 eyes. Some cakes are even
She is blessed indeed. Thank the Lord.
having to come with a warning now about please do not do a cake smash with this cake. It's actually rare to find a bride doing this to her new husband where she crosses a boundary and does something that he doesn't want to at all. I did find one and he hits her in retaliation. Dude is so angry, like you can feel it radiating off the screen. And in this one, he cake smashes her, and so she smushes some on his cheek, and look what he does. He goes into literally do an overhead punch to her and has to get pulled back by his friends. You can't go telling me this is just a lighthearted joke when men go reacting this way with such huge anger.
Well, I mean, it is a non-zero number of men, and it is kind of a big number of men, so I cannot really say... Hashtag not all men. But sometimes I do feel a little bad that this is the impression that a lot of people had about men. I mean, I cannot blame them, but yeah.
Know that this is about humiliation. And no, I don't think it's cool if a woman goes and oversteps her partner's boundaries. Like, no. No. This is not cake smashing, quote, done right at all. Like, it's very clear that she did not want it. There is video after video of grooms trying to make their brides look like Mrs. Doubtfire suddenly and humiliate them on the most special day of their life.
I think it's also that sometimes, because a lot of husbands don't always try to fully understand how things can feel for a wife. They kinda don't always like grasp that certain kinds of roadhousing are actually not as fun for the wife as he might think.
Lives. And it's also really important to note that this is a day where women spend a lot of money on their hair and makeup, and they're meant to be the most beautiful. Like everything about this day is meant to be catalogued, and these are the photos.
Which is actually pretty strange because, I mean, for me, I had always kind of realized that even when I was like much smaller than I am today, I always kind of knew that, yeah, this was a very special, and even if I didn't use the word at the time, it was also like a very vulnerable time for the bride, because she indeed like put a lot of care to her appearance and to everything. So the idea of like a groom doing something to intentionally embarrass a bride on her special day is absolutely alien to me, like genuinely alien.
Those are memories that you're meant to frame and cherish forever, because it's all down
forever and ever and ever and ever. Look, it should be remembered. But I always remember this section of I don't know if people here played Age of Empires too, the Saradin campaign, right? And when the protagonist, the narrative point of view character, the narrator, like says, "Oh, I had written all of the memoirs of the various deeds that Saradin has achieved. Saradin reached them only rarely, and whenever he does, he always says that they will pale in comparison with the events that will occur." I didn't get it right, but essentially is that Saradin doesn't really care all that much about the things that happen or about the great deeds that were achieved in the past. He's always looking towards achieving even greater deeds. And I think that is what people should look forward to. For example, I have like a dream or a fantasy that I really like the idea of adventuring or taking a trip together. For example, like exploring the world or something. And I will hope I will be able to go with my wife to travel the world. And when I say that, for example, I love riding bicycles. So it would be really nice to be able to ride bicycles together on kind of like backpackers. Just like throwing something out there. Anyways, or for example, I would like to make a movie with my wife, or I don't know, I would like to make a stream or something, with my wife, a special stream, like something like that, a special moment. I would like for us to be constantly looking at the future instead of reminiscing the past, if that makes any sense. Maybe I'm being a bit too opinionated about that, sorry. Pero Leon, grazie mille per essere tornato questa trasmissione. Grazie. Thank you so very much. My peep is wasting food or cake. I can't. I never thought about it too much, to be entirely honest. I guess because I think of the wedding as something that only happens one day, or I guess that could happen like 3 or 4 days or something in someone's life. It's okay if it gets wasted. It's something only for one day, and how to say it? It's already a day that is kind of planned to be like a big expense. So it's not too bad if the big cake gets like wasted or something. But I can also imagine that for some people, maybe it can feel like, the baker worked a lot to make this cake. So we should try to really appreciate it and not throw it away needlessly. In that sense, I can also see it. Or it can also be like a matter of respect for the person that you're marrying, like treating it, no, this is something that's really precious and important because it's a symbol of our union. So it shouldn't be like just thrown away on someone's face. I will answer the cow question in a bit, but I want to keep the video playing.
Downhill from here when it comes to marriage because most of marriage benefits men, actually. Future video, though.
Miss Bryony, I respectfully disagree. I don't see that. I think marriage benefits the wife more.
Future video. This
Atali, one little thing that is surprising
most
here.
of marriage benefits men, actually.
Men often don't plan to marry. Well, that's true. I never really talk much about among my friends or about with other guys. We never really talk about the idea of what will our perfect marriage be. Or maybe a little bit about what will our ideal wife be like or something. Certainly there is never any talk of what will the wedding day be like. Because which guy cares about their wedding day? Okay. Maybe that sounds a bit too... But yeah, there is not often a lot of talk about marriage. Women expect to marry. Well, yeah, I guess that the idea of like, oh yeah, one day I hope to have my special day where I get married, etc. is very common for women. But often don't. Really? I thought that in the past it was customary for the vast majority of women to end up married.
Future video, though. Future video. This dude actually makes her bleed after shoving a whole cake in her face whilst he's still got the knife that he cut the cake with. All he says, even after discovering that he stabbed his new bride, is, oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. This video...
What the fuck? Why? Oh god, oh, that pissed me off so bad. I'm going to prepare a bit of water. I'll be back in 20 seconds. Question mark? That's why I'm saying, what in the world was that? That is so messed up. That's just wrong. I told you I confessed. My feet are getting dirty.
video is 12 years old and we're still seeing this happen time and again today. And you know what? She left him the day after this wedding happened.
Good, to be honest. Normally I don't encourage that kind of stuff of, girl, you got that wrong, you gotta leave that man. But in this case, it's too messed up. That, go on. Men. Why are men? Hashtag, are men okay? Hashtag, no they're not. I don't like men.
I can't imagine why. The way that the cake smash is meant to go
Truly
is
a
that the
mystery.
groom smashes the cake into the bride's face and she just sort of takes it, you know. She's meant to be passive about it, she's meant to joke along and just accept the humiliation.
She just takes it. That just makes me think about face fucking for some reason. Like just imagine her having a kind of undignified, angry reaction. Maybe not when they're actually married, you know. But like her, like, you think you're so dominant, huh? I cannot believe I'm doing this. Oh yeah, you think you can dominate me, huh? And so she asks, like, I'll offend the dignity while she's going down on you. Look, I saw an image that was really hot about precisely that. Please have mercy on me. Sorry for the random question. No, it's totally okay. I always feel comfortable to ask anything that you want, Peterson. Why is there a fluff cow with you? There isn't a specific reason. I brought up the image of the fluffy cow because I was amazed that there exists something as cute as Highland cows. I'm gonna write it here on too. And I kinda just left the image there. Actually, I guess we can also like turn on the Miyave picture. Why not? Let's remove the filter down. Watching says like it's 5 AM. Thank you so very much. I do hope that it will be a very, very lovely day in Taiwan. I hope that you will have tons of fun. Wait, how do you say Taiwanese people are beautiful? I apologize if I don't pronounce it correctly. No! Wait.
Taiwanese people are beautiful.
Taiwanese people are beautiful. It doesn't have... Okay, Chinese. It's just Chinese. I apologize if it is not the correct Chinese. It just says Chinese simplified.
台湾人很美。
台湾人很美。台湾人很美。台湾人很美。The tonal, the use of tonals in Chinese is always so fascinating. Like, it's genuinely beautiful to me. I find the Chinese language so fascinating. Kanji wa sukashii. Sukashii? この漢字は何か? ち? これ漢字は I assume it's simplified Chinese 漢字。哇靠，谢谢帅哥。
哇靠，谢谢帅哥。
The X is pronounced differently. 哇靠，谢谢帅哥。Holy moly, thanks, Hans. That made me blush. Okay. Thank you, that made me blush. 谢谢你，
你这话让我脸红了。谢谢你这话让我脸红了。
I apologize. I completely mispronounced them. Okay. Now, I imagine that Taiwanese women are beautiful. There should only be a one-word difference. And I assume that Nuxing must be the word for woman in Taiwan. Is a difference between... that's actually fascinating. Character is the same for plural and singular. I'm gonna write Taiwanese woman is beautiful, and yes, they still have the same Chinese character, the same kanji. Taiwanese women are beautiful.
台湾女性很美。
女性。台湾女性很美。台湾女性很美。Taiwanese women are beautiful. It's okay, I can hear the Google Translate. Thank you. Yeah. Now, I imagine that if you say property, Taiwanese women feet are beautiful, Taiwanese women hands are beautiful. It uses different kanji than Japanese, right? I am pretty sure these are different kanji. Because I recognize the kanji for feet in Japanese. Yeah, I am almost certain. But one thing that is fascinating is that I am recognizing the kanji for onna in Japanese. I am certain this is the kanji for onna.
台湾女性的脚很美。
台湾女性的脚很美。Actually, if I am correct, there shouldn't be a difference with singular and plural for foot either, right? It's the same.
台湾女性的脚很美。
What? Water? What? Water? Huh? But this kanji is female, right? It is like the symbol for female. Did I miss the explanation for the Highland Cow? It's cute. I just find it really cute. I just find Highland Cows really cute. There isn't much of an explanation. Why can I not select the kanji there? That's weird. Okay. I removed the quotation. I'm sorry, we will continue to the video. 哇靠！哇靠！出来了！出来了！ The tonal accents are actually not as challenging as I thought they'd be. It's kind of like Oh. Okay. It is indeed, right? Thank you. Wait. 谢谢。
谢谢。
谢謝。謝謝。謝謝。Oh, the tonal accents are essentially like a gliding of the pitch, huh? 謝謝。Oops. 謝謝。Okay. Grazie mille per la lezione di Chinese. We have to continue with the video. I apologize for that.
It's downright cruel, and you can actually see it from the reactions of the people doing the smashing.
I forgot you're a leg
They
guy.
are jubilant, I win, and just...
I will confess a secret. Fit guys, because I will be more of a fit guy than a leg guy technically. Fit guys can actually be pretty intense about their tastes. I always remember like a few women talking about their bad experiences with food guys, and sometimes they refer to them as food demons. It's just that they can be like really, really thirsty and really, really pushy. But it's also because for many food guys, like feet are such a tremendous turn on that it's like very... it's easy to lose it, I guess you could say. Oh yes, feet, not like... Yeah, pretty much. Well, obviously, I also love legs as well. But my main focus, ever since I was like super young, I don't know. It's pretty much like loving woman's chest or something. It's almost something almost instinctive or natural. Okay, let's continue.
The humiliation. It's downright cruel, and you can actually see it from the reactions of the people doing the smashing. They are defiant, they are jubilant. I win, you are beneath me. It's kind of the same energy.
You know what it makes me think? It makes me think of a kind of a dude bro showing off for his friends. Like, yeah, bro, yeah, I'm the man. It feels more like social posturing for his bros than necessarily. I mean, I am sure that there is also a sense of implied domination, subordination. Yeah, I am the man, and I own you, etc., etc. But I don't know if they're doing it on a conscious level. I think what they consciously do is that they want to like show off for their roles, or they want to do something that they think is funny, but on an unconscious level, more of a social internalization level. It is like a kind of dominance patriarchal thing.
Here's Jake Paul smashing up Logan Paul's wedding cake. What a weird thing to do. Like, why?
Actually, it is kind of funny. I'm sorry, but that actually is pretty funny.
Same energy as Jake Paul smashing up Logan Paul's wedding cake. What a weird thing to do. Like, why? All the way back.
Because it's funny, okay?
Back in 2022, do you remember this cake smash happening? Where the bride is literally running away from her husband as he heads towards her with cake in his fist. She begs and pleads with him not to do it.
I don't like that.
He pushes her down
and
shoves
did I miss
cake
the feed explanation? No, I haven't done it yet. I am planning to do
this dude pushes her down and shoves cake
attack
all
right
over
in a
her
stream
face, like
where
really sure
sorry, it's not that I want to ignore necessarily what's happening in the video. That it genuinely makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I hate guys humiliating their wives like this. Sorry. When I go over various texts and explaining what are the appeal and what is like, I don't want it to be just, oh yeah, I like this because X, etc. I want also to make all the people that have this taste or this other kink, etc., feel accepted and seen. Like go and explain, okay, even if we don't necessarily understand why these people like that, it usually tends to be like that. A kind of talk of healthy sexuality, if that makes any sense. As you can probably tell, it's important for me that people can have a healthy and well-developed and well-thought-out sexual life.
Get it everywhere. And then he runs away. Dude doesn't even help his bride get up off the floor. Love of your life, huh? This one
but
just
no,
happened. So
I haven't quite explained.
She's all excited. It's all lovely because you know it's the wedding day.
The enjoyment.
But then he grabs the back of her neck and head and shoves her.
The thing is that,
but she
at least in my impression, women don't care about the fetish stuff, and they kinda don't really like it all that much. I think mostly because they had bad experiences with
yourself, but you don't want to seem like a heinous bitch
with feet guys, etc. But I think when they have a good experience, then they either don't mind or they kind of enjoy it.
Ruining her hair and makeup. Dude reacted like.
I am sorry. It's not that I want to talk over this part. It's that
he
I
painted the Sistine
hate it.
Chapel or something. You should not feel proud of yourself right now.
And you can actually really see, and this is probably going to surprise some people. I actually genuinely don't know like how many of them each are female, how many are male. I suppose it differs a lot with stream to stream, etc. But I think that the female amici, it will genuinely surprise them that a lot of guys genuinely don't imagine that when a woman is Latin, etc., it doesn't necessarily mean, oh yeah, I totally enjoyed that, I am totally okay, I'm cool with it, etc. They don't imagine that sometimes women loud, not because they actually enjoyed what happened, but simply to be able to escape the situation safely. The world really does seem to be very different when, like, when you're a big, strong guy. maybe part of why I can be more sensitive or I can be more understand some women's issues on an intuitive level is because I am not a big, strong guy. So I can understand why some things for women are scary or why they don't always want to say certain things more directly.
You can see it across her face. She thinks about doing the cake smash back to him, but oh
But she's
no,
too
he
scared.
anticipates this and stops her before she can by doing a double high five, making sure that he is the one still in control of the
I'm going to be entirely honest, I don't know if the guy thought about it that much.
situation, making sure that she does not fight back. He wins always. You're meant to go along with the joke and be the good wife, the cool girl, you know? These actions let it be
you're supposed to
known
be able
that
to
your
take a
boundaries
joke.
mean nothing. It's his way, and that's how
Okay,
your entire
but-
marriage is gonna go. Like this bride.
But I think the champagne guy, he seems like he was genuinely clueless. He seems like he genuinely didn't understand, and he was just caught up in the emotion of the
They
moment.
cut the cake to serve up and he grabs it and shoves it in her face. She's smiling, but you can see she didn't want it. We are trained to minimize, to not cause a scene. This is otherwise
Yeah.
known as the fawn response.
And I actually really profoundly hate how women are like taught to, just don't make a scene, just shrink yourself, just make yourself a smaller or something. I genuinely hate that quite a bit. As you can probably tell, I am more accustomed to assertive women that speak their mind. It's what I grew up in. It's what I grew up with. So it's kind of what I am more familiar with. And maybe it is partly that, which is the reason why I tend to prefer when I know that my wife or the woman around me will tell me. Boy, do they tell me. When something isn't good or when they don't like something. They tend to actually be pretty impolite about it. Like, Falco, you didn't clean these dishes. Falco, the yard is dirty. Blah, 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 blah. If you're wondering, no, it's not my mother, it's actually someone else. But it's what I know. So the idea of a woman being submissive, etc., I don't think it's bad. I don't hate it necessarily, but it is not what I am used to. Like I said, I want my wife to feel comfortable, like telling me anything, and I do mean anything, even if that something is, for example, I don't know. Your breath stinks, dummy. Or you need to buy me some tampons. Or, for example, if like she's having her period or something, I think I genuinely wouldn't care. I just see it as a normal function of the body and just something that happens. To be entirely honest, actually, this is gonna sound so insane, but I would like, if I had a girlfriend that I love very much, I would like to ask her at least once to let me see her while she's menstruating. It's such a mysterious and obviously innately feminine process that, of course, I had never seen in person. So I will genuinely enjoy and I will genuinely be fascinated by seeing the blood dripping down from her vagina. Like, to me, it will be genuinely a beautiful, a fascinating thing. Like, wow, I am seeing something that's so unique and something that's so particular to womanhood. What a beautiful thing. Again, I do apologize. That probably will sound insane to menstruating persons, but I genuinely think that will be fascinating to see. Okay, let's play a bit more of the video and
You are probably familiar with fight, flight, or freeze when it comes to being in a scary or dangerous situation. But fawn is where the victim is trying to placate the abuser. You're trying to appease or calm them to not make them any more angry,
so
to not make
he
them any
wouldn't
more
try to hurt
violent.
you.
It can show as people-pleasing, suppressing anger or discomfort, being overly agreeable, ignoring your needs, and doing what the other wants. Basically, it's like befriending the beast to stop them from killing you. And there's probably a number of you who are recognizing this in yourself. And when it comes to women, we are more likely likely to use the fawn response. This is due
It
to how
shows
we're
up a lot,
socialized from
especially
childhood, as
in
mendable psychology writes. While
victims
fawning
of
can
prolonged
affect
abuse or
anyone,
kidnapping.
women more often display this trauma response due to societal conditioning and expectations.
Hmm.
Many women are raised to be nurturing, accommodating, and agreeable. Assertiveness, especially when it involves saying no or setting boundaries, is often discouraged or punished. Women are more at risk for interpersonal trauma experiences such as relationship violence and sexual violence that often lead to a fawn response. When women are faced with
Something that I also think a lot of men don't really think about too much is just how pervasive and how common it is for women to have a certain level of sexual trauma. Ranging the whole spectrum from street harassment or like inappropriate words, etc., to full on, I don't feel comfortable saying sexual assault. And how much those kinds of trauma on both a societal level as like the societal group that is woman and on the individual level as an individual woman and person affect the way that women as a group and women as an individual live their daily life or live their life in general.
with a threat, they may be aware that their ability to fight or flight, safely exit the situation, are not viable options. And you can really see this on display when you're looking at these videos, right? Like when someone's smiling or saying thank you to unwanted advances, that's fawning in action because sadly, there are some...
Maybe it is because I'm seeing this in the context of grooms being awful, but I can instinctively see how the smiles that all the brides here have, they are the kind of oh God, please don't beat me up kind of smiles.
Some men
like
who really cannot handle rejection
smiles.
And can get quite violent, as sadly the news has shown us. But, and this is important, there is no consent when fear is in the room. I want everybody to remember that. And once again here, they're going to feed each other. She does the cake smash in a small way by pushing the fork to his mouth. And he responds by not only smashing it in her face before the first dance, but he just keeps on going, even crumbling cake over her at the end, showing he is the boss. He is the alpha.
Okay, I'm gonna bring in the water. I'm gonna bring in some water. Wonderful. Okay. I do apologize that the video reaction extended a lot more than I thought it would. But at the very least, we got to try something new. So that's good.
He won because he humiliated her more. Or one not even involving cake is captured by photographer immature. This
I hate this one so much.
groom was holding his bride over a pool to be able to get some great photos. And he dumps her in. But what's he doing? He's laughing, he's cheering. Dude looks like he just scored a hat trick.
Oh. By the way, according to one of the comments below, the other people in the scene, for example, like the attendees, the cameraman, etc., are saying, after her, like, jump after her, like, come on, man. Okay, fine, but jump after her, etc. And the guy is just like going like, woohoo, etc.
But Bryony, it's okay because he jumps in.
Oh, no. Then he said, nah, I'm good. I'm not gonna jump in the water. What in the planet? Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much.
Afterwards, he got soggy too. Yeah, he chose to drop her in the pool and
okay, fine. Well, he does jump in at the end. I actually didn't remember
he chose to jump in afterwards. She did not have any choice here. No, it's not the same. Just by the way,
I genuinely think that maybe these things come as obvious to women, but I genuinely think that a lot of guys just don't think about the ramifications or the implications that their actions carry. They just kind of like do things. They're just kind of like sometimes a bit of no thoughts, head empty.
There is so much fabric involved in wedding dresses, like they're very complicated garments, and him chucking her in the pool like this, she could have easily drowned because she may not have been able to like kick her legs because that was quite a tight-fitting mermaid skirt that she was wearing.
Yeah.
What a jerk. But there's another video of them that you may not have seen it. This is clearly after she's been dumped in the pool beforehand.
And having her makeup ruined.
Because he wants to do a what? What's he you gonna say?
This is Sparta!
And
joking about kicking your wife. I am sure that your father-in-law loved that. I am sure that your brother-in-law saw that and he was filled with thoughts of love.
And he kicks her in again. So it looks like they're both in on the joke this time, right? So it's totally fine. This comment, I translated it. It says, I want to talk to the bride alone. Same, okay? Because when it comes to these pranks, he's always doing it to her. Because, say for example, if she did the whole this is Sparta thing and kicked him in, then it's like...
Then at least that would have been equal. Yeah, that actually is a good point. Like, she could have easily just been the one that does the kick.
Oh, they're just one of those prank couples. But no, she's always the butt of the joke. Power is always...
She's the butt of the joke 2 times. Saying always kinda, I don't know, indicates more of a trend than we actually see.
And when you're always the butt of the joke, that means that you are the joke. It's not something that you're both in on. It's them repeatedly showing who's holding the power, and you've been trained to laugh along at your own expense, your own humiliation. And I just gotta ask the dudes that do this, how does it feel to be the smallest man in the world? Because it gives the same energy as Trump at his inauguration cake, where he's using a sword and he's having a little dance because he has to have everybody absolutely adore him at all times. Constant validation is needed. Yeah, I'm in power. I'm the great guy. Weddings take so much planning. Do not even get me started on my spreadsheets or my color coordinated spreadsheet of the day of who's meant to be where at what time. Pranks throw the system out of order. You don't account for having to redo your entire hair and makeup. When you're in the wedding planning process, you talk about things, right? Like you would surely, with your future partner that you're going to be spending the rest of your life with, you would absolutely be showing them images that you really like for the wedding. You talk about the songs that you want. You talk about like everything that you want for the day.
Okay, I can 100% see a lot of guys, and I will not comment on whether or not I am one of those guys, that could probably not realize how important this is and just say, it's like not that big of a deal, dude. I mean, I guess it just comes down to men and women having such a difference in perspective because of the way that the different ways that we grow up to see society and the evolvement of our lives, I think.
And so you would be looking at what other people have done for their weddings. Wouldn't you have also shown them like the cake smash or pranks at weddings and seen what their reaction is? Do they enjoy having pranks at home? Do you both enjoy that? Or is it just you pulling pranks on them and then they have to go along with it? In the same way that you have conversations about wedding traditions that you want to include or exclude. Like, my God, we left so many wedding traditions out. I walked my damn self down the aisle because I'm not property that is being given away.
Based, to be honest. I didn't really like the whole thing of father walking out the bride on the aisle for that same reason.
Same as I didn't wear a wedding veil, I bought this just for this video. Neither of us had any interest in the cake smash either because it's just an embarrassing thing.
Also, look at that cake. That genuinely is a work of art.
Any interest in the cake smash
I wouldn't dare to smash that thing either.
either because it's just an embarrassing thing. Like, you're spending your lives together.
That's actually pretty cute that she credits the photographer, Dear White Production.
Supposedly. Like, if you can't talk about
And just look at
thing,
these
like,
couple photos. That's actually so lovely. Do you have a favorite photo of her wedding, Amici? This one is my favorite, the one on the right. I think this one is the cutest one. Just the adorable kiss on the forehead and the smile that she has when, like, the love that she looks at him with is just really adorable.
your lives together, supposedly.
It's just really adorable.
Like, if you can't talk about boundaries or things that you want to have at your wedding day or not and respect those, how the hell are you going to handle the big things in life? Why can't people take a joke anymore? Ugh. Buonarroti, an accredited psychosexual therapist from Melbourne, said, embarrassing any human being is bullying. It's derogatory in nature, and this is not acceptable in any relationship. There's a difference between humour and jest, but there's no place for degradation ever between couples. The trend suggests men are trying to reassert their power to some degree, or perhaps maybe they feel like their masculinity is at stake. Melbourne psychologist Carly Dober said, unless this has been
It's difficult for me to imagine the psychology of a guy would do something like this because, again, this sounds so. Is this a Pyrex cup? This is a Pyrex glass. Wow. There are some things that truly transcend national boundaries, don't they? I am actually pretty sure that we do have some, like a couple of Pyrex glasswares. That's amazing. I even forgot what I was going to say. Yeah, no shot. I completely forgot.
Specifically spoken about beforehand, and she's given her consent to be in on the joke. This behavior is disrespectful and alarming. And to me, right, it's like if you are comfortable doing this in public on the most photographed and filmed day of your entire life with everybody that you love and respect around you, what the hell are you doing behind closed doors? Carly Lewis wrote in this piece for The Cut, where a bride called Mila, name change for privacy, her husband snatched a handful of cake, shoving his palm from the bottom of her chin to her forehead. In shock, with cake stuck to her eyelashes and up her nose, she tried to back away. Wow. He held her by her neck, thrashing another mound into her face. It was humiliating, she remembers now, and it hurt. He cracked my nose hard enough I thought it was bleeding. Mila retreated to the bathroom with friends. The worst
Brother, who hearts their loved one in their most special day? Actually, never mind. I think I kinda suspect the answer.
Part was that he was cackling with his buddies. He thought it was hilarious, she says. He saw
Suspicion confirmed.
it as a prank, but to her it felt disrespectful and violating. Do you have some kind of aggression towards me? Is that your moment to spill it out to me? A little frosting on the cheek wouldn't have bothered her, but this seemed more about dominance than ritual or tradition. And that's how it feels in these videos, right? Like a little smoosh, a little dab, like that's playful. Like you can actually try and laugh that off.
Type exclamation command legends for a list of available commands. Technically, it doesn't matter that much for the... Sorry. It doesn't matter that much for the context of this discussion anyways, because something so intimate isn't something that you will share on the wedding day anyways. But something that I think we can admit for guys is that there is an undeniable sexual magnetism to the sense of dominance, or to express a profound sense of ownership on a female partner. Obviously, because I am straight, and I do mean like 95% straight. Well, no, actually, I think that I started in Vtuber, I was like 98% straight. And now I think I will say that I am like 92% straight. Miyabi is just too cute, okay? I just love Miyabi too much. No, but speaking more seriously now. Scusa. No, actually, before I forget. Favorite All-Stars pairing. Go! Yutai? Octavian Altair? Shiny Spicy? I look forward to it. Come on, I look forward to hearing it. Like, Flayon and Betel is just too typical. I mean, that one is kind of expected. But they really are so cute together. They really are so sweet together. And that picture of Flayon hugging Miyabi, God, I love that one so much. I love that one. Or do you have pairings? Why are we talking about pairings now? Do you have pairings outside All-Stars, for example, like Nijisenji, First Stage Production, or something? I'm trying to think of a first stage pairing, but I'm not sure. Gale and Cassian? No, I don't know. Yeah. Sorry, it's just I'm not as familiar with the dynamics in other agencies. Despite everything, I still am starving. Yep. Despite Cover's best efforts, there still are many starving around. Jesus. I don't mind a little dab of green on the face. That can be cute. It could be adorable. It could be pretty adorable, like just something silly to remember at the moment. And I could see it being kind of okay to do after the bride had the main photos taken, etc. Like, after the main or the important things were done, then yeah, sure, that is totally okay. And just like an aesthetic touch, just like, oh yeah, I like a little bit of cream, a little bit of on the face, then yeah, that can be actually pretty nice. Oh, sorry, I actually did forget I got completely sidetracked, sorry. But yeah, a lot of men really do enjoy the idea. Like, the way that I saw it described is for me as a man, this is another person saying, there is something about the sense of being able to completely dominate yeah, I suppose the dominator is like the right term. A female partner that has a kind of like feels incredibly natural and safe to me. Natural and comfortable, not so much like safe. So in that sense, why am I talking about this? So in that sense, I kind of understand like enjoying the sense of dominance, but that would be more of an intimate thing, not something that you would do on like your literal wedding day. That's kind of not nice.
我爱你
I
I love
you.
you. Ayurika-san, are you over there? I got something special for you.
我爱你
我
爱你 我爱你
So this kind of tilde seems to indicate whoa, like a vibrato. 我爱你我爱你我爱你我爱你 I love you, baby. Let's continue.
But what's happening so often is violence. We're seeing people chasing their loved one, pinning them down, smashing food all over someone's face and hair. That's not how you treat someone you love. I mean, unless you're children and siblings because you haven't developed empathy yet. Like this couple who were doing the cake smash,
A lot of men are very used to roadhousing and they don't always realize that women don't like that and that, how to say this? they can actually get a bit more hard by what goes intended with their bodies.
Smooshes a little bit into his face, and you'd expect the same back, right?
It says instant divorce
no, he
in Spanish.
He hurls the whole 3-tiered cake at her. You can't go telling me this is a mutual, fun, light-hearted prank when it turns out like this so often.
And it's actually pretty crazy how he flies off the handle so quickly and so heavily. By the way, Amici, do you have something that you will special that you would like to do for your wedding? Like, would you want a specific song to play during the dance? Or would you like to have a specific tradition? Would you like your wedding dress to be a certain color, etc.?
And look, if there was a cake involved and we saw this sort of behavior, we'd be calling it what it was, IPV. Clinical psychologist Michael Brunstein said in this piece from The Cut, there's some smoke here. He says the behavior might reflect on an unconscious fear that marriage leads to a loss of self. It's a way of saying, I'm not controlled, I just did this whole act of submission, getting on my knees, please marry me, please love me.
But you don't do the getting on your knees on the same day as the wedding day. Hopefully you don't at the very least.
Pleasuring saying, I'm still a man and still dominant. I mean, he has to feel like a man. Why does being a man always come back to being dominant over others?
Right? That's actually like a very good question. I ain't asking myself the very same thing. That's a very poignant observation.
Why does it mean trampling over someone's boundaries?
I'm also asking myself that very same thing. That is also something that I think is very wrong. And also, I do think that the idea of like quote-unquote true or historical masculinity, there's also a very strong element of self-sacrifice and devotion that at least it seems to me is nowadays not as present or as valued.
Like, why does it mean public humiliation and why does it mean violence?
That's actually a really good question. Why so much of manliness about violence or about authoritarianism, etc.? I never liked that at all. I always thought that was incredibly wrong.
We know the answer to this. This is because of toxic masculinity. And people don't like it when I say that. I don't care.
That's
I'm
a good
using
answer.
a real term. We see the effects of this constantly in the news and this level of misogyny.
I would say something beyond toxic masculinity, to be entirely honest. Something perhaps not gender focused, but more of a philosophical sense of pride and domination, of wanting to have dominion over the world or over others. I know that goes more into a kind of almost spiritual perspective, but it is the sense of quote-unquote wanting to play God. Like, things should be how I say it, and other people should submit to my will. I think at the heart of it, it comes down to that. I genuinely think that it comes down to wanting to force other people to bend to your will, which is a terrible thing. It's like bad, like truly bad. The truly beautiful thing is to try to come to an understanding with other people in the world, to try to see their humanity, and to try and help their humanity and the individuality flourish.
Towards women. Globally, 1 in 3 women have been subject to either physical and/or IPV or non-partner violence in their lifetime. And this study from Australia, which came out just a couple of months ago, showed 1 in 3 men admitted to IPV. It's so normalized in our culture that people still feel comfortable making IPV jokes. Like, people are like, oh, they got cancelled for it. No, Matt Rife just did that campaign with Elf Cosmetics, which I am fuming about because I use their products all the time. When he got called out for making IPV jokes, this was his response. You can't go telling me that people's opportunities disappear when they're misogynistic and violent, because they don't. Yes, I am super angry that Matt Rife was in that advert, and no, this is not an apology. The issue is that when women say that they feel unsafe in their relationships or that they've got issues in them and they're just like, is this okay? They have family members and friends minimize it, saying, oh, it was just a joke, don't be so emotional, you're overreacting. He was having a laugh, it's not a big deal. He said sorry. Yeah. All of this plays a big part in the normalization of abuse. To which my response is very much like Summer.
I've come to atone for my sins.
Ew, is that Chris? Okay. Was it really? Ugh, yes.
I had dinner with him last month.
He's really not a bad guy for being a total pig.
Does it signify divorce? You know how much I love to reference studies, but sadly there hasn't really been the funding to find out if people have had the cake smash against their will at their wedding, and the divorce rates from that compared to people who haven't had cake smashes against their will at their wedding.
It does seem like a very specific study, yes.
But I am a trash panda, and I love to trawl through the garbage can of the internet, which is Reddit. There's plenty of trash there, which is my treasure, okay? And from what people...
I mean, Fit, I can't argue against that.
People have shared, the people that do the cake smash against someone's will...
My friend smashed it in her husband's face. They hadn't... I can't quite read what it says there. I didn't really talk about it beforehand. They got divorced 1 year in. Oh, that's grim.
Those really...
My friends did. She took a tiny bit with her finger and wiped it on his nose and mouth. He got mad and smashed her whole face into the cake. Divorce. Her husband did it, even though I asked him not to. That sucks. That's awful. I'm really sorry you went to that, man. My first husband tried. I dodged it. We separated within a year but tried to reconcile. It felt miserable and we divorced after 5 years total. Second husband asked me which flower I wanted to try, love icing flower, and cut the cake so I could have the piece with the flower. Okay, we stand that man. We stand that man. We're celebrating our 9 years anniversary this June. Congrats! Here's to many more anniversaries in your future love story together. I divorced her. I still recall the picture of when she did it. I was pissed. It shows a fundamental disrespect for your spouse when you do something like that. If my wife did that to me, I probably wouldn't mind because I don't imagine myself wearing makeup or anything like that. And I don't really think too much about, oh yeah, my hair is gonna get messy, etc. It's not something I'm concerned with. So if she thinks it's gonna be fun, etc., then I don't think I will mind. It's just, again, the way that I think of it, the wedding day is supposed to be all about the bride. And if that can help the bride to have an even better day, then I think that's good. But again, a big part of that is that I wouldn't really use makeup. I wouldn't really have anything that would be disconvenience by having some cake smash on my face. And if I don't have makeup or anything, then I would just clean it off a bit later, etc. Not a big deal. To be entirely honest, a lot of things in life are not as big a deal as we are led to believe, I think. If anything, if His Majesty Marcus Aurelius has taught me one thing, it is at the very least that. And he certainly tells about that a lot in meditations.
Relationships often end in divorce. I repeatedly begged my ex-husband not to do it too, and not only did he do it, he pushed my face so hard that he busted my lip, injured my neck because of how hard my head jerked back. I quote laughed it off at the time, but notice I said ex-husband. And this year someone shared on Reddit that another cake smashing had ended in yet another divorce. The original post got deleted, but brides.com actually documented it. Cake time. Groom has a forkful, goes up to feed it to his bride, but drags his hand upwards to spear the cake on, I guess, her cheek. The fork tines end up cutting her upper lip a little. And there's this weird 5 minutes where they're holding the fancy table napkin against her face to stop the bleeding. I still remember the look my wife gave me, with a shocked, what the fuck was he thinking? They made it 10 or 11 months. Someone told me the divorce rate is higher when people smash cake in each other's faces. Seems there's a bit of truth to this. And the original poster noted that this was the 3rd or 4th wedding he's attended with a cake smash, and those all ended in divorce too. This person's story is pretty famous on Reddit, but they grew up having cake smashes done by their family, and they never wanted it from their family, including a time when they were 17 years old. They'd paid to have their hair and makeup done. They felt great.
I am really sorry that you had to go through that experience from your family, miss.
and they literally begged and pleaded with their mum, please do not do the cake smash. But not only did they do it, but they sliced her face open because of the decorations on the cake. And so she ran to her room and wouldn't come out for the rest of the night, and her mother still to this day calls her a brat for that. She told her future husband very explicitly, I do not want the cake smash, saying, I told him if he ever did something like that to me, I'd leave him. He started laughing, but I was being for real. On the wedding day, he smashes cake all over her face.
Wait. Hashtag, why do men?
He's just laughing at me, and then he says, you should see your face, and continues to laugh. Other people in the crowd, mostly my family, is also laughing at me. She turns and leaves the wedding, orders an Uber, gets in the car and goes. Her new husband didn't think that she would get so, quote, emotional.
It just... He knew she hates that. She asked him not to do that. And he still did that. And he still did that. Why?
This was supposed to be the happiest day of our lives, and he embarrassed me in front of everyone for some prank that he knew I hated.
The cupcakes are looking
and
beautiful,
he
by the way.
responds, why should I have to apologize because you can't take a joke? And he tried to use her family as a reason for him doing it, saying like he wanted to be accepted by them, even though he knows her. He knows that this is something which has affected her deeply and she never wanted it to happen. And her family were calling her, quote, dramatic. But we know this was a very clear boundary that was crossed, not only first by her family, but then by her future husband. And by the way, he made her invite her mother to the wedding because she did not want to invite her to begin with. So if we're on about like, oh, I wanted to...
What the fit?
...to impress your family, she didn't even want them there, bro. And by the way, she did leave him like, oh, I wanted to impress your family. She didn't even want them there, bro. And by the way, she did leave him. The cake incident made her actually realize all of the other abusive things that he had been doing throughout their relationship.
Well, at least it served as a catalyst for her to realize the extent of
But it was
the
because of
abuse.
her upbringing that she didn't realize it. There are just so many more people who have shared similar stories all over the years.
Husband did the same thing, being divorced. Asked him not to, he did, divorce. Pleaded him not to, he did anyways, and broke the nose doing it. Had to wait 12 months to file for divorce. Filed on first anniversary.
The internet. The cake smash or other public prank at their expense.
I asked my now ex-wife not to. She did. I am really sorry that you went through that experience, man. I really am sorry. 8 months, I assumed that they also asked, but they didn't respect. Divorce specifically asked him beforehand not to do it. He literally rubbed it on the face and hair. I was livid. I do imagine. I really do imagine. My friends did. Oh, okay, so this one. She took a tiny bit with her finger. Oh, no, okay, she's the bride. Wiping his nose and mouth. Mash and the whole cake into her face, divorce.
It was all other ways that the abuse was being shown. It's just, oh, this one's done in public, so it makes me pay attention to it more. Basically, the cake smash is a symptom of a far bigger problem of an abusive relationship. As domestic shelters will tell you, abusive relationships, they're not all the same. It shows in various different ways, but escalation is absolutely an issue. Abuse may start out as verbal put-downs. They will tell you, abusive relationships, they're not all the same. It shows in various different ways, but
made threats, but he never followed through on them until today. I mean, it never escalates until it escalates.
Escalation is absolutely an issue. Abuse may start out as verbal put-downs. They test your boundaries by going against something that you said. Like, for example, you say you don't want to do a cake smash and they do it anyway. But then they'll tell you off for overreacting. It's just a joke. But then they continue to go against your boundaries, and then maybe the verbal insults just keep on getting worse. And then maybe becoming controlling of how you look. No wife of mine's going to leave the house looking like that, and maybe even controlling your relationships. Why do you need to see your family? I'm all that you need. And it can escalate to financial control. And I need this to be said for everybody to understand, even way at the back if you're not paying attention to me. Even if abuse doesn't become physical, that still is abuse. Or there could be sudden escalation. A partner may go from emotional abuse to physical abuse overnight. What happens with a lot of victims is that
because the foundation for for the abuse is already set.
Warning response that we talked about earlier. You know, you're trying to blame yourself. You're like, oh, I'm paying attention. I don't want to set them off again. You know, you don't want to, quote, make them do something. You know, it's like, look what you made me do. So instead they tolerate it. But the risk is that by tolerating it and with the escalation happening, things will get worse and worse and it will be too dangerous to leave. Trying to prevent this escalation from happening is a bit like trying to stop a moving train. Something is already in motion. You trying to stop it is not actually going to do anything. It's just going to get you hurt. It's really important that someone in an abusive situation gets out before it gets worse.
And I do think it's very admirable that Miss Claire does take the opportunity of this situation to say something that is so necessary, that is to say, to provide victims of intimate partner violence, of intimate abuse, with information that they might need to be able to escape that situation.
Or it's too late. It takes an average of 7 attempts for someone to leave an abusive relationship. And I really want you to know that you can always contact a helpline to ask, like, is this okay? What they're doing, is this okay? Like, I'm quite worried this and this and this has happened. And I really want you to all document everything that happens as well, okay? Because I know that this is only going to apply to a few people. The more documentation you have, the better. And being in contact with those resources, which...
If you do plan to get law enforcement involved, then yes, it is absolutely vital for you to be able to get good documentation. That can make a really, really big difference.
Like I said, I've got a few down below. Then you can have a safety plan for a way out.
I love you and I like you.
I love you and I like you.
Given how much women's rights...
If someone has already let you know they don't like something or are comfortable with something and you ignore them, that's just disrespect. Very much true. Very much true. And it does hint at the kind of deeper issue that lies behind why there is such a correlation between the cake as mentioned and the divorce rate. Obviously, as soon as we heard that, you know, she asked him not to and he did, we all knew that marriage was not going to last very long. Because indeed, it's just being disrespectful to the other person that you supposedly are going to dedicate your life to. It doesn't make sense.
That being stripped away, how people are openly saying that they don't want women to be able to vote anymore, how bodily autonomy keeps on getting stripped away, how much of a push there is for women to marry when they're really young and pop out as many kids as possible, at the same time as mothers especially leaving the workforce. I just keep on putting all of this together and it makes me a bit nervous. The bigger picture is painting
It is pretty dark when you put it
which
like
is quite
that.
scary, and when you see this trend is still continuing to grow, still happening every single year, it speaks to a large issue in our cultural zeitgeist, which is quite scary, and when you see this trend is still continuing to grow, still happening every
Yeah, I
single
think it
year.
is.
It
It
speaks to a
probably
large
is about.
issue in our
I wasn't too
cultural
sure if
zeitgeist, one of
he
misogyny
was or
and
not,
for
so I
want of
just
full
left the chat
control of
alone.
women. Where even on the most special day of your life, every single year, it speaks to a larger issue in our cultural zeitgeist, one of misogyny and for want of full control of women. Where even on the most
I read in the comments that a lot of the weddings that we saw in this video are outside the US, which I do imagine that Miss Brian Claire will still argue that this unfortunate rising misogyny we're seeing, it's probably also a global phenomenon. But I guess I will mention that if you are referring about the sense of the manosphere, etc., I am not entirely sure how much influence does that have outside the Anglosphere.
most special day of your life, you are not safe, even with the person who is meant to be there to protect you, to love you the most out of everybody else in the world. You aren't even granted one day where your partner respects you. And don't.
Ooh, I keep falling asleep and waking up. I cannot believe I'm saying this.
睡个好觉，我可爱的新娘。
睡个好觉，我可爱的新娘。睡个好觉，我可爱的新娘。 睡得好觉，
我可爱的新娘。
睡得好觉，我可爱的新娘。Sometimes I worry a little bit if is the Google Translate translating this correctly? Or like is it coming off as something super different? I woke up. I'm thinking of something flirty to say.
"所以，你并不需要我那王子的吻来唤醒。
所以，你并不需要我那王子的吻来唤醒。It really does seem like the tonal pronunciations are actually not as intimidating as I thought they'd be. I thought they'd be as difficult as Russian cases, a grammar structure specific to Russian. But they seem... Can I get a bonky emote? Oh, I have a surprise for you, Petra-san. Actually, I have a surprise for you? Because I do indeed have something for you. What is it? Image. Let's continue this.
Don't go expecting any better because it's all downhill from here because you got your special day, so you're going to pay for it for the rest of your life. I need to lift the mood back up, don't I? Because it got a bit dark. Well, luckily, if you want to do something funny at your wedding, you can be like this absolute charmer of a dude. You can pretend like you're going to do something, you can have your funny moment, but notice the maturity? He laughs and embraces his wife instead. It's almost
it's like pretending it's, let's go do something goofy and then, but in reality, we are like just having some fun. It's actually really cute. That is actually like a really cute moment. I drew this myself with my own two hands.
He likes her? What a novel
Really?
concept. Or like Samantha Sito here, like they feed each other and they have great fun. It is so cute to watch. Gorgeous petal cake, by the way. She's got good taste. I love seeing people in happy relationships, so I wanted to sprinkle some of those in as well because it's not all doom and gloom. It's not all...
Just as important as having an example of what shouldn't be done in a relationship, we should also have an example of what are the good things to do, so that we had a model not only of what to avoid, but of what to be inspired by. So it certainly is a good idea to include this. What kind of cute?
可爱的什么？
可爱的什么？什么？ What kind of cute thing? It doesn't seem like there is much of a difference between simplified and traditional Chinese. Sorry, I don't fully understand the question. What kind of cute? Okay, one last flirtiness and the kind of cute I want to kiss every day.
The kind of cute I want to kiss every day.
那种让人每天都想亲一口的可爱。
那种让人每天都想亲一口的可爱。The pronunciation of the E is fascinating. It's very different from the Spanish or English E. Smooth, right? Oh, thank you. So Malin Sendari, right? First stage production. Did a Chinese teaching stream with the other members. That's actually really cool. Yeah, I will be taking his explanation about tones. Grazie mille per menzionarlo. Grazie. It's good to know that you're also a fan of First Stage. They are really amazing. And I will make this hammer drawing into a bonky emote. I mean, technically I drew it for you. I remembered the promise of the bonky emote, and here it is. here it is.
Bad. I'm absolutely a sucker for weddings. I'm literally like this all the time.
Tired of not being married to this woman. Do you, Ron Swanson, take Diane to be your wife?
I
certainly do. And do you, Diane,
Yes, I do.
She said yes! Okay. And if your mood isn't lifted anymore, may I remind you of this cute cat that they rescued at their wedding? The cat's called Daisy. Go follow their TikTok if you want. You'll get some wholesome content there.
Is
like,
just
expressions
beautiful.
of love don't have to be big or extravagant or fancy or anything. On one of my walks, I found where Brandon's favorite bird, Tui's, was snacking on some beautiful spring blossoms because, you know, they're drinking the nectar. And so I took Brandon there when we went for a walk on the weekend, you know, stuff like that. And when he goes to sight, if he sees like some cute ducklings or bunnies or something, he takes pictures and sends them to me. You know, it's that cute stuff of like, oh, I know you love this stuff, so it made me think of you, and so I sent it to you. I wanted to brighten your day. It's like
daily acts of affection. We love to see it. Pampachi, grazie mille per venire a questa trasmissione. Grazie. Hello, how are you doing? I hope you're having an amazing day every day.
It's all that cute stuff. You know, how hard is it? That's the sort of stuff that a relationship should be about, you know, mutual respect, mutual trust, and building something together. You know, you lift each other up. That way you can weather any storm. Anyway, thank you so much for making it all the way to the end of this video. I'd love to hear any happy love stories that you have down below. Or, I don't...
Do we have any happy love stories, Amici?
know. Or whatever one of these emojis you like the most. I don't know. Thank you so much to my patrons for voting for this topic, and an extra special thank you to my top tier Trash Panda enablers. Birgit, Carrie Quake, Danielle, Amberly McCulley, Jamisa Brown, Jeff Boyardee, Katrina Dunn, Cole, Laura Bell, Maxie, Mayanaka Midnighter, Megan Connolly, Mila Gautier, Nathan, Nicole.
It really is a lot of women.
H, Ryder, Spooky Jade, Tammy Contras, Tonya Beignet, Veru Cat Mama, Zophema. Let's try one of these cupcakes because I want to see if it worked out well. Oh my god. Also, I'm sorry, but people are wasting like expensive cake. Wedding cakes are super expensive and they taste so good. Why would you?
Yeah, I mean, with a cake that looks like that, I imagine that the baker wants to get good pay for that. That must have taken some serious work.
Waste the cake. This is really delicious. Probably got chocolate everywhere. I don't care, but yeah. The recipe's linked for you down below. I don't make this up myself, but yum.
Delicious.
Oh my gosh, I'm like Monica in Friends, that episode where she's cleaning the house in the wedding gown. Yeah. That's kind of me.
You know, I gotta tell you, this really does put me in a...
Socks with a wedding dress? I mean, there are barefoot brides too, so it doesn't matter too much. But I was surprised.
Better mood.
Oh, sorry, Okay. Wonderful. Oh yeah, and we need to check the comments too. Let me hide the browser just in case. And let's see if there are any interesting comments. There is no consent when fear is in the room, so well said. I was a wedding planner with hiding clients. Oh, apologies. This story is a bit too long. Why should I apologize because you can't take a joke? Well, here's a tip. A joke is supposed to be fun for all parties involved. If you know that someone involved will hate it, but you do it anyways, then it's bullying. Another one, yeah, it will be really sad to find out on your wedding day that your significant other has no respect or love for you. That will be genuinely devastating. It will be genuinely crushed. Okay. It breaks my heart to see so many of this woman will Toasty try to cover up the feelings of betrayal, and could you look at their faces? The bystander effect on display is also really disturbing, and no one intervenes when the bride is quite clearly in distress. Oh dear, no, I'm sorry! Complex dreaming! Scusami mille! I am sorry. Oh no. I thought it was a boy for a moment because I was seeing it on the side of my eye. No. I am so sorry. I acted out of reflex. Oh, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. Oh, no worries. Thank you so very much. Okay. I owe you like 3 favors for that. Oh. I am like, I was reading the comments and and I just saw the Twitch message on the side. I'm gonna sleep now probably. I'll send the second part when you see the first one. Oh, thank you so very much. I am sure I'm gonna love the artwork, baby. I actually Google Translate. Thank you for the gift. 谢谢你的礼物。
谢谢你的礼物。
谢谢你的礼物。谢谢你的礼物。Thank you so very much for the gift, Ayuriko. Grazie mille. Have a wonderful night, beautiful.
Have a wonderful night,
beautiful.
祝你有个美好的夜晚，美丽的你。
祝你有个美好的夜晚，美丽的你。I am sorry, my Chinese pronunciation must be so flat. I apologize. I need Malin-san to teach me tones. The Rhinestone Hurricane. Grazie mille per essere tornato a questa trasmissione. Grazie. I hope that your stream went wonderful the other day. How you had tons of fun. Bueno. Let's see if there are 2 more. Yeah, one comment is pointing out the grunts are doing all this to impress the guy friends. And I really do think that, at least on a conscious level, it was about that. It was about like, oh yeah, I'm gonna look like such a bro in front of my bros. Like, I hate that. The cat distribution system was working miracles on their wedding day. That's what I'm saying. Bueno, I am going to go to an idol meeting and we will go to Teatro Zatsu. See you in 2 minutes. Bueno, we will have to do like a very short otro Zatsu. Sorry. And I think I will only mention one topic. The topic in specific is that I think many of the people that are like on the chat right now wouldn't really have seen this. But at a certain point in chat, I mentioned that I place a certain importance on having a distinction between the pilot, the actor behind the model, and the character. That is not only because I really want to try and play a and kind of try and play a larger than life idea or figure. I really like the idea of acting, but it's also a way for my pilot to separate many of the negative experiences and abuse that he went through his life from a character that he places a lot of hopes in. And I've been thinking actually a lot when we were finishing the last video that it's funny, when I was starting the stream, I felt pretty bad. I felt really nauseous and really heartbroken about a lot of my pilot felt pretty nauseous and heartbroken about the things that happened to my pilot. And my pilot even ended up saying some things that I was surprised he wound up saying. But finishing the stream, I was surprised by how happy but me and the pilot were by the end of it. And that is in a big part thanks to you. Because it was great to be able to share so many good memories with people and to see everyone being so nice. Thank you for creating happiness with me. And I apologize beforehand if this comes off as a little bit corny, but it's a little funny that we've been seeing like a lot of talk about marriage, etc. And beyond concepts of the social contract of marriage, friendship, love, etc. At the heart of it underlies a sense of love and wanting to build something beautiful together. And I feel really happy that you, Amici, and I are able to build so many moments of happiness and joy together. I truly do believe that you are some of the most wonderful people that I met. Thank you for that. Thank you so very much. Okay. Now catching back on chat. Looks like you got a chip on your shoulder. Oh, you're right that I do. I got 2 chips. I got 3 actually, like the cat hat, the snail, and the flowers. I literally been thinking about taking out the banana prop, because someone did mention, oh wow, you really had a lot of props. You're more prop than man. And they're kinda right, to be honest. Also, grazie mille per il nuovo subscriptore. Grazie. We're now 527 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so very much for that. Yeah, indeed. Thank you for being so sweet. I'm glad that you had a wonderful time on your stream, by the way. It must have been like a really interesting stream. Okay, do you feel like you're meeting those hopes? 50-50. 50%. I will confess that the channel doesn't tend to grow as much or as quickly as I would hope, but I also must recognize that is a result both of the way of the fact that I don't handle the channel correctly. Like, I do notice there is a significant difference between the assets or the presentation on my channel compared to someone that is more professional in their presentation. But also some of it comes as a result of the kind of character that I am and the kind of niche and interest that I inhabit or that I am focused on. I don't mean just on the idea of being a Vtuber, etc., but more specifically that I am a Vtuber in the style more of, I know that I say this a lot, but in the style more of Miyagi-san, where a lot of it is, generally I say so for the most part, and wanting to make a comfortable, sweet environment, etc., where maybe not a lot of people, maybe it is not the most numerous audience, etc., but the people that are around seem to be really, really loyal, and that genuinely means the world to me. Like, I genuinely do appreciate it. And of course, for example, when without putting too much of a fine point on it, we were watching a few videos of a leftist coded feminist person that is analyzing gender issues. It's not exactly the kind of the kind of thing you see a lot of VTubers covering. And because I am often so open about trying to cater to an audience that probably doesn't exist as widely in VTubing, that is to say, a straight woman that are looking for someone that explicitly caters to a straight woman. That is also like a limiting factor, I guess you could say. So even if a lot of times, to be honest, the numbers make me menjera, I also have to try and temper those expectations and belief with the fact that I am playing in a completely different field. As a matter of fact, I hope to make a clip out of the video that we just watched, and I really do hope to be able to market or promote that to an audience that is completely outside of VTubing. I guess I am pretty lucky in the sense that a lot of the people that watch these videos by Miss Brittany Claire, they really do seem to be open-minded women. So even if they add, why is there an anime kid on the background, on the side, talking? What is that about? Is he
IA? Is he artificial intelligence?
No, lady, I am very real, and so are these kisses. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Oh, before I forget, obviously, that doesn't mean that I do not welcome male and Michi. They are obviously completely welcome. I'm actually pretty sure that the majority of my viewers are male. But the concept of the channel is to be a place where female fans can feel comfortable, essentially. I don't know if it would be entirely accurate to say that, although that is like chiefly one of the main topics. But I think there is something deeper at work there. I need to ponder upon that. Okay. They will still stay and be interested in the video, if only to see the reaction to the video, and maybe some of them are kind of interested in some of the genres that I spin, like in some of the observations or points that I make. But they will probably, and on a certain level I hope that they will be people from outside of the typical, quote-unquote, typical VTuber audience. For two reasons. One, I genuinely love Vtubing as a medium, and I hope that I can bring more people onto it. And two, Scusa. This might strike as a bit of a harsh thing to say, but oftentimes I feel that with the kind of person I am and the kind of audience that I want to cater to, I do worry that there might not necessarily be a space or much of a free audience for me in the already established communities in Vtuber. There are a lot of Starman, there are a lot of Niji fans, there are a lot of stage lights, fans of first stage production, but they're already watching those people. And of course there are like fans of indie Vtubers here and there, etc., and of the big indies, etc. But I feel like that is in my place, or like that is in my destiny, if that makes any sense. Probably it doesn't. Okay, but yeah, I want to try and carve out a new path, even if it might be a little difficult. Thank you for being by my side as we try and carve this new path for those who come after. Oh yeah, and of course I also want to like try and help make the example or foundation where like someone in the future like that wants to try being a VTuber, etc., they can see the example of Miyavi-san, they can see the example of Hasteru-san, of many of the other male VTubers, and also maybe like my example, and they can see, oh okay, so there is also like an audience for people that want to be male VTubers that want to do these kinds of things. That is very nice. It took a lot of effort from the part of, for example, the Forgivingly Kings, etc., to build the initial audience for VTuber. So we also have to do that. Yeah. Okay. I do like banana chips and fried plantains. Fried plantains are good. Fried plantains are so good. No como plátanos muy frecuentemente, casi siempre bananas. I don't really eat plantains like very frequently, almost always bananas. Plantains are not very common, I don't think, in South America. I think they are far more common around Central America or America or the Caribbean. They tend to be more around that place. Well, thank you so very much to everyone. Now, the stream did extend far more than I originally thought it would. I thought it was going to be a 2-hour stream. It's almost 7 hours now. But we did this pretty cool new stuff, so that's pretty nice. Grazie mille a tutti le gente che passeranno per questa trasmissione. Muchísimas gracias a todas las personas que pasaron por esta transmisión. Thank you so very much to all of the people that stopped by today's stream. I will try to do things better. I will try to be better, and I will try to create something beautiful, not just for the spirit and memory of Michelangelo, and not just for Amici, but with the hope of one day being able to add something to the everlasting song of human art, which as an invisible line goes through civilizations and eras of history. That will be truly a blessing. Yeah. Oh no. Grazie a Shark764. Grazie a Vexal. Always lovely to see you, lovely. Grazie a Ayurika-san. Grazie. I need to figure out what is the equivalent on Chinese of Ayurika-san. I am pretty sure that there should be an honorific for them. Gracias a Milagros Dorados 6866. Muchas gracias, amor. Okay. Grazie a Tragic Departure CMS FPL. BL? Grazie a Halconiis, Buonarroti. Grazie a Petra Leon. Grazie a let's see. Sorry. Ivy Moseng. Grazie a Pompachi. Such a cute name too. Pompachi. Pompachi. And grazie a Terroristan Hurricane. Just out of curiosity, will the name Hurricane be like inspired by the English fighter plane? A lot of people love the Spitfires, but the Hurricanes were also so beautiful. Like they were super beautiful too. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for watching. Have a good rest. Have a wonderful rest, Peterson. Grazie, grazie. Oh, I imagine that there should also be like an honorific equivalent in Malaysian. And see you as well, Rhinestone. Have a wonderful day. Thank you so very much. Buono, questo è stato con questa Buonarroti e vedere che voglio regalare a tutti gli amici molto felice. We will see each other on Wednesday. The schedule is already here. We will do music practice. I will actually probably try to practice a bit of singing and a bit of music later tonight. But I am probably going to try and take care of clean the house and clean myself up as well. It has been a rough couple days, but you amici made my day. I've been happier after this stream than I've been in a long time. Thank you. Bueno. Nos vemos. Bye bye. A dopo. Love ya. Los amo. Li ami. Bye bye. Live a blessed life. Always.